very good at integrating non-Romans or non-Roman ideas and kind of absorbing them. So one of the things that is absolutely crucial early in Roman history, when they're just one of these tiny little mud hut villages fighting dozens of other mud hut villages, and why does Roman push? Well, one of the things they do is when they do finally succeed in conquering somebody else, let's say another Italian people, they do something very unusual, because the normal procedure in the ancient world is you conquer something, let's say you conquer another city. You often kill most of the men, enslave the women, children, steal all the stuff, right? The Romans, at least with the Italians, conquer the other city. Sometimes they'll do that, but sometimes they'll also then say, all right, we're going to now leave you alone, and we're going to share with you a degree of Roman citizenship. Sometimes they make them full citizens, more often they make them something we call half citizens, which is kind of what sounds like some of the privileges of citizenship, not all of them. Sometimes they'll just make them allies. But they would sort of incorporate them into the Roman project. And they wouldn't necessarily ask for money or taxes, which is weird too. But instead, the one thing they would always demand from the conquered cities of Italy is that they provide troops to the Roman army. So the army becomes this mechanism of Romanization, where you pull in foreigners, you make them like you, and then they end up fighting for you. And early on, the secret to Rome's military success is not that they have better generals, it's not that they have better equipment, it's not that they have better strategy or tactics, it's that they have limitless manpower, relatively speaking. So they lose a war, and they just come back and fight again. They lose again, and they come back and they fight again. And eventually they just wear down their enemies, because their key thing, their policy is we incorporate the conquered people. And the great moment that just exemplifies this is it's pretty late in this process. So they've been doing this for 250 years just about. And they've gotten down to the toe of Italy. They're conquering the very last cities down there. And one of the last cities is actually a Greek city. It's a big colony. It's a wealthy city, and so when the Romans show up on the doorstep to attack them, they do what any rich Greek colony or city does. They go out and hire the best mercenaries they can. And they hire this guy who thinks of himself as the new Alexander. Pyrrhus. So he's a mercenary. He's actually related to Alexander instantly. He has a terrific army, He's got elephants. He's got all the latest military technology. The Romans come and fight a battle against him, and Pyrrhus knows what he's doing. He wipes out everyone. He thinks, okay, now we'll have a peace treaty. We'll negotiate something. I can go home. But the Romans won't even talk. They go to their Italian allies and half citizens. They raise a second army. They send it against Pyrrhus. Pyrrhus says, "Guys are slow learners. Come on." Fights them again. Wipes them out. So now we'll have a peace treaty. Romans go back to the allies, raise a third army, and send it after Pyrrhus. And when he sees that third army conquered, he says, "I can't afford to win another battle. I win these battles, but each time I lose some of my troops, and I can't replace them. And the Romans just keep sprouting new armies." So he gives up and goes home. So Rome kind of loses every battle, but wins the war. And Pyrrhus, one of his officers, has great lines. Going back to Greece, he says, "Fighting Romans is like fighting a hydra. And a hydra is this mythological monster where you cut off one head, two more grow in its place. So you can just never win."
It's fascinating.
So that's the secret to Rome's early success.
It's not the military strategy. It's not some technological asymmetry of power. It's really just
early on. And later, the Romans get very good onward to the empire phase. Once they have emperors into the AD era of kind of doing the same thing by drawing in the best and the brightest and the most ambitious and the most talented local leaders of the people they conquer. So when they go someplace and say they conquer a tribe or to them as barbarians, they'll often take the sons of the barbarian chiefs, bring them to Rome, and raise them as Romans. And so it's that whole way of kind of turning your enemies into your own strength. And the Romans start giving citizenship to areas they conquer. So once they move out of it, they are free with the citizenship. Eventually they do. So they make Spain, and a lot of cities in Spain, they make all citizens in other places. And soon enough, the Roman emperors and the Roman senators are not Italians. They're coming from Spain, North Africa, or Germany, or wherever. So, as early as the 2nd century AD of the Roman Empire. So the first set of emperors, the first 100 years were all Italians. But right away at the beginning of the 2nd century AD, you have Trajan, who's from Spain, and the next guy, Hadrian, who's from Spain. And then a century later, you have Septimius Severus, who's from North Africa. And you later get guys from Syria. So the actual leaders of the Roman Empire are coming from the provinces. And it's that openness to incorporating foreigners, making them work for you, making them want to be part of your empire, that I think is one of Rome's strengths.
Yeah, taking the sons is really good. Because it's a kind of generational mission.
And the Roman military, later Roman Empire, is this giant machine of 500,000 people that takes in foreigners and churns out Romans. So the army is composed of two groups. You have the Roman legionaries, who are all citizens. But then you have another group that's just as large, about 250,000 each, 250,000 legionaries, 250,000 of the second group called auxiliaries. And auxiliaries tend to be newly conquered warlike people that the Romans enlist as auxiliaries to fight with them. And they serve side by side with the Roman legions for 25 years. And at the end of that time, when they're discharged, what do they get? They get Roman citizenship. And their kids then tend to become Roman legionaries. So again, you're taking the most warlike and potentially dangerous of your enemies, kind of absorbing them, putting through this thing for 25 years where they learn Latin, they learn customs, they maybe marry sons already Roman or Latin. They have kids within the system, their kids become Roman legionaries, and you thoroughly integrated what could have been your biggest enemies, right? Your greatest threat.
Just brilliant. Really process integration. Is that what explains the rapid expansion in the
No. So there it's more the indigenous Italians who are they haven't really expanded the auxiliaries yet. That's more something that happens. So back it up. So we have that first 250 years of the Roman Republic. So from about 500 to let's say 250 BC. And in that period, they gradually expand throughout Italy, conquer the other Italian cities who are pretty much like them. So the people who already speak similar languages, the same language, have the same words, it's easy to integrate them. That's the ones they make the half citizens and allies. Then in the second half of that period, from about 250 to 30 BC, Rome goes outside of Italy. And this is a new word because now they're encountering people who are really fundamentally different. So true others. They do not have the same gods. They don't speak the same language. They have fundamentally different systems of economy, everything. And Rome first expands in the Western Mediterranean. And their big rival is the city-state of Carthage, which is another city founded almost the same time as Rome, that has also been a young, vigorously expanding, aggressive empire. So the Western Empire at this time are two sort of rival groups, and they're very different because the Romans are these citizen soldier farmers. So the Romans are all these small farmers. That's the basis of their economy, and it's the Romans who serve in the army. So a person who is a citizen is also really a main professional farmer, and then at times before he becomes a soldier. Carthage is an oligarchy of merchants. So it's a very small citizen body. They make their money through maritime trade. So they have ships that go all over the Mediterranean. They don't have a large army of Carthaginians. Instead, they hire mercenaries mostly to fight for them. So it's almost these two rival systems. It's different philosophies, different economies, everything. Rome is strong at land, Carthage is strong at seas. It's dichotomy. But they're both looking to expand, and they repeatedly come into conflict as they expand. So Carthage is on the coast of North Africa, Rome is in central Italy. What's right between them? The island of Sicily. So the first big war is fought purely dictated by geography. Who gets Sicily? Rome or Carthage. And Rome wins in the end. They get it. But Carthage is still strong and not weakened. So Carthage is now looking to expand. The next place to go is Spain. So they go and take Spain. Rome, meanwhile, is moving along the coast on today's France. Where are they going to meet up? On the border of Spain and France. there's a city at that point at this point in time called Saguntum. The second big war between Rome and Carthage is over. Who gets to go? So you can just look at a map and see this stuff coming. Sometimes geography is inevitability. And I think in the course of the wars between Rome and Carthage, called the Punic Wars, there's this geographic inevitability to it.
Can you speak to the Punic Wars? Why was there's so many there's much we could talk about? Why was Rome victorious?
Well, Punic Wars really always comes down to the second. There's three. There's three Punic Wars. The first is over Sicily, Romans. The second is the big one. And it's the big one because Carthage at this point in time, just sheer luck, coughs up one of the greatest military choices in all of history. This guy, Hannibal. He was actually the son of the Carthaginian general who fought for Sicily. Hannibal is just genius, just absolute military genius. He goes to Spain. He's the one who kind of organizes stuff there. And now he knows the second war with Rome is over. And so the question is, how do you take down Rome? He's smart. He's seen Rome's strength. He knows it's the Italian allies. So Rome always wins because even if they lose battles, they go to the Italian allies and axes and raise armies. So how do you beat them? He can never raise that many troops himself. And Hannibal, I think, correctly figures out the one way to maybe defeat Rome is to cut them away from their allies. Well, how do you do this? Hannibal's plan is, I'm not going to wait to fight the Romans, Spain, North Africa. I'm going to invade Italy. So I'm going to strike at the heart of this growing Roman Empire. And my hope is that if I can win a couple big battles against Rome in Italy, the Italians will want their freedom back. And they'll rebel for Rome and maybe even join me. Because most people who've been conquered want their freedom back. So this is a reasonable plan. So Hannibal famously crosses the elephants, dramatic stuff. Nobody expects him to do this. Nobody thinks he can do this. He shows up at another Roman second army and will massacre. He is a military genius. Takes a year. He's the second army. You know the story. Sends against Hannibal. Hannibal likes him. Rome gets clever this time. They say, okay, Hannibal's clever. We're going to take 2 years, raise 2 armies, and send them both out at the same time against Hannibal. So they do this, and this is the Battle of Cannae, which is one of the most famous battles in history. Hannibal's facing this army of 80,000 Romans about, and he comes up with a strategy called doubling the battle. It's this famous strategy. He basically kind of sucks the Romans in, surrounds them on all sides. One afternoon, at the Battle of Cannae, Hannibal kills about 60,000 Romans. Now, just to put that in perspective, that's more Romans hacked to death in one afternoon with swords than Americans died in 20 years of Vietnam. And, you know, the Battle of Gettysburg lasted 3 days and was one of the bloodiest battles of the Civil War. I think the actual deaths of battle may be 15,000. So this is bloodshed on an almost unimaginable scale.
Also,
yes, it's just mind-boggling to think of that. So now this is Rome's darkest hour. This is why the Second Punic Wars are because there's that Nietzsche phrase, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. This is the closest Rome comes to death in the history of the Republic. Hannibal almost kills Rome. But it's not much of a surprise that Rome's going to survive. And from this point on, we're going to be alive. This is the crisis. This is the crucible. This is the furnace that Rome passes through. That is the dividing line between when they won more up and coming empire and when they're clearly the dominant power. So, what do they do about Hannibal? Well, they're smart. We're not going to fight him. We're not going to give Hannibal the chance to kill the Romans. So they adopt a strategy that they follow Hannibal. They raise a couple more follow Hannibal around. But whenever Hannibal returns and tries to attack them, they don't attack us. They're not going to let you give you a chance. Meanwhile, they're not scared of other Carthage. So they raise a couple more armies and they send these to Spain, for example, and start attacking the Carthaginian holdings there. And by luck or necessity, Rome comes up with its own brilliant commander at this point, a guy named Scipio. And he wins victories in Spain, Then he crosses into North Africa and starts to conquer that, and ends up threatening Carthage directly. Poor Hannibal, undefeated in Italy, has now been walking up and down Italy, marching up and down Italy for 12 years, looking for another fight, and the Romans won't give it to him. They've been attacking all these other areas and chipping away at Carthage up and down. So finally, after more than a decade in Italy, Hannibal is called back to defend the homeland, defend Carthage from Scipio. The two meet a big battle. This should be one of the great battles of our times, the Battle of Zama. Hannibal's guys are kind of old by this point. Scipio has all the advantages. He wins. Carthage is defeated. So that's pretty much the end of Carthage. The city survives. 50 years later, the Romans wipe it out. But that's not as much more. But from this moment on, the Second Punic War, which ends in 201 BC, Rome is undisputably the most powerful force, nation in the Mediterranean. And having conquered the West, they're now going to turn to the East, which is the Greek world. And the Greek world is older, it's richer, it's the rich part half of the Mediterranean. It's culturally more sophisticated. It's the world led by Alexander the Great. It's ruled by the descendants of his generals. And the Greeks kind of view themselves as superior to the Romans. To the Greeks, the Romans are these uncouth, sort of savage barbarians. But they're going to get a real shock because the Roman army now is going to be really good at Hannibal. And when they go east, they're going to just defeat the Greeks relatively easily, one after the other. And there's a famous historian named Polybius, who is a Greek whose city was captured by the Romans, and later becomes a friend to the Scipio family. He actually teaches some of the Scipio children about Greek culture. And he writes a history of Rome. And his motivation for writing this is, he says at the beginning of this book, he says, surely there can be no one so incurious as to not want to understand how the Romans could have conquered the entire Greek world in 53 years. Because that seems unimaginable to him. So he's writing this entire history as a way to try and understand, how did the Romans do it? We were these wonderful, superior people, and they came around in 50 years and that's the evidence. So that's his motivation.
Could you maybe speak some interesting details of the military genius of Hannibal and Scipio? At that time, what are some interesting aspects of this double idea?
I mean, Hannibal is good because he understood how to use different troop types and to play to their strengths and how to use terrain. So, I mean, this is basic military stuff, but he did it really well. So one of his victories against the Romans, for example, is when the Romans are marching along the edge of a lake, and their army is strung out in marching formations. They're not in combat formation. They're strung out on the edge of this lake. It's misty. There's not good visibility, and he ambushes them along this lakeside. So lakes are sitting there. And it's just using the terrain, understanding this. Again, Hannibal is very much outnumbered, but he's able to use the terrain and to take the enemy by surprise. In Cannae, he's working against the expectations. So the traditional thing you do in the ancient world is the two armies would line up on opposite sides of the field. You put your best troops in the middle, you put your cavalry on the sides, you put your lightly armed skirmishers on those. And then the two sides kind of smack together. And the good troops fight the good troops, and you see who wins. Now, Hannibal is hugely outnumbered by this giant phalanx of heavy infantry, which is what the Romans specialized in. They're very good at sort of heavily armed foot soldiers. So he knows, I don't want to go against them. I don't have that troop type. My guys aren't as good as the Romans anyway. So he lines up some of his best troops in the city against the big menacing phalanx. And he tells them, okay, when the Romans come, you're not really trying to win. Just hold them, just delay them. And even tells them you can give ground. So you can retreat and sort of let the line form a big kind of C-shaped crescent. Let the Romans sort of advance into it, just build. And meanwhile, he puts his cavalry and his good troops on the side. And so on the sides, those good troops defeat the Romans. And then they kind of circle behind the Romans and attack that big menacing phalanx from the rear where it's very powerful. And so Hannibal catches the Romans in this sort of giant cauldron just from the people closing in from both sides. And they get pressed together, they can't fight, they panic, they're all slaughtered. And that doubly developed one, so going around both sides becomes the model for all kinds of military strategies throughout the rest of history. The German users, blitz, go around the sides, develop the enemy. The Eastern Front, they had a bunch of these sort of cauldron battles where they would go around and try to encircle huge chunks of the Soviet and Russian army and do the same thing. Supposedly, even in the Gulf War, it was part of the US strategy for the invasion of Iraq. It's kind of doubling all. So it's something that for the rest of military history has been an inspiration for my armies.
Can you speak to maybe the difference between heavy infantry and cavalry, the usefulness of it in the ancient world?
The ancient world, sort of from the Greeks through the Romans, there's this consistent line of focusing on heavy infantry. So going back to Greece, when they're fighting, let's say, Persia, which at the time was the superpower of the ancient world, vastly richer, vastly larger than ancient Greece, tons more men. But the Persians tended to be archers, tended to be light horsemen, tended to be light infantry. Whereas the Greeks specialized in what are called hoplites, which is kind of infantrymen with very heavy body armor, a helmet, a spear, and a really big heavy shield. And they would get that formation, you kind of make the shields overlap and just form solid mass, bristling spear points, and just slowly kind of march forward and wind up your enemy in front of you. And so that's that sort of block of heavy infantry. The advantages head on against other things, they tend to win. The disadvantages, it's slow moving, it's vulnerable from the sides and the rear, so you got to protect those. But if you can keep it frontally faced, it's pretty much invincible. And that's taken even further by Alexander the Great, who comes up with the idea, well, what if we even give them a longer spear? So Greek spears were 6 to 8 feet long. Alexander the Great arms his armies with a sarissa, which is this 15-foot height, this extra long spear. And so the spear is that long, you don't even hardly need the shield. So it's just this incredibly powerful thing in frontal attack. And that's what he uses to make himself ruler of the one world. He goes and conquers the Persian Empire, makes himself the Persian King of Kings with this phalanx of troops armed with the sarissa. So that's very powerful. The Romans go a little bit different. They have heavy infantry, but they focus more on fighting with short swords. So it's get up close and kind of stab. And the other thing the Romans do is they focus on flexibility in subdividing armor. So Alexander's phalanx was a mass of, let's say, 5,000 guys, and it was one unit. The Roman army is organized in an ever-decreasing number of subunits. So you have a group of 8 guys who are contrarian and share 10. You take 10 of those and they form a century of 80 men. Take a bunch of those and they form a cohort. You get a bunch of those, you form a legion. So the Romans were able to subdivide the army. And the big sticking point comes in 197 BC at the Battle of Thymocephala, where the Roman legion goes up against one of the descendants of Alexander the Great who's using his military system. So this is the new Roman system with flexibility versus the old invincible Alexander system of the heavily armed service of those long 15-foot poles. And the key moment in the battle is when they walk together and head-on clash. The Macedonians are going to win, but the Romans have the flexibility to break off a little section of the army, run around to the side, and attack the formation to the side. They win the battle. So they prove tactically superior because of their flexibility. So it's always development and counter-development in military history.
A fascinating, brutal testing ground of tactics.
Adaptation, you have to keep adapting. That's like the key thing.
One of the fascinating things about your life, you study Roman life in ancient world, but also the details of I mentioned. You are an expert in armor. So what kind of, maybe you can speak to weapons and most important armor that were used by the Romans or by people in ancient world?
I do military history, so the Romans specialized in, early on, they have pretty random armor that's standardized. Remember, there's no factories in the ancient world, so nobody's cranking out 10,000 units of exactly the same armor. Each one is handmade. And look at the degree of standardization. Even as early as Alexander has a certain standardization, but each one is still handmade, and that's important to keep in mind. Each weapon, each piece of armor develops over time to fit the tactics. So the Greek hoplites were heavier armor, the Roman infantrymen, early the Republic was lighter. Eventually, they get this typical sort of chainmail shirt, helmet, shield. The classic sort of Roman legionary, I would say, is the one of the first and second centuries AD, so the early Roman Empire. And this is the guy who wore bands of steel arranged in sort of bands around the body, so it's almost like a box on some shine, right? And that's the thing called the war of the second time. So it's solid steel, which is very good protection, but it's flexible because it has these individual bands that provide a lot of movement. And then you have a helmet, you have a square shield, it's kind of curved, and you have the short sword that has blades. So that's kind of the classic Roman thing. Later, more things. My personal sort of relationship with the art was I got really by accident involved in this project to try to reconstruct this mysterious type of armor that was used especially by Greeks and Alexander the Great called the lineup X, which apparently was made only out of linen and glue. So this seems a little odd that it's not sort of material, metal or something. But we had clear literary references that people, including Alexander, the most famous image of Alexander was this Alexander Museum found at Pompeii that shows him wearing one of these funny types of armor. The catch is none survive. It's organic materials. So we don't have any of them. And archaeologists like to study things that survive. So we have nice typologies, Greek armor made of Roman armor made of steel or sort of photo steel. But this thing, this thorax, was a mystery. And one of my undergraduate students, Scott Bartel, had a real Alexander he really loved it, as one should. He had Alexandrinus tattooed on his arm in Greek. And he was a smart student. He was smart. And so he, one summer, made himself an imitation of this thing, Alexander's, for fun. And he said, can you give me some art class so I can do a better job? So I made some scholarly articles on this armor. And a typical sort of academic arrogance, I suppose. But of course I will. I'll give you some references. I went and looked at the word. So at that point I was like, tell you what, why don't you and I look into this and try to do a reconstruction using only the materials they were having. And little did I know at the time, I thought maybe I'll get an article out of this. And it ended up being a 10-year project involving 150 students, a couple dozen other faculty members. They have 3 documentaries made out of it. Scott and I ended up writing a scholarly book on this. So this is how, you never know where your next project's going to come from. So it started with this undergraduate trying to do this huge thing. But it's what we did. We first said, all right, what are all the sources for this on? And in the end, we found 65 accounts of it in ancient literature by 40 different authors. So we have literary descriptions. And then we looked at ancient art, and we were able to identify about 1,000 images in ancient art. Face paintings, pottery, drawn sculpture, tomb paintings, all these sort of things showing this art. And then using those 2 things, we tried to backwards engineer a pattern to say, well, this is what the end product is like. What does that look like to make it? And then we tried to reconstruct one of these things using only the glue and materials. So we had to use animal glues, rabbit glue. We had to end up sort of making our own linen, which comes from a flax plant. So we had to grow flax, harvest it, using only techniques in nature. Water flax goes through chemical processes. We had to do it fashioned, spin it into thread, so the thread into fabric, glue it all together. And then the fun part was, once we made these things, we subjected them to ballistics testing. So we shot them with arrows, which again were wood reconstruction arrows, using arrowheads that were based on arrowheads on ancient battlefields to determine how good protection would this thing have been. And of course, the kind of fun one Margaret was like small documentaries is well, can you put Scott in one of these and shoot it? Okay. I mean, at that point, we got about thousands of shots. I grew up shooting those arrows, and I knew exactly how far that was going to go. So, don't do this at home, kid. So there's a million questions to ask. In general, how well? Yeah, I understand. Arrows or was a 1 centimeter thick line of wires. So laminated, or even sewn, as we make a layer of linen is about as good protection as 2 millimeters of bronze, which was the thickest comparable body armor of bronze at the time. I'm talking 4th century, 5th century BC. So classical helmets. And that would have protected you from, let's say, random arrow strikes on the battlefield. So you could have gotten hit by arrows by simply.
What are the benefits? Is there a major weight difference?
Yes. So the benefits of this are it's much lighter than metal armor. So the Lenothorax is about 11 pounds. A bronze cuirass comparable protection would be about 24 to 6 pounds. The chainmail shirt would be about 28 by 7 pounds. It's cooler. The Mediterranean's a hot place with a hot sun. Even today, a linen shirt is something you wear when you want to be cool. So it's much lighter. That gives your troops greater endurance on the battlefield. They can run farther, fight longer. It's cheaper. You don't need a blacksmith who's a specialist to make it. In fact, probably this is interesting. Any woman in the ancient world could have made it because they were the ones who spun thread and sewed it into fabric. So I can easily see in a household a mother making this for her son, a wife making it for her husband. So it's a form of armor you could have made domestically that would have been, maybe not the greatest armor, but pretty good, pretty comparable to bronze armor.
And it's amazing that all the materials had at the time with modern techniques. But I should probably say, maybe you could speak to that, they were probably much better at doing that than you are, right? Because, again, generational, it's a skill. It's a skill that probably was practiced decades ago, centuries.
In terms of producing a fabric, I'm sure they could do it 10 times faster than we could, just that's a speed thing. But it's still incredibly labor intensive. Where I think there's a big difference between our reconstruction and ancient ones is in the wool. So we ended up using a kind of least common armor. We used rabbit wool because it would have been available anywhere and it's cheap. But in the ancient world, they did have basically the equivalent of super glue. I mean, we found, for example, helmets that were fished out of the river in Germany that had metal parts glued together that after 2,000 years of erosion were still glued together. So they had some great glues, we just don't know what the recipes for them. So we went the opposite tack and said, well, we're just going to make something that we know that we can make. So it was at least this good, what I'm saying.
But actually, this is materials that I think glue, aside from helping glue things together, can also be a thing that serves armor. So like if you glue things correctly, the way it permeates the material that it's gluing can strengthen the material. It doesn't need the material. That's the part in the science part that they understood deeply.
The process of lamination did that. So there's actually a huge debate with scholars and actually sort of amateur archaeologists. There was this line of wax that glued together, or was it simply sewn together, or was it composite, partially linen, partially leather, other materials? And my honest answer is I think it's all of that. Because again, every piece of armor in the ancient world was an individual creation. So I think if you had some spare leather, you put that in. And if you wanted to take one that was just sewn together, quilted stuff with stuff, you do that. Maybe you with gluing stuff, you use that. So I think there's no one answer. We investigated one possibility because of limited time and money and resources. But I think all these other things exist at the same time in various.
Just as a small aside, this is a fascinating journey. Because answering really important questions about, in this case, armor, military equipment and technology that archaeologists come up with by using all the literary, so all the sources you can to understand like the materials, using the materials at the time, and doing ballistic testing. It's really cool. It's really cool that you see that there's a whole new literature. Nobody studied it and going and hard and doing it the right way to sort of uncover this. I don't know. I think it's an amazing mystery about the ancient world.
I mean, shifting from sort of building to general research that I've done, the theme that runs throughout my scholarship is practical stuff. I'm interested in how does this actually work? So there's people who are much more theoretical, all the meanings. I'm simpler. I just wonder how did this work? So almost all of my books that I've started with how did something work, and I'm trying to just figure out that aspect of it, and that's just maybe it's a person for me. I also have a sciencey background, so I think I've used a lot of that. Human historian and use a lot of kind of hard science work. I did a book on floods where I get really into vectors of disease and hydraulics and engineering and all that stuff. And I think again having that sort of hard science combined with a humanist background helps in those sorts of projects.
Well, like you said, get the details stuff and understand deeply the big picture of history. And I mean, Alexander the Great.
Yeah, I can think by the way, it does draw out use around elements. And I think what's going on there is technology. That with bronze, it's hard to keep a sharp edge on things, but once you get into metals which approximate steel, it gets sharper. And a key factor to penetrating fabric is the edge on the arrow, right? So as soon as you start getting something more like a razor edge, it's going to go through easily. Also, there's changes in the bows that are being used. You start to get sort of Eastern horse archers showing up with composite bows, which are much more powerful. And so it just becomes outdated, this front-line military. What's interesting is by the Roman period, people are still wearing it, but it's now things like when I go hunting, if I'm hunting lions, I wear this. There's actual sorts of things. It's really good for hunting dangerous big cats because it catches their teeth and stops them from penetrating. One emperor wears one of these under his togas. So again, it's not to fight in the front line in regions, but it protected somebody trying to assassinate him. So it still has those uses where you're not up against that military.
To honor the aforementioned underground executives, Alexander the Great, as that we talked about for a little bit. Why was it successful, do you think, as a conqueror? Probably one of the greatest conquerors in the history of humanity.
Yeah, and I mean that is then one of the greatest heroes, one of the greatest villains of humanity too. It's like Julius Caesar. He's famous for conquering Gaul. A million people killed, a million enslaved. So he's that doesn't make him a horrible person or one of our heroes. But Alexander is a combination of two things. One is he really just was a skilled individual. And he was one of those guys he was smart, he was athletic, and he was supremely charismatic. And it's obviously one of these people that would walk into a room and everyone just kind of gravitates to him. He had that magic that made him an effective leader. And secondly, he was lucky because it wasn't all him. He inherited a system created by his father, Philip II. So he was in the right time, the right place, and had this instrument placed in his hands, and then he had the intelligence and the charisma to go use it. So it's one of these coming together of different things. Often, his father's contribution, I think, is not recognized as much as it is. It's his father who reformed the Macedonian army, who came up with that system of everyone in the service of his long sword, really effective, created the mixed army. So one of the keys to Alexander's success, in the tactical sense, is that his army was composed of different elements: heavy cavalry, light cavalry, heavy infantry, light infantry, missile troops. And he understood that he could use these in different and flexible ways on the battlefield. Whereas a lot of warfare before then would just be line up and two sides smashed together. So he did clever things with this army that was a better tool than others did. And then he was just supremely ambitious. He cared about his fame, which I guess is ego, but he clearly cared about that more than he did about things like money. He was indifferent to that. And he did have a grand vision. So he did have this vision of trying to unite the world politically under his control, but also military. And this is interesting. So he was very open and consistent of trying to meld together the best elements of all the different cultures. So he himself was a Macedonian, but he admired Greek culture, so he pretty much adopted Greek culture as his own. When he conquers Persia, he starts adapting elements of Persian culture. He dresses in Persian clothing, marries Persian women. He sort of forces thousands of his troops to marry local women. He appoints Persians to positions of power. He integrates Persian units into his military. He really wanted to fuse all these things together. And some people see this as a very enlightened vision that, oh, he's not just trying to conquer people and gather by slaves, that he was really trying to create this one culture that was sort of the best of everything. Others see it, of course, as a form of cultural imperialism, destroying other cultures and trying to warp or twist them into something. But what I think is interesting is that this vision he had of uniting cultures creates very problematic tensions among his own followers, because the Macedonians, his original troops, did not want this. They wanted the old model where we conquer you, you're our slaves. We don't want to share stuff with you. We don't want you joining us in the army. We don't want you appointed to positions of power. We're your conquerors, and that's it. And so Alexander had to deal with a lot of friction from his own oldest, most loyal elements at the way he was being, in their eyes, too generous to the country. So Alexander is one of these interesting personalities because every generation sees him in new light and focuses on different things. So for some, he's this enlightened visionary who's taught by Aristotle and Greek philosophers. Others see him as an egomaniacal warmonger, just out to kill and gain glory. There was a book a couple decades ago. It's always just an alcoholic, which he probably was, yeah. So you get all these competing images. And the great thing is, we don't really know what the true Alexander was or what his motivations were. It's a mixed message.
Why do you think the Roman Empire lasted while the Greek Empire, as the Alexander expanded, did not?
That's a clear answer. So Alexander's empire fragmented the moment in time. And so his empire was all about personality. It was his charisma holding it together, his personality. And he completely failed to create a structure so that it would continue after his death. Because he died young. He didn't think he would die, and he did, but still he should put something in place. So his was a flashback. It was, he had a spectacular conquest, 10 years he conquered then most of the world, but he had no permanent structure in place. He didn't really deal with the issue of succession. It fell apart itself. The Romans were much more about building a structure. So, as we talked about earlier, they were very good about incorporating the people they conquered into the Roman project. They're impressive. They're imperialistic as well. That's not right. They had moments when they would just wipe out entire cities. But on the whole, they were much more about trying to bring people into the Roman world. And I think that was one of their strengths, is that they were open to integration, bringing in different people to keep rejuvenating themselves.
One of the most influential developments from the Roman Republic and as you mentioned, it's one of the things that still lasting to this day in many developments. So it started with the 12 tables in 451 BC. Can you just speak to this legal system?
Yeah, I mean, Roman law is one of the most significant, maybe the most significant legacy they have on the world. So just to start at that end of it, something like 90% of the world uses a legal system which is either directly or indirectly derived from it. So even countries that you don't think are using Roman law kind of are, because all the terminology, all that comes from and the Romans, their first law code was this thing of 12 tables. So this is way back in the Middle Republic, and it was a typical early law. So most of the stuff it concerns are agricultural. So if I have a tree and its fruit drops on your property, who owns the fruit? If my cow wanders into your field and eats your grain, am I responsible? I mean, I love these early law codes. They're all about this like farmer problems. But law codes are hugely important because you need a law code to enable people to live in peace. So they're the transitional thing that lets human beings live together without just resorting to anarchy. And most of the early law codes are agricultural, like Hammurabi's code, most of them are retaliatory, meaning eye for an eye, no justice. So you do something to me, it gets done to you. But they're this necessary precondition for civilization. And the 12 tables is that. It's a crude law code. It has a lot of goofy stuff in it. It has things about if you use magic, this is the punishment. But it's that basic agrarian society law code. Now, that's typical of many societies. Where the Romans are different is they keep going. They keep developing. By the late Republic, the Romans just get kind of really into legals. You know why? The Romans are very methodical, organized legals. Maybe this has something to do with it. But their law code just keeps getting more complicated and keeps expanding to different areas. They start to get jurists who writes theoretical things about Roman law. And eventually it becomes this huge body both of cases and comments on those cases and of actual laws. And in the 6th century AD, 500s, the Roman Emperor Justinian, who was an emperor of the Eastern Roman Empire, what is called the Byzantine Empire, compiles all this together into something that today we kind of loosely called Justinian's Code of Roman Law. And that survives. And so that becomes the basis for almost all the legal systems. It's very complicated. And Roman law, I think, is really fun because on the one hand, it's really dry, but it also preserves these wonderful little vignettes of daily life. So you get these great, just kind of entertaining law cases. One of my favorite, and this may not even be real cases, but a hypothetical that they use to train Romans or law students, is like one day a man sends a slave to the barber to get a shave. And the barber shop is adjacent to an athletic field. And two guys are on the athletic field throwing the ball back and forth. And one of them throws the ball badly. The other guy fails to catch it. The ball flies into the barber shop, hits the hand of the barber, cuts the slave's throat, he dies. Who's liable under Roman law? Is it the athlete 1 who threw the ball badly? Is it athlete 2 who failed to catch it? Is the barber who actually cut the slave's throat? Is it the owner of the slave for being stupid enough to send his slave to get a shave in a place adjacent to a playing field? Or is it the Roman state rezoning a barber shop next to an athletic field? What do you think?
Well, do they resolve the complexity of that with the right answer?
We don't have the answer. It's a case without the answer. So we have various jurists commenting on this one. We don't have what was actually ruled. But it's just a great little, sort of vignette. And that's how complicated Roman law got. It was dealing with these weird, esoteric questions. There's another one where, a cow gets loose and runs into an apartment building and goes up onto the roof and crashes down 3 stories into a bar on the ground floor and kicks open the taps to the wine jug. All the wine flows out. Who's at fault? I mean, this seems to have happened, as crazy as it sounds. And Roman testamentary law is related. It's like 20% of Roman law has to do with wills, what you do with the will, and what makes the will valid. You have to have 7 witnesses, and you have to have a guy named a league of friends to witness it, and the witnesses have to be adult men who can't be blind, and all this other stuff. So it's just great. I mean, it's fun to mess around with this, but it always contains these little nuggets about what happens. I mentioned I wrote a book on floods, and there were all these law cases about if a flood strikes the city and picks up my piece of furniture in my apartment building and carries it out the door and deposits it in another apartment building, does that guy now own my furniture? Because it's now legally within his apartment. Or can I go in there and repossess it because the flood took it out of my apartment? This is the stuff laws handle, and that's how sophisticated law is.
To kind of corrupt, unfair things seep into the law.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's biased in favor of the wealthy, obviously. And I mean, Roman law cases are interesting because they became linked to politics. So one of the ways that politicians, up-and-coming politicians, aspiring politicians, could sort of make their name or become famous was by either prosecuting and defending people in Roman law courts. And especially during the late Roman Republic, you get a lot of really sensational, what today we call celebrity law cases. So this is where some of the biggest politicians were accused of very melodramatic kinds of things. And the most famous Roman of all time, Cicero, is a guy who made his entire career in the law courts. And that's how he made his reputation and was able to parlay that into political power and eventually was elected to the highest office in the Roman government. But it's purely because of his skill, his facility at using words, at giving speeches in public.
So they love the puzzle of the game law, the bit of untangling really complicated legal situations and coming up with new laws that help you tangle and untangle the situation.
law cases, again, especially in the Republic, also became a form of public spectacle. Right? So Rome did not have law courts.
What's up, sluts? How's my favorite sluts doing today? Jackie, good girl? Hey, girl. Good? Eyes? Eyes? Huh? Good? Alright. It's Michael the Mandela's. I captured some other banging tunes. Let's see if this works. If you're wondering, hey, Rabbi, are you changing the lyrics for this? Yeah. Why? Because we're going to custom it with this round. Here we go, kids. Calling out around the world. Are you ready for a brand new beat? Summer's here and the time is right for dancing in the street. They're dancing high far down in Tel Aviv. All we need music. We music, we well, we music everywhere, everywhere. Listening, slaying, and records playing, dancing in the street. Oh, it doesn't matter what you wear, just as long as you are there. So on, every guy, grab a girl, everywhere around the world, I'll be dancing. Dancing in the street, dancing in the street, doesn't matter. Across the nation, the dance floor goes to me. Now they're laughing, singing, and music swinging, dancing in the street of the man. Hearts that hurts away and Rothschild, you don't know the city. That's Doug Elliott. Music everywhere, dancing, swinging, swinging, the records playing, dancing in the street. Oh, doesn't matter what you wear, just as long as you are there. So come on, everybody, grab a girl, everywhere around the world is dancing. Dancing in the streets, in LA. They're dancing in Topeka, and there's a light in the street, the ocean blue, yes. We're out of the gate, kids. But I think I have to give the eye. Yoda, please change these lyrics to Israeli songs. Okay, now it's better. Let's just reload it. That's it. All out around the world, are you ready for a brand new speed? Summer's here and the time is right. We're dancing in the street. We're dancing in Haifa. Down in Tel Aviv. In Jerusalem. All we need is music. Sweet music, sweet music. There'll be music everywhere, everywhere. There'll be swinging, swaying, and records playing, dancing in the street. Oh, it doesn't matter what you wear, just as long as you are there. So come on, every guy, grab a girl. Everywhere around the world, I'll be dancing in the street. We're dancing in the street, dancing in the street. This is an invitation across the nation, a chance for folks to meet. They'll be laughing, singing, and music swinging, dancing in the street. LA, yes, yeah. Author and Nazareth. Can't forget Beersheba. All we need is music, sweet, 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 sweet. There'll be music everywhere, everywhere. There'll be swinging, swaying, and records playing, dancing in the street. Oh, it doesn't matter what you wear, just as long as you are there. So come on, every guy, grab a girl. Everywhere around the world, they're dancing in the street. Way down in Maryland, every day they're dancing in the street, dancing in the street, in the big star line. Get inside, dancing in the street, dancing in the street, across the desert, the ocean, the sea. All right, well, actually, that's all right. Now for the people of the United States and the world, let's get some more band evangelos. Coming out around the world, are you ready for a brand new beat? Summer's here and the time is right for dancing in the street, dancing in Chicago, down in New Orleans, in New York City, and all we need is music, sweet, 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 sweet. There'll be music everywhere, everywhere. There'll be swinging, swaying, and records playing, dancing in the street. Oh, it doesn't matter what you wear, just as long as you are there. So come on, every guy, grab a girl, everywhere around the world, they'll be dancing. They're dancing in the street, dancing in the street. With an invitation across the nation, a chance for folks to meet. They'll be laughing, singing, and music swinging, dancing in the street. Philadelphia, PA, dancing in the street. Baltimore, NC, now dancing in the street. Can't forget the Motor City, dancing in the street. All we need is music, sweet, sweet, sweet music, sweet music, everywhere, everywhere. And we bring swaying, and records playing, dancing in matter what you wear, but as long as you are there. Come on, every guy, every girl, everywhere around the world, every dancing in the street, dancing in the street, street I'm in LA, every day, be dancing in the street, please don't get your mind, get in time and dancing in the street, cause the ocean is blue, me and you, dancing. It's like no one has thought of it. I feel like actually the first person I've heard that actually used this thing. Whenever I'm with them, something inside starts to burn, and I'm filled with desire. Could it be the devil in me, or is this the way love's supposed to be? It's like a heat wave, burning in my heat wave. Can't keep from crying, tear me apart. Whenever he calls my name, soft blows sweet and sweet. And right there, I feel like burning flame. Have no question, gotta hold on to me, or is this the way love's supposed to be? It's like a heat wave, burning in my heart. I can't keep on crying, tearing me apart. Ooh, heat wave. Ooh, heat wave. Sometimes I stare in space, tears all over my face. I can't explain it, don't understand it. I never felt this before. I'm funny feeling as we love it. I don't know what to do with my head to the haze of the heat wave. Burning in the heat wave. I can't keep from crying. It's tearing me apart. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Nowhere to run to, baby. Nowhere to hide. You got nowhere to run to, baby. Nowhere to hide. That love and a running song. It's a heartbreaker or a song. But I know you're not good for me. But you become a part of me. Everywhere I go, your face I see. Every step I take, you take with me. Yeah. Nowhere to run to, baby. Nowhere to hide. I got nowhere to run to, baby. Nowhere to hide. I know you're no good for me, but free with you, I'll never be. Oh, each time it was I sleep into my heart, you know you're free. I wake up feeling sorry about you, but it's soon that I'll forget you. Now I'm in the mirror, hold my hand. I see your face, a smiling there. Nowhere to run to, baby. From you, baby. Nowhere to run to, baby. Nowhere to hide. I know you're no good for me, but you become a part of me. Living my body, I love that swim through me. It's so deep, so deep, so deep into me. My love is so high, I can't get over it. It's so wide, I can't get around it. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide from you, baby. Don't nowhere to run, baby. I'm gonna try. I know you're no good for me, but free of you, I'll never be. Nowhere to run, baby. Nowhere to hide. Got nowhere to run to, baby. Nowhere to hide. Rabbi. Rabbi, oh, Rabbi, when are you coming back? Rabbi, Rabbi, oh, Rabbi, when are you coming back? My arms are missing you. My lips feel the same way too. I try so hard to be true. Like I promise I do, but this boy keeps calling mine. She tried to wear my distance down. Hey, Rabbi, oh, Rabbi, when are you coming back? Rabbi, Rabbi, oh, Rabbi, you better hurry back. He called me on the phone about 300 times a day. And my heart but he has to say, but this lonely bit I have is you hey, Rabbi, Rabbi, oh, Rabbi, when are you coming back? Rabbi, Rabbi, oh, Rabbi, you better hurry back. Need your love, need your love. stronger. I can't hold out this much longer. Trying hard to be true. Grab a deep heart just as sweet as you. Hey, Rabbi, oh, Rabbi, when are you coming back? Rabbi, Rabbi, oh, Rabbi, you better hurry back. Need your love back. Rabbi, need your love back. Rabbi, hey, Rabbi, you better hurry back. Hey, Rabbi, when are you coming back? Oh, I'm not getting up, well, and all the back of maybe not the wrong. Rabbi, when coming back? I'm not the only person to make this observation, but you also know that at least in Western world, worship extreme adventures, you won't find much quicksand. But if you do, with every step you do, which fall on your and make as big a have as much surface area as possible, if that's true, don't suck top. They also try to suck too. I'm sure. What is this horseshit? No, it's just quicksand. Don't suck it. I feel nothing but happiness. I say on you this way. I'm not can say the deep we said. For people of you. You it's like never so much to be. Quicksand. Holding me closer. a song that we should have sung last night. I love the song. When I was a kid, I always wanted the Supremes and invitations to like everybody date perfectly. Not knowing how to date in the same time. Anyway, are you still there? Because you heard this stuff, and it hadn't been on television in 20 years, so. I'm gonna do all the things for you, a girl wants a man. Oh baby, oh baby, I'll sacrifice for you. I'll even do one for you. Oh baby, oh baby, every minute, every hour, I'm gonna shower you with love and affection. Look out, it's coming in your direction, and I'm gonna make you love me. Oh, yes I will. Yes I will. I'm gonna make you love me. Oh, yes I will. Yes I will. Look at you. My love is strong, you see. I know you never get tired of me. Baby, oh baby. Now we're trying my best to get you hooked. Hey baby, I'm hooked. Hey, every night, every day, I'm gonna say, I'm gonna get you, I'm gonna get you. Look out, boy, cause I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna make you love me. Oh, yes, I will. Yes, I will. And I'm gonna make you love me. Oh, yes, I will. You know I will. With the breath I take, each and every step I make brings me closer to you, closer to you. And with each beat of my heart, for every day in your heart, I remember for you. You say, and every day, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. Look out, Lord. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna make you love me. Yes, I will. Yes, I will. I'm gonna make you love me. Yes, I will. Yes, I will. I'm gonna make you. Yes, I will. Yes, I will. I'm gonna make you love me. Alright, so should have done that. Try again. Temptations. I'm gonna do all the things for you a girl wants a man to do. Oh baby, oh baby. I'll sacrifice for you. I'll even be wrong for you. Oh baby, oh baby, every hour under the shower, you with love and affection. Look out, it's coming in your direction, and I'm gonna make you love me. Oh yes I will, yes I will. I'm gonna make you love me. Oh yes I will. It's all good. I love some you see, I know you never get tired. Oh baby, oh baby. I'm gonna use that you should get the book out of my best to get some baby. I don't know it's baby. And every night, every day, I'm gonna say, I'm gonna get you, I'm gonna get you, look out for it, 'cause I'm gonna get you, I'm gonna make you love. Oh, yes I will, yes I will, I'm gonna make you love me. Oh, yes I will, you know I will. And yes I take each and every step I make, getting me closer, baby, closer to you. And each beat of my heart, every day of heart. I felt it every day. And every night, and every day. I'm gonna get you, I'm gonna get you. Look out there, cause I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna make you love me. Yes, I will, I will. Yes, I will. I'm gonna make you love me. Yes, I will. Yes, I will. I'm gonna make you love me. Yes, I will. Yes, I will. I'm gonna make you love me. We might surprise you. Oh, I think I get like this. You're getting hurry. This is all right, I guess. Anybody you want. Looking out on the morning rain. I used to feel so inspired. And when I knew I had to face another day, oh, you feel so tired. Before I knew I met you, life was so unkind. You're the key to my peace of mind. 'Cause you make me feel, you make me feel, you make me feel like a natural woman. And my soul was in the lost and found. You came along to play. I didn't know just what was wrong with me. Your kiss helped me make it. 'Cause I'm the lonely powerful. I'm what I'm living for. If you make me happy, I don't need to do more. 'Cause you make me feel. You make me feel. You make me feel like a natural woman. Oh, baby, what you done to me? What you done to me? Make me feel so good inside, good inside. And I just wanna be close to you. You make me feel so alive. You make me feel. You make me feel. You make me feel like a natural woman. You make me feel. You make me feel like a natural woman. You make me feel. How you gonna spell that? This is what you must demand of your fellow person. What you want? Baby, I got it. What you need? If no, I got it. All I'm asking is for a little respect when you come home. Hey, baby, let me come home. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. I ain't gonna do wrong. Why you gone? I ain't gonna do wrong. 'Cause I don't wanna. All I'm asking is for a little respect when you come home. Baby, just let me come home. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. I have to give you all my money. That's all I'm asking in return, honey, is to give me my promise when you get home. So just a yeah, baby. When you get home, just a little bit, just a little bit. Oh, kisses sweeter than honey. And guess what? So is my money. All I want you to do for me is give me a real, baby. Make it to me now. Just a little, just a little bit. R-E-S-P-C-T. Find out what it means to me. R-E-S-P-C-T. Take care of T-C-B. Suck to me, suck it to me, suck it to me. Not just that. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. I'll get tired. Keep on trying. You're running out of food. I ain't lying. This next song is me. No. Shake, 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 for 5 long years, I thought you were my man, but I found out I'm just a link in the chain. Oh, you got me where you want me. I ain't nothing but your fool. You treated me weak. Oh, you treated me cruel. Chain, 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 chain of food. Every chain has got a weak link. I might be a weak child, but I'll give you strength. Oh yeah. Ooh, you just told me to leave you alone. My father said, come on home. And the doctor said, take it easy. Oh, but your loving is much too strong. I'm at it too. So, chain, 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 chain. Oh, one of these mornings, the chain is gonna break. But up until then, yeah, oh, I'm gonna take off the tape. Oh, yeah. Chain, 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 You gotta think about what you're trying to do to me. Think, think, let your mind go, let yourself be free. Let's go back, let's go way back when. I didn't even know you, you couldn't win too much more than just a child. I ain't no psychiatrist, I ain't no doctor with degrees. But it don't take too much IQ to see what you're doing to me. You better think about what you're trying to do to me. Yeah, think, let your mind go, let yourself be free. Oh, freedom, 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 freedom. Oh, freedom, 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 no freedom. Think about it. You think about it. You ain't nothing. You can't ask that to answer you, but I won't. But I'm not gonna change till I'm not gonna keep the things I don't. You better think about what you're trying to do to me. Oh, think about it. Let yourself be free. You walking around every day playing games, taking slows. On the ground, and you can lose your mind. Well, be careful, but don't lose your nose. Think, think about what you're trying to do to me. Oh, woo. Think. Let time go. Let yourself be free. You need me, and I need you. Don't know without each other. Ain't nothing people can do. Whoa, think about it. You gotta do it now, baby. Take time right now. Think about it. Think about forgiveness. 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 Oh, places to see. I brought all the maps with me. Go, Johnny. It ain't no sin. Keep it right in my dream. So your traffic's moving way too slow. Drive the pedal and go. 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 We're riding on the freeway of love in the hands of back. Oh, we're riding on the freeway of love in my pink Cadillac. Oh, yeah, we're riding on the freeway of love in the hands of back. Yeah, we're riding on the freeway of love in my pink Cadillac. We got lots of time. We get in quick till we get to the other side. The radio playing a song. We keep rolling. You know how it can ever get. You think about slowing down. Maybe the traffic's moving way too slow. Grab the pedal and go. 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 We're riding on the freeway of the love in the dance of heaven. We are riding on the freeway of the love in my pink Cadillac. We are riding on the freeway of love in the dance of heaven. And we're riding on the freeway of love in my pink Cadillac. No. Here we go. Way too slow. Grab the pedal and go. Oh, go. We're rolling on the freeway of love in the hands of that. We're rolling on the freeway of love in my pink Cadillac. We're rolling on the freeway of love in the hands of that. Yeah, I'm on the freeway of love in my pink Cadillac. Freeway down the road. Hold it. controversial. Oh, it's all right. All right, let's do the first verse. It's not a second verse. It's not super weird. What is this lyric? Why did this lyric sense? Why isn't this on Wikipedia? No one knows. Well, I'm telling you, the, the, let's do this. Yo, baby, please provide me with the lyrics to Amazing Grace. All of them, including the second and third and fourth and fifth verses, but make them all for Jewish power. I'm gonna try it. What? Dog. Verse 5, verse 4. Okay, we'll try it, and if it doesn't work well, shit happens. If I cut it off in the middle, do that. There we go. Oh, hey, hold on a second. You guys know what Sunak Pishai is? Actually, Pishai? Yeah, Sunak. How is your Zoom? Are you listening to Amazing Grace 3/4 of the way through? I've got 10 minutes of this shit. Come on, bro. Give it to me. Amazing Grace. How sweet Sound. Say, oh, okay. Come on, sing the fucking song. Gosh. Holy fucking shit, just sing the fucking song. Alright, it's gotta be shorter than that. I can't do that. Okay. It's too long. It's too long. Let's do this one with Oprah and Gail. And with the Rita Frank. It's half the time. I'm sure Oprah does. Oprah knows that she doesn't have time. It's like Gail knows that she doesn't have time. Kids, if you're out there, know this one time. I really wanted to dedicate myself to something. I had known that Oprah had opened a school in Africa, and one of the things, if you're not part of our family, you need to understand Oprah's reason. Oprah used to come on every single day at like 3 o'clock, wherever you were in the world, basically. But sometimes it's basically. Anyway, it's a syndicated show. It's like the biggest talk show of all time. And one of the topics, she used to take on really serious topics. Yeah, everybody got a car, you got a car, you got a car, all that. But like, she used to take on really serious topics about abuse and about people with disabilities or certain things. I mean, it was like a really deep show. And I remember she had something on about female genital. And I thought, this is a terrible, terrible thing that's going on. And I went to go betting this type of that's happened to people. And it really opened my eyes to what we do to ourselves. I'm just putting it out there, folks. I think that we can have a ceremonial grace and just like we've done for here. I think that. I mean, why isn't anybody saying that? Snap out of it. We don't have to cut off our dicks anymore. Or our kids' dicks. We can do a pinprick, just like ceremonial. It doesn't say in Torah exactly what is done. It doesn't go into super detail. So for Dushkinu in the front row, I think he's gonna agree with me. And I know Rebbit's in the back wants everybody to know that it could have been longer. For as long as Rabbi's dick is, it could have been longer. I think that there's a process where perhaps with stem cells and integrate where more skin regrowth isn't there. All right, with that being said, shout out to Oprah. Oprah, let's hope that Aretha isn't doing the same thing. Shout out to Stetson, to Stedman. Shout out to all the Stedman. Just sing the fucking song. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, this was on Oprah. Oprah's interrupting her. Can't somebody sing this fucking song normally? All right. We're done with that song. It's got a bunch of verses to it that we will eventually make better. I need some rhythm. I need to know where the song is going. All right. Next up, the final arena. It's not that. When I think about it, here you go, girl. This is for their back. Here's what you think. Wake up. I say a little prayer for you. I'm holding my hand down and wondering what dress to wear. Now I say a little prayer for you. Forever, ever, 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 you stay in my heart, and I will love you. Forever, ever, 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 heart, oh how I love you. Together, 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 so it must be to live without you. Without my heartbreak for you. I'm still, well, right my feet, I say a little for you. Would I just take time and offer my coffee? Break time, I say a little prayer for you. Forever, ever, 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 stay in my heart, and I will love you. Forever, ever, 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 never will come. Oh, I love you. Together, 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 that's how it must be to live without you. Heartbreak for me, oh, my heart is for me. Ever, 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 you stay in my heart, and I will love you. Forever, ever, 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 never will come. Oh, now I love you. Together, 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 that's how it must be to live without you. Would only be heartbreak for me. My darling, believe me, there is no one but you. Please love me too. I'm in love with you. Answer my prayer. Answer my prayer, baby. Answer my prayer. Say you love me too. Answer my prayer. Answer my prayer, baby. Answer my prayer. Forever, ever, 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 stay in my heart, and I will love you. Forever, ever, never, never will come. I love you. Together, 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 that's how it must be. To live without you would only be heartbreak for me. My darling, believe me, believe me, for me there is no one but you. Please love me too. My friend, this song is another version. And Aretha, young her, if you have just had a music career, she would be on late night infomercials or the Psychic Network, Psychic Friends Network. So, The moment I wake up, before I put on my makeup, I say a little prayer for you. Welcome and wondering what dress to wear now. Say a little prayer for you. Forever, forever, you stay in my heart, and I will love you forever and ever. We never will part of how I love you together, together. That's how it must be to live without you. You don't make me heartbreak for me. I run for the bus while riding, I think of busty. I say a little prayer for you. At work, I just take time. And all through life, I'll break down. I say a little bit for you. Forever, forever, you stay in my heart, and I will love you forever and ever. We never will part. Oh, how I love you together, together. That's how it must be to live without you. Would only be heartbreak for me. I say a little bit for you. I say a little bit for you. Forever, forever, you stay in my heart, and I'll love you forever and ever. We never will part. Oh, how I love you together, together. That's how it must be to live without you. Would only be heartbreak for me. For me, there is no one but you. Please love me too. I'm in love with you. It's on my prayer. Say you love me too. It's on my prayer. Say a little prayer. I say a little prayer. Why is it that matches stop? I don't understand. Why is it that, especially on ChatGPT, God, you guys have more money than everybody needs. Just ship it. You see me walking down the street, and I start to cry. Each time we meet, walk on by, walk on by. Maybe that you don't see the tears, just let me breathe in private, 'cause each time I see you, I break down and cry. Walk on by, stop, walk on by, stop, walk on by. I just can't get over losing you, and so it might seem broken. Walk on by, walk on by. Foolish pride, that's all that I have left. So let me hide the tears and the sadness you gave me when you said goodbye. Walk on by. Walk on by. Walk on by. Walk on by. The foolish cry. That's all that I can let. So let me cry. The tears and the sadness you feel when you say goodbye. Walk on by. Walk on by. I really gotta look on top of my they believe in a city. I really gotta look on top of my I was afraid to sing music. I didn't wait so long. I need a long you know the way to sing music. I'm going back to the planet until I'm music. After you create free way, put on my face down and buy your car. Maybe to the I stop. It's a shame to you. I would take out the stars. And then I'm fucking time. Because yes, you can't really do the same music. They got a lot of space for your feet in a place where I can say, when I was born and raised in same music, I'm going back to find my peace and my music. Came across it's not like that. If you can with a dream in your heart, you're alone. Still, doubt and walk away. Who you are without a friend. You check your heart and out of the way. I got lots of friends in San Jose. You know the way to San Jose. It's free. Pull up my chin down and buy the car. In a week, maybe two weeks, I'll make you a song. Sending to you how to put papers and all the stars and every word of fucking cars and hungry gas. I got lots of friends to say Jose. Can't wait to get back to San Jose. I feel this way, and as far as I'm concerned, I'm glad you got the chance to say that I do believe I love you. And the time I should ever go away. Well, then close your eyes and say I feel the way you do today. And if you can remember, keep smiling, keep shining. No, you can always count on me for sure. That's what friends are for good times. And bad times, I'll be on your side forevermore. That's what friends are for. Well, you came to love me. Now there's so much more I see. And so by the way, I thank you, oh, and then for the times when we're apart. Well, then close your eyes and know the words are coming from my heart. And then if you can remember, oh, keep smiling, keep shining. No, you can always count on me for sure. And that's what friends are for. In good times and bad times, I'll be on your side forevermore. Oh, that's what friends are for. Keep smiling, keep shining. No, you can always count on me for sure. That's what friends are for good times and bad times, and I'll be on your side forever. That's what friends are for. Keep smiling, keep shining. No, you can always count on me. Oh, for sure. If that's what friends are for good times and for bad times, I'll be on your side forever. That's what friends are for. For sure. I made a life, I love you. Only the time and the dream that I follow is gone. Trying to keep the rain. Just searching my world. Whatever I understand. You're okay. You have to be at my time, breaking through. Is it a lesson that I can't do? Gotta get on. Why did you have to be I'm sorry, I never be what you want me to be. So you have to be the one to be on. This world never ends. Like you and I. My love is stronger than any universe. It's always kind for you and me to do it. Just you could see me. Later than hurting out of my mind. Held by the power of you. To be a heartbreaker. I was being what you want me to be. But we all to be a heartbreaker. Is it a lesson that I can't remember? I think everything I ever wanted. My love for you is good. Why do you have to be a heartbreaker? When I was being what you wanted me to be. Cause you had everything I ever wanted. It's the next band. It's super good country. This is, I love it. You have to understand, years ago, an amazing, in my opinion, probably the best radio station gave from the gave it's amazing. The best hits from the 50s, 60s, and then moved into the 80s. The entire station was gone to dog shit. I know that they think that they're great when it comes to ratings, but dog shit. Alright. And one of the reasons why is they just play the same fucking songs, and they should have played other songs. Like they could play the Beatles, but the Beatles are pretty expensive to play, so they only played it on like Sunday morning, which is like, dog. If you're saying you're playing the best of the 50s, 60s, early 70s, the 60s were like the heart of it were the Beatles, and you're not playing Beatles. But I think that's one of the reasons why they feel. Also, you know, they weren't playing big hits, they were playing the same song. And one of the songs that they would play all the fucking time. I mean, they would play this motherfucking song right when the show kicked off, 5 a.m., 5:04 a.m., 5:16 a.m. They played the song again at about 5:28 a.m., again at 5:33 a.m. Then they play it at like 5:42 a.m. They play the song again at 5:55. 5:55, it's Gladys Knight and the Pips. Of course, at the 6 o'clock hour would come along, and then be like, oh, well, it's a new hour. What are we going to play right at 6? Gladys Knight and the Pips, Midnight Train to Georgia. They play another, like, maybe a couple songs here and there, but chances are they were going to play Midnight Train to Georgia again by like 6:10. Then they play Midnight Train to Georgia again at 6:15, 6:20. They might play it at 6:28. Then they, take a nice long break till about 6:32, and then they play it again. They play Midnight Train to Georgia again at 6:41 and at 6:47. Then they really start to get in their groove about 6:58, Midnight Train to Georgia. Then you got the 7 o'clock hour. And the 7 o'clock hour was really prime time Gladys Knight and the Pips. And you'd hear it at 7:01, they played Gladys Knight in the Pips, but they didn't want to overbear you with it, so they'd wait until 7:11 to play Gladys Knight in the Pips again. Then they played Gladys Knight in the Pips Midnight Train to Georgia at like 7:17 in the morning. Then they played again at 7:24 in the morning. Then, when all was said and done, they said, hey, you think we're playing this song too much? Absolutely fucking not. Then they played again at 7:33 in the morning and 7:38 in the morning. They moved into the 7:47-ish range when they might play back to back because it's just amazing. And then they played again perhaps around 7:56. And I know what you're thinking, okay, fine. Their morning show is going to be over at sight. That's when you get into the groove. That's the 8 a.m. Gladys Knight and the Pips Power Hour. When they played this fucking song at 8 a.m. and 8:05 a.m. and 8:10 a.m. They might play a few commercials because then they have to play it again at 8:17. They have to play it again at 8:23. They had to play it again at 8:30. Everybody had to hear it at 8:30, and then again at 8:38. Then they would play maybe a couple other hits, maybe do some commercials, some live reads, and then they play Gladys Knight and the Pips to really just strengthen the tail end of the show. They played at 8:46, 8:50, 8:55, and 9. And I know what you think, oh, but isn't that when the show was over? Oh, yeah, absolutely. But then it was the Gladys Knight and the Pips Midnight Train to Georgia weekend. So you were going to hear it all fucking weekend. And, if you're the 88th caller to KR 101, you will get tickets to go see Gladys Knight and the Pips at the Hollywood Bowl. I'm telling you kids, they played this fucking song so much that I understand why they changed their format. Like, their format sucks in comparison to this. Like, they're playing we play the classics, like Maroon 5. Like, maybe someday that'll be classic, but that's still pretty recent. Oh, we play the classics like One Direction. Like, dog, no, stop. My mom always had a joke. What do you call Gladys Knight without the Pips? Pick list. L.A. Too much for the man. Too much for the man. He couldn't make it, so he's leaving alive. He's come to know. He said he's gone. He said he's going back to find. Going back to find you. What's left in this world. The world he left behind. That's so long ago. He's leaving on that midnight train to Georgia, leaving on the midnight train. Said he's going back to find the simpler place inside the right. Yes, it's gonna be right by my side. I'll be with you. I know you will. On the midnight train to Georgia, leaving on the midnight train to Georgia. Woo woo! You gotta live in this world. They live without him in mind. The world is his and hers alone. He kept dreaming that someday he'd be a superstar, but he didn't get far. But he sure found out the hard way. Dreams won't always come doing all these things come true. Running on all his hopes. Ooh, so you don't know. Ooh. A one-way ticket back to life. He wants to. Oh yes, he did. He said he would. He's leaving. On that midnight train to Georgia, leaving on the midnight train. He's going back to find. Going back to find. It was simpler place and time they got mine. This will be right by his side. I'm glad to be with him. I know you will. On that midnight train to Georgia, leaving on the midnight train to Georgia. Woo-hoo! You gotta live in his world. They live without him in mind. World is his alone. The midnight train tonight, come home. Gonna board on the midnight train to go. Night love, gonna board on the midnight train to go. Young girl, every world, our world, and his alone, our world, his world, our world, mine and his alone. I got to go, I got to go, I got to go. That train to go, I got to go, I got to go. Midnight train to go. Our world, his world, our man, his girl. I got to go, I got to go. Oh, you guys didn't know that Gary Bryant used to stand up here when I played the song hundreds of times an hour. Alright, here we go. Ladders. I don't feel like the pips got enough credit. They can whoa, whoa! That's like my favorite part of the song. Shout out to the pips. Alright, here we go. No, don't give me a biography. Top 25 songs. Oh, guess what the fuck is number one? Midnight Train to Georgia. Alright, now, that's for sure. Alright. This is not the best. The hard to get it. Wait. I'm very partial to Martin. I'm not that sure. We can I bet you wondered how I missed you. Baby, 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 without your plan to make me blue. With some other girl you knew before. Between the two of us, girls, you know I loved them all. It took me by surprise, I must say. When I found out yesterday, don't you know that I heard it through the grapevine? I heard it through the grapevine. How much longer would you be? How much longer would you? Don't know I heard it through the grapevine. I heard it through the grapevine. Just about your blues. Oh yes, I am. good look to be still mine. Baby, 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 keep shining all the time. Losing you more than like to see. Cause you mean that much to me. You just told me yourself that you love somebody. And I heard it through the way, oh, I heard it through the way. I'm just gonna know what you be, how much I'm what you be. I heard it, just I heard it through the way. Just about to lose my mind. Oh, yes, I am. Do you plan to let me go? Do let me love it? Oh, I heard it through the grapevine. Heard it through the grapevine. Would you be mine much longer? Would you be mine? Oh, I heard it. Yes, I heard it. It's sad to think we're not gonna make it. It's gotten to the point where we just can't take it. Some unlikely reason. Such already done. I guess neither one of us could be the first to say goodbye. What I'm gonna do without you, without you. And you must be wondering something too. So go on together, living a life. Because neither one of us like to be first to say goodbye. Oh, every time I find her, oh, those old memories get in my way. No! That I deceived. comes to say goodbye. It's in there can be no way. It can have a happy ending. So we just go on. Hurting and pretending. Missing myself. To give it just one more try. Because neither one of us wants to be there to say. Neither one of us wants to be the first to say. Neither one of us wants to be the first to say. When you were my man, you have no, you really said it. I had the strength to walk out that door. I love the little my sins. When I call you back from home, you wonder your you were not tears darling, says you're nothing at all. And I pick them up, when she loves you, you're like a diamond. If she treats you like glass, and if you if I was your woman, if I was your woman, if I was your woman, here's what I do. No, it's not loving you. Ooh, yeah, yeah. Life is so crazy. Love you one time, like she came first time. Will she hang out on your mind? You're hard to me. You don't even know it. I'm what you need. But you're afraid to show it. I was your woman. I was your woman. That's the base and down having you that's scary. And like, yeah, okay. It's all because of you. To never write my life story. Because you're the best thing. Whatever happens. When times were hard, but always I made it through. But for every that's been hurting, that I spent, oh, just loving you. There's anyone to ever write my life story. Oh, whatever because you're the best thing that ever happened to me. No, you're the best thing. You're the best thing. this song was redone years later. And it, stop. Ready for my French to come out? Sister go, sister go, sister go, sister hey, sister go, sister go, sister go, sister even now we know you only shining the star upon the street. She said, I don't know. You wanna give it a go? Get ya, da, da, da. Get ya, da, here. Mocha chocolate, ya, ya. Real lady, voulez-vous coucher avec moi? Cette fois, voulez-vous coucher avec moi? They were who was out to see, pressing down. That I think on that man wine. I sat and she spread and started to breathe. I'm looking at you, get you, yeah. Mocha chocolate, yeah. We are waiting now. Voulez-vous coucher avec moi? C'est moi. Voulez-vous coucher avec moi? Hey, Mocha chocolate, yeah. We are making love. Voulez-vous coucher avec moi? Cette fois, voulez-vous coucher avec moi? Voulez-vous coucher avec moi? Cette fois, we are waiting now. Voulez-vous coucher avec moi? Cette fois, voulez-vous coucher avec moi? Voulez-vous coucher avec moi? Cette fois, voulez-vous coucher avec moi? Voulez-vous coucher avec moi? Cette fois, voulez-vous coucher avec moi? Voulez-vous coucher avec moi? Cette fois, voulez-vous coucher avec moi? Okay, if you can hear that song, maybe ask me. Oh, I fucking love this song. Dude, shout out. Oh, we're ending on this song. This shout out to Dr. Laura Schlesinger. This bitch was like after the airwaves at points. And this is like, I think so. This was like her opening theme. This song's amazing. I fucking look. I know what she has said, and I get that. And I think, if I recall, there's a point trying to be made on the First Amendment, which I understand. And I'm a big fan. And hot, and cold. I was running into it's extreme. So low, so low, that I know where to go. Okay. I'm feeling good. My head in my shoes. Know where I'm going and I know what to do. I got it up to my point of view. I gotta do that too. I'm in control. My worries are few. Cause I'm in love and I never knew. Ooh, 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 ooh. I got a new attitude. I can't wait to potentially stack up with Dr. What? Brand new ideas and we have to fast. Feeling nice. You know, I change. But that look in your eyes. Yeah. I'm feeling good from my head to my shoes. Know where I'm going and I know what to do. I'm tidying up my point of view. I got a new attitude. I'm in control. My worries are few. Cause I'm in love with I never knew. Ooh, 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 ooh. I got a new attitude. Ooh, 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 ooh. I'm feeling good with my head to my shoes. Know where I'm going and I know what to do. I tied it up my point of view. I got a new attitude. I'm in control. My worries are few. I got a new attitude. Ooh, 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 ooh. I got a new attitude. Ooh, 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 ooh. Hey, Robinson, want to check up? Thank you. All right. Yet another concert with a book. What are you titles? All right, back to base, Joe. How you living, Pimp? How you feeling? Let's go to your neck of the woods. I see, man. Thank you for coming. We did tonight was well, I changed some songs. Well, and then I sang the real version, but we did not have the band that was. And I did all Israeli cities for Dancing on the Street. And then I did the real version, which I saw 3 times. And then we did Much Martha, Reeves and the Vandals. Then we got into I'd forgotten Rich Occasion that I wanted to do. But I did. Then we got into Aretha Franklin. And then we got into Valentine Tips. And then we finished with Franklin. Not all day, every day, baby. How you feeling? Well, that's to be expected. 3:43 a.m. I'm kicking ass and kicking names. I now that I do this, I have to upload it to my net. Oh, all right. I've been there's this Lex Friedman podcast with this one guy who talks about the history of the Roman Empire. And, he's pretty good. Oh, I listened to the Joey Diaz, the new Joey Diaz, and I just kind of want to say it's the same shit. It's not, yeah, it wasn't like overwhelmingly good, but it's, yeah, they call it the same. And where his podcast is going to get really big is he's going to start interviewing regular people, like plumbers and taxi drivers and like normal people. Theo Vaughn does that, and they're some of his highest rated podcasts. So I can see it's just people are sick of hearing about you robbing people. Like it's like it's your niche, I get it, but like we just everybody's. I'm excited for them to pick up some steam. I'm surprised that they don't do it from Austin. I'm surprised Joey Diaz hasn't moved to Austin. I think that would be the best thing for him. That he just be kind of a legend. But instead he's doing this thing in New Jersey, and I think that he's got a child, so I get it. He doesn't want to take prep school and do all that other shit. But really, his podcast isn't going to explode. Well, it could. But I feel like if he could just get a lot of those guests who come in for the Joe Rogan experience, he could just triple his own. Absolutely. You do you. Ooh, 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 ooh. I got a new one too. I'm in control.
So Rome always wins because even if they lose battles, they go to the Italian allies and raise the arms. So how do you beat them? He could never raise that many troops himself. And Hannibal, I think, corrupted one way to maybe defeat Rome is to cut them away from their allies. Well, how do you do this? Hannibal's plan is, I'm not going to invade the Romans, Spain, or Africa. I'm going to invade Italy. So I'm going to strike at the heart of this growing Roman Empire. And my hope is that if I can win a couple big battles against Rome in Italy, the Italians will want their freedom back. And they'll rebel for Rome and maybe even join Rome. Because most people who are conquered want their freedom back. So this is a reasonable plan. So Hannibal famously yells, elephants, dramatic stuff. Nobody expects him to do this. Nobody thinks he can do this. He shows up in order to invade. Romans said, Hannibal massacre. He is a well who knows. It takes a year. It's the second army to know the story. Sends against Hannibal. Hannibal wipes him. Rome gets Columbus. They say, okay, Hannibal's out. We're going to take 2 years, raise 2 armies, and send them both at the same time against Hannibal. So they do this, and this is the Battle of Cannae, which is one of the most famous battles in history. Hannibal is facing this army of 80,000 Romans around, and he comes up with a strategy called double envelopment. This famous strategy. He basically sucks the Romans in, surrounds them on all sides. And one afternoon, the Battle of Cannae, Hannibal kills about 60,000 Romans. Now, just to put that in perspective, that's more Romans to death in one afternoon with swords than Americans died in 20 years.
The following is a conversation with Rabbi, a director, historian specializing in ancient Rome and military history. This is a Let's Read podcast. Support it. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, is Rabbi, director. What do you think is the big difference between the ancient world and the modern?
Well, the easy answer, the one you often get, is technology. And obviously, there's huge differences in technology in the ancient world today. But I think some of the more interesting stuff is a little bit more works things, or structural things. So I would say, first of all, childhood mortality. In the ancient world, and this is true of Greeks, Romans, Egyptians, really anybody up until about the Industrial Revolution, about 30 to 40% of kids die before they hit puberty. So, I mean, put yourself in place of the average average. If you were an ancient person, 3 or 4 of your kids probably would have died, would have buried your children. And nowadays, we think of that as an unusual thing. Just psychologically, that's a huge thing. You would have seen multiple of your siblings die. If you're a woman, for example, if you were lucky enough to make it to, let's say, age 13, you probably would have to give birth 4 to 5 times in order just to keep the population from dying out. So those kind of grim mortality statistics, I think, are a huge difference psychologically between the ancient world and the modern.
The fundamentals, do you think human nature changed much? Do you think it's the same elements that we see today? Fear, greed, love, hope, optimism, and cynicism, the underlying forces that result in the war, all of that permeates human history?
The answer is yes. I think human nature is roughly constant. And for me, as an ancient historian, the kind of documents that I really like to are not the traditional literary sources. They're the things that give us those little glimpses into everyday life. So stuff like tombstones or graffiti, or just something that survives on a scrap of parchment that records a financial transaction. And whenever I read some of those, I'll have this moment of, feeling, oh, I know exactly how that person felt. Here across 2,000 years of time, completely different cultures, I have this spark of sympathy with some of that activity. And I think as a historian, the way you begin to understand an alien, a foreign culture, which is what these cultures are, is to look for those little moments of sympathy. But on the other hand, there's ways in which ancient cultures are wildly different. So you also look for those moments where you just think, how the hell could these people have done that? I just don't understand how they could have thought or acted in this way. And it's lining up those moments of sympathy and kind of disconnection that I think is when you begin to start to understand a foreign culture or an ancient culture.
I love the idea of assembling the big picture through the details of little pieces, because that is the thing that makes it life. The big picture is nothing but the details.
And those details will bring it to life. It's not the grand sweep of things. It's seeing those little hopes and fears. Another thing that I think is a huge difference between the modern world and the ancient is just that basically everybody's a farmer. Everybody's a small family. And I was just writing a lecture for my next break course, and I was writing about farm knowledge. And I was really thinking, if we were to write a realistic textbook, let's say the Roman Empire, 9 out of 10 chapters should be details of what it was like to be a small-time family farmer, because that's what 90% of the people in the ancient world did. They weren't soldiers, they weren't priests, they weren't kings, they weren't authors, they weren't artists, they were small-town family farmers. And they lived in a little village. They never traveled 20 miles from that village. They were born there, they married somebody from there, they raised kids, they mucked around in the dirt for a couple decades, and they died. They never saw a battle, they never saw a work of art, they never saw a philosopher, they never took part in any of the things we define as being history. So that's what life should be, and that's represented.
Nevertheless, it is the emperors, the philosophers, and the artists, and the warriors of art history.
And it is the emperors. So, that's true. There's a reason we focus on that.
That's a good reminder that if you want to truly empathize and understand what life is like, you have to represent it fully.
And I would say let's not forget that. So let's not forget what life was like for 80, 90% of people in Egypt, the ones we don't talk about, because that's important too.
So the Roman Empire is widely considered to be the most powerful, influential, and impactful empire in history. And what is the reason?
Yeah, I mean, Rome has been hugely influential just because of the image. I mean, there's all these practical things. The words I'm using to speak with you today, 30% are derived from Latin, another 30% are from Latin-descended languages. Our law codes, our habits, our holidays, everything comes fairly directly from the ancient world. But the image of it, at least again, Western civilization, dominant image of a successful empire. And I think that's what gives it a lot of its fascination. This idea that Rome was this great, powerful, culturally influential empire. And there's a lot of other empires. We could talk about ancient China, which arguably was just as big as Rome, just as culturally sophisticated, lasted about the same amount of time. But these Western civilization, Rome, paradigm. But Rome is a little schizophrenic in that it's the empire ruled by emperors, which is one kind of empire, and it's the Roman Republic, which is a pseudo-democracy, which is a different one. And it's interesting how some later civilizations tend to either focus on one or the other of those. So, the United States, Revolutionary France, they were very obsessed with the Roman Republic as a other people, Mussolini, Hitler, Napoleon, they were very obsessed with the empire, Victorian Britain, as a whole. So Rome itself has different aspects. But what I think is actually another big difference between modern world and ancient is our relationship with the past. So one of the keys to understand all of our history is to understand that this was a people who were obsessed with the past, and for whom the past had power. Not just as something inspirational, but they actually dictated what you do in your daily life. And today, especially in the United States, we don't have much relationship with the past. We see ourselves as a free agent, just floating around, not tethered to the king. And the classical story that I sometimes tell my classes to illustrate this. Rome started out as a monarchy. They had kings, they were happy with their kings around 500 BC. They held a revolution, they kicked out the kings. And one of the guys who played a key role in this was Lucius Julius. Okay? 500 years later, 500 years down the road, the guy comes along, Julius Caesar, who starts to act like a king. So if you have trouble with kings in Roman society, who are you going to call? Somebody named Brutus. Now, as it happens, there is a guy named Brutus in Roman society at this time who's one of Julius Caesar's best friends, Marcus Julius Brutus. Now, before I go further with the story, um, I just think about how important our ancestors are to Roman culture. I mean, if you went to an aristocrat Roman's house, you open the front door and walk in, the first thing you would see would be a big wooden cabinet. And if you open that up, what you would see would be row after row of wax, death masks. So when a Roman aristocrat died, they literally put hot wax on his face and made an impression of his face. And they hung these big cabinet right inside the front door. So every time you entered the house, you were literally staring at the faces of your ancestors. And every young child in the family would have obsessively memorized every accomplishment of every one of those ancestors. You would have known their career, what offices they held, the battles they fought in, what they did. When somebody new in the family died, there would be a big funeral, and they would talk about all the things their ancestors had did. The kids in the family would literally take out those masks, tie them onto their own faces, and wear them in the funeral procession. So you were like wearing the face of your ancestors. So you as an individual were important. You were just the latest iteration of that family. And there was enormous weight, a huge weight to live up to the deeds of your ancestors. So the Romans were absolutely obsessed with the past, especially with their own family. Every Roman kid who is, say, an aristocrat can tell you every one of his ancestors had centuries. I can't go beyond my grandparents. I don't even know, but that's 100 years. So it's a completely different attitude towards the past.
And the level of celebration that we have now of the ancestors, even with the names, not as intense as it was.
No. It was obsessive and oppressive. It was term oppressive. Oh, yes, because there's that point where you can act like your ancestors did.
Do you think, not to speak philosophically, but do you think there was limiting to the way the society developed to be deeply constrained by limiting it a good way or bad way?
Well, like everything, it's a little bit but the bad. So on the one hand, it gives them a restraint, and it gives them this enormous connection, it gives them guidance. But the negative, what's interesting, is it makes the Romans extremely traditionally minded and extremely conservative. And I mean conservative in the sense of resistant to change. So in the late Republic, later, Rome desperately needed to change certain things, but it was a society that did things the way the ancestors did it, and they did make some obvious changes which might have saved the Republic. So that's the downside, is that it locks you into something you can't change. But to get us back to the Brutuses, so 500 years after that first Brutus got rid of kings, Julius Caesar starts acting like a king. One of his best friends is Marcus Junius Brutus, and literally in the middle of the night, people go to Brutus's house and write graffiti on it that says, "Remember your ancestors." And another one is they think, "You're no real Brutus." And at that point, he really has no choice. He forms a conspiracy, and on the Ides of March 44 BC, he and 20 other senators take daggers, stick them in Julius Caesar, and kill him for acting like a king. So the way I always pose this to my students is, how many of you would stick a knife in your best friend because of what your great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather did? That's the limit. That's the power of the past. That's a society where the past is just influential, but it dictates it. And that concept, I think, is very alien to us today. We can't imagine murdering our best friend because of what some incredibly distant ancestor did 500 years ago. But to Brutus, there is no choice. You have to do that. And a lot of societies have this power. Today, not so much, but some still do. A decade ago, I was in Serbia, and I was talking to some of the people there about the breakup of Yugoslavia and some of the wars that take place where people return to.
What do you think is the big difference between the ancient and the modern?
Well, the easy answer, the one you often get, is technology. And obviously, there's huge differences in technology between the ancient world and today. But I think some of the more interesting stuff is a little bit more amorphous things, more structural things. So I would say, first of all, childhood mortality. In the ancient world, with Greeks, Romans, Egyptians, really anybody up until about the Industrial Revolution, about 30 to 40% of kids die before they get puberty. So, I mean, put yourself in place on an average family. If you were an ancient person, 3 or 4 of your kids probably would have died. You would have nowadays we think of that as not a good thing. Just psychologically, that's a huge thing. You would have seen multiple of your siblings die. If you're a woman, for example, if you were lucky enough to make it to, let's say, age 13, you probably would have to give birth 4 or 5 times in order just to keep the population from dying out. So those kind of grim mortality statistics, I think, are a huge difference psychologically between the ancient world and the modern.
But fundamentally, do you think human nature changed much? Do you think the same elements of what we see today, fear, greed, love, hope, optimism, and cynicism, the underlying forces that result in war, all of that, for me, is human history?
Crude answer is yes. I think human nature is roughly constant. And for me, as an ancient historian, kind of documents that I really like are not the traditional literary sources, but they're the things that give us those little glimpses into everyday life. So stuff like tombstones or graffiti, or just something that survives on a scrap of parchment that records a financial transaction. And whenever I read some of those, I'll have this moment of, feeling, oh, I know exactly how that person felt. Here across 2,000 years of time, completely different cultures, I have this spark of sympathy with someone's creativity. And I think as a historian, the way you begin to understand an alien, a foreign culture, which is what these cultures are, is to look for those little moments of sympathy. But on the other hand, there's ways in which ancient cultures are wildly different. So you also look for those moments where you just think, how the hell could these people have done that? I just don't understand how they could have thought or acted in this way. And it's lining up those moments of sympathy and kind of disconnection that I think is when you begin to start to understand a foreign culture, an ancient culture.
I love the idea of assembling the big picture from the details of the little pieces, because that is the thing to make it life. The big picture is nothing without the details.
Yeah. And those details will bring it to life. It's not the grand sweep of things. It's seeing those little hopes and fears. Another
This guy is fucking.
So Rome always wins, because even if they lose battles, they go to the Italian allies and have citizens and raise new armies. So how do you beat them? He can never raise that many troops himself. And Hannibal, I think, correctly figures out the one way to maybe defeat Rome is to cut them away from their allies. So how do you do this? Hannibal's plan is, I'm not going to wait to fight the Romans, Spain, North Africa. I'm going to invade Italy. So I'm going to strike at the heart of this growing Roman Empire. And my hope is that if I can win a couple big battles against Rome in Italy, the Italians will want their freedom back. And they'll rebel from Rome and maybe even join me. Because most people who get conquered want their freedom back. So this is a reasonable plan. So Hannibal famously crosses the Alps, elephants, dramatic stuff. Nobody says do this. Nobody thinks they can do this. Shows up in Roman Italy. Roman sudden army. Hannibal massacres. He is a military genius. It's a year. He's the second army of the story. Sends against Hannibal. Hannibal wipes him out. Rome gets clever this time. They say, okay, Hannibal's Hannibal. We're going to take 2 years, raise 2 armies, and send them both up at the same time against Hannibal. So they do this, and this is the Battle of Cade, which is one of the most famous battles in history. Hannibal's facing this army of 80,000 and he comes up with a strategy called doubling down. It's this famous strategy. He basically sucks the Romans in, surrounds them on all sides. One afternoon, at the Battle of Cade, Hannibal kills about 60,000 Romans. Now, just to put that in perspective, that's more Romans hacked to death in one afternoon with swords than Americans died in 20 years of Vietnam.
The following is a conversation with Gregory Aldrich, a historian specializing in ancient Rome and military history. This is the Let's Read podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Gregory Aldrich. What do you think is the big difference between the ancient world and the modern world?
Well, the easy answer, one you often get is technology. And obviously, there's huge differences in technology between the ancient world and today. But I think some of the more interesting stuff is a little bit more amorphous things, more structural things. So I would say, first of all, childhood mortality. In the ancient world, and this is true of Greeks, Romans, Egyptians, really anybody up until about the Industrial Revolution, about 30 to 40% of kids died before they hit puberty. So, I mean, put yourself in the place of an average ancient world. If you were an ancient person, 3 or 4 of your kids probably would have died, would have buried your children. And nowadays we think of that as an unusual thing. Just psychologically, that's a huge thing. You would have seen multiple of your siblings die. If you were a woman, for example, if you were lucky enough to make it to, let's say, age 13, you probably would have to give birth 4 or 5 times in order just to keep the population from dying. So there's kind of grim mortality statistics I think are a huge difference psychologically between the ancient world and the modern.
Well, fundamentally, do you think human nature changed much? Do you think the same elements of what we see today, fear, greed, love, hope, optimism, and cynicism, the underlying forces that result in war, all of that permeates through history?
True answer is, I think human nature is roughly constant. And for me, as an ancient historian, the kind of documents that I really like getting are not the traditional literary sources, but they're the things that give us those little glimpses into everyday life. So stuff like tombstones or graffiti, or just something that survives on a scrap of parchment that records a financial transaction. And whenever I read some of those, I'll have this moment of, feeling, oh, I know exactly how the person felt. Here across 2,000 years of time, completely different cultures, I have this spark of sympathy with someone called Timber. And I think as a historian, the way you begin to understand an alien, a foreign culture, which is what these cultures are, is to look for those little moments of sympathy. But on the other hand, there's ways in which ancient cultures are wildly different. So you also look for those moments where you just think, how the hell could these people have done it? I just don't understand how they could have thought or acted in this way. And it's lining up those moments of sympathy and kind of disconnection that I think is when you begin to start to understand a foreign culture, of an ancient culture.
I love the idea of assembling the big picture from the details, from the little pieces, because that is the thing that makes up life. The big picture is nothing but the details.
Yep. And those details will bring it to life. I mean, it's not the grand sweep of things. It's seeing those little hopes and fears. Another thing that I think is a huge difference between the modern world and the ancient is just basically everybody's a small family farm. I was just writing a lecture for my next break course course, and I was writing about farming in the ancient world. And I was really thinking, if we were to write a realistic textbook of, let's say, the Roman Empire, 9 out of 10 chapters should be details of what it was like to be a small-time family farm, because that's what 90% of the people in the ancient world did. They weren't soldiers, they weren't priests, they weren't kings, they weren't authors, they weren't artists, they were small-town family farmers. And they lived in a little village. They never traveled 20 miles from that village. They were born there, they married somebody from there, they raised kids, they mucked around in the dirt for a couple decades, and they died. They never saw a battle, they never saw a work of art, they never saw a philosopher, they never took part in any of the things we define as being history. So that's what life should be, and that's representative.
Nevertheless, it is the emperors and the philosophers and the artists and the warriors who carve history.
And it is the important stuff. So, that's true. There's a reason we focus on that.
That's a good reminder, though. If we want to truly empathize and understand what life is like, we have to represent it fully.
And I would say let's not forget that. So let's not forget what life was like for 80-90% of the people in the ancient world, the ones we don't talk about, because that's important too.
So the Roman Empire is widely considered to be the most powerful, influential, and impactful empire in human history. What are some reasons for that?
Yeah, I mean, Rome has been hugely influential, I think, just because of the image. I mean, there's all these practical things. I mean, the words I'm using to speak with you today, 30% are direct from Latin, another 30% are from Latin descended languages. Our law codes, our habits, our holidays, everything comes fairly directly from the ancient world. But the image of it, at least again, Western civilization has really been the dominant image of a successful empire. And I think that's what gives it a lot of its fascination. This idea that Rome was this great, powerful, culturally influential empire. And there's a lot of other empires. We could talk about ancient China, which arguably was just as big as Rome, just as culturally sophisticated, lasted about the same time. But this Western civilization, Rome is the paradigm. But Rome is almost schizophrenic in that it's both the empire, but it was ruled by emperors, which is one kind of model, and it's the Roman Republic, that it was a pseudo-democracy, which is different. And it's interesting how some later civilizations tend to either focus on one or the other. So, the United States, revolutionary France, they were very obsessed with the Roman Republic as a republic. But other people, Sweden, Hitler, Napoleon, they were very obsessed with the empire, Victorian Britain, as a model. So, Rome itself has these different aspects. But what I think is actually another big difference between modern Rome and ancient is our relationship with the past. So one of the keys to understand all of our history is to understand that this was a people who were obsessed with the past and for whom the past had power, not just as something inspirational, but it actually dictated what you would do in your daily life. And today, especially in the United States, we don't have much of a relationship with the past. We see ourselves as free agents, just floating along, not tethered to what came before. And the classical story that I sometimes tell my classes illustrate this. Rome started out as a monarchy. They had kings. They were kind of unhappy with their kings. Around 500 BC, they held a revolution. They kicked out the kings. And one of the guys who played a key role in this was a man named Lucius Julius Brutus. Right? 500 years later, 500 years down the road, a guy comes along, Julius Caesar, who starts to act like a king. So if you're in trouble with kings in Roman society, who are you going to call? Somebody named Brutus. As it happens, there is a guy named Brutus in Roman society at this time who's one of Julius Caesar's best friends, Marcus Junius Brutus. Now, before I go further with the story, I just talk about how important your ancestors are in Roman culture. I mean, if you went to an aristocrat woman's house, opened the front door, and walked in, the first thing you would see would be a big wooden cabinet. And if you opened that up, what you would see would be row after row of wax, death, and masks. So when a Roman aristocrat died, they literally put hot wax on his face and made an impression of his face around. And they hung these in the big cabinet right inside the front door. So every time you left your house, you were literally staring at the faces of your ancestors. And every child in that family would have obsessively memorized every accomplishment of every one of those ancestors. He would have known their career, what offices they held, what battles they fought in, what they did. When somebody new in the family died, there would be a big funeral, and they would talk about all the things their ancestors had did. The kids in the family would literally take out those masks, tie them onto their own faces, and wear them at a funeral procession. So you were like wearing the face of your ancestors. So you as an individual, you were just the latest iteration of that family. And there was enormous weight, huge weight, to live up to the deeds of your ancestors. So the Romans were absolutely obsessed with the past, especially with their every Roman kid who's, let's say, an aristocrat can tell you every one of his ancestors back centuries. I can't go beyond my grandparents. I think that's 100 years. So it's a completely different attitude towards the past.
And the level of celebration that we have now of the ancestors, even with the names, not as intense as it was.
No, it's not. I mean, it was obsessive and oppressive. It's eternal oppressive. Oh, yes, because there's that weight if you can act like your ancestors did.
Do you think, not to speak to philosophically, do you think it was limiting the way the society developed?
Yes,
deeply constrained by the limiting the good way or bad?
Well, like everything, it's a little both good and bad. So on the one hand, it gives them a lot of strength, and it gives them this enormous connection, it gives them guidance. But the negative that's interesting is it makes the Romans extremely traditional minded and extremely conservative. And I mean conservative in the sense of resistant to change. So in the late Republic, which we're going to talk about later, Rome desperately needed to change certain things, but it was a society that did things the way the ancestors did it, and they did make some obvious changes which might have saved the Republic. So that's the downside, is that it locks you into something that can't change. But I'll get us back to the Brutus. So 500 years after that first Brutus got with kings, Julius Caesar starts acting like a king. One of his best friends is Marcus Junius Brutus, and literally in the middle of the night, people go to Brutus's house and write graffiti on it that says, "Remember your ancestor." And another one is, I think, "You're no real Brutus." And at that point, he really has no choice. He forms a conspiracy. The Ides of March 44 BC, he and the senators take daggers, stick them in Julius Caesar, and kill him for acting. So the way I always pose this for students is, how many of you would stick a knife in your best friend because of what your great grandfather did?
That's commitment.
That's the power of the past. That's a society where the past isn't just influential, but it dictates what we do. And that concept, I think, is very alien to us today. We can't imagine murdering our best friend because of what some incredibly distant ancestor did 500 years ago. But to Brutus, there is no choice. You have to do that. And a lot of societies have this power in their past. Today, not so much. Some still. A decade ago, I was in Serbia, and I was talking to some of the people there about the breakup of Yugoslavia, the wars that have taken place where people turned against their neighbors, basically murdered people that lived next to for decades. And when I was talking about it, some of them actually brought up things like, "Oh, well, it was justified because of this battle of 12 whatever, they did this." And I was thinking, wow, you're citing something from 800 years ago to justify actions today. That's a modern person who still understands the power of the past, or maybe is crippled by it. Is another way to put it.
So this is an interesting point, an interesting perspective to remember about the way people thought, especially in the context of how power is transferred, whether it's hereditary or not, which changes throughout history. It's interesting. It's interesting to remember the value of the
Yep. And just the weight of tradition. The most violence is Latin term, which means the way the ancestors did it. And it's kind of their word for tradition. So for them, tradition is what your forefathers and others did. And you have to follow that. You have to live.
Does that mean that class mobility was good? So if your ancestors were farmers, there was a major constraint on being a farmer.
I mean, the Romans all elected themselves as farmers, even though the rich Romans, that was just their national identity, is the citizen soldier farmer thing. But it did, among the aristocrats, the people who kind of ran things, yeah, it was hard to break into that if you didn't have famous ancestors. And it was such a big deal that there was a specific term called novus homo, new man, for someone who was the first person in a family to get elected to a major office in Roman government, because that was a weird and different and new thing. So you actually designated this special one. So yeah, you're absolutely right.
So if we may zoom out, it would help me, maybe it'll help the audience look at the different periods that we're talking about. So you mentioned the Republic, you mentioned the Empire, the Age of Kings. What are the different periods of this Roman, let's call it
Roman history.
Roman history? And a lot of people just call it Old Roman Empire loosely, right? So maybe can you speak to the different periods?
Yes, so eventually Roman history is divided into three chronological periods. The first of those is from 773 BC to 509 BC, which is called the Modern Era. So all the periods that remain from the former government. So this is the earliest phase of Roman history. It's when Rome is mostly just a fairly undistinguished little collection of mud huts, honestly, just like dozens of other cities of little mud huts in Italy. So that early phase, around 750 to around 500 BC, is the monarchy that ruled by kings. Then there's this revolution, they kick out the kings, they become a republic. That lasts from 500 BC roughly to big thing in that period is when it first expands to conquer all of Italy. First 250 years, about 500-year stretch, and then the second 250 years, they conquer all of the Mediterranean basin. So this is this time of enormous, successful conquest and expansion. And then you have another switch up, and you become ruled by emperors. So back to the idea of one guy in charge, the Romans try to pretend it's not like a king, it's something else. Again, but they're very touchy about kids. So they have emperors. Roman Empire, the first emperor is Augustus. Starts off as Octavianus, which is Augustus, the emperor. He kind of sets the model for what happens. And then, how long does the Roman Empire last? That's one of those great questions. The conventional answer is usually sometime in the 5th century, so the 400s AD, so about another 500 years, let's say. It's a nice kind of invasion. 500 years of Republic, 500 years of Empire. But you can make very good cases for lots of the dates for the end of the Roman Empire. I actually think it goes all the way to the end of the Byzantine Empire in 1953, so another 1,500 years. That's a long discussion. But so that's your 3 phases.
In some fundamental way, it still exists today, and how much of its ideas define our modern life, especially in the Western world. Do you speak to the relationship between ancient Greece and the Roman Empire, both in the chronological sense and in the influence?
Well, I mean, ancient Greece comes, the classical era of Greek civilization is around the 500s BC. That's when you have the great achievements of Athens, first sort of true democracy, they defeat the Persian invasion, a lot of famous stuff happens around in the 400s, let's say. So that is contemporaneous with Rome, but Greek civilization sense is peaking really early. And one of the things that happens is that Greece ends up being conquered by Rome in that second half of the Roman Republic between 250 and about 30 BC. And so Greece falls out of control of Rome, and Rome is very heavily influenced by Greek culture. They themselves see the Greeks as a superior civilization, culturally more sophisticated, in our philosophy and all this. And another thing about the Romans is they're super competitive. So one of the engines that drives Romans is this public competitiveness, especially among the upper classes. They care more about their status and standing among their peers than they do about money or even about life. So there's this intense competition. And when they conquer Greece, Greek culture just becomes one more arena of competition. So Romans will start to learn Greek. They'll start to memorize Homer. They'll start to see who can quote more passages of Homer in Greek in their letters one another, because that increases their status. So Rome kind of absorbs Greek civilization, and then the two get fused together. The other thing I should mention in terms of influences that's really huge on Rome is the Etruscans. And this is one that comes on before Greece. So the Etruscans were this kind of mysterious culture that flourished in northern Italy before the Romans, so way back 800 BC. They were much more powerful than the Romans. They were kind of a loose confederation of states. For while the Romans even seemed to be under Etruscan control, the last of the Roman kings was really an Etruscan god, pretty clearly. But the Etruscans end up giving to Rome, or you could say Rome ends up stealing, perhaps, a lot of elements of Etruscan culture. And many of the things that we today think of as distinctively Roman, cliches of what Roman is, actually aren't truly Roman. They're stuff they stole from the Etruscans. So just a couple examples. The toga. You think of Roman, it's a guy wearing a toga. A toga is the mark of Roman citizen. Well, that's what Etruscan kings were. Gladiator games. Associate those very intensely with Romans. Well, they probably still not from the Etruscan. A lot of Roman religion. Jupiter is a thunder god. All sorts of divination. Romans love to chop open animals and look at their livers and predict the future. That comes from the Etruscans. Watching the flight of birds to predict the future. That comes from the Etruscans. So there's a lot of central elements of what we think of as Roman civilization, which actually are borrowings, let's say, from these older slave students of Etruscans.
I mean, that's a really powerful thing, a powerful aspect of the civilization, to be able to, you call it stealing, which is the negative connotation, but you can also see its integration the best stuff from the peoples you conquer or the people that you interact with. That, not every empire does that. There's a lot of nations and empires that when they conquer, they annihilate, disintegrate. So it's an interesting thing to be able to culturally, like the form that the competitiveness takes is that you want to compete in the realm of ideas and culture versus compete strictly in the realm of military conquest.
Yeah, I think you exactly put your finger on the secrets of their success, which is that they're very good at integrating non-Romanist or non-Roman ideas and kind of absorbing them. So one of the things that is absolutely crucial early in Roman history, when they're just one of these tiny little blood hut villages fighting dozens of other blood hut villages, why does one villages develop? Well, one of the things they do is when they do finally succeed in conquering somebody else, let's say another Italianate people, they do something very unusual because the normal procedure in the ancient world is to conquer something. Let's say you conquer another city. You often kill most of the men, enslave the women, children, steal all the stuff. Right? The Romans, at least with the Italians, conquer the other city. Sometimes they do that, but sometimes they'll also say, all right, we're going to now leave you alone, and we're going to share with you a degree of Roman citizenship. Sometimes they make them full citizens, more often they make them something we call half citizens, which is kind of what sounds like some of the privileges of citizenship, not all of them. Sometimes they're just making allies. But they would sort of incorporate them into the Roman project. And they wouldn't necessarily ask for money or taxes, which is weird too. But instead, the one thing they would always demand from the conquered cities of Italy is that they provide troops to the Roman army. So the army becomes this mechanism of Romanization, where you pull in foreigners, you make them like you, and then they end up fighting for you. And early on, the secret to Rome's military success is not that they have better generals, it's not that they have better equipment, it's not that they have better strategy and tactics, it's that they have limitless manpower, relatively speaking. So they lose a war, and they just come back and fight again. And they lose again, and they fight again. And eventually they just wear down their enemies because their key thing, their policy is we incorporate the conquered people. And the great moment that just exemplifies this is pretty late in this process. So they've been doing this for 250 years just about. And they've gotten down to the toe of Italy. They're conquering the very last cities down there. And one of the last cities is actually Greek cities, Greek colony. It's a wealthy city, and so when the Romans show up on the doorstep and they're about to attack them, they do what any rich Greek colony or city does. They go out and hire the best mercenaries they can. And they hire this guy who thinks of himself as new Alexander the Great. Pyrrhus of Epirus. So he's a mercenary. He's actually related to Alexander distantly. He has a terrific army, a top-notch army. He's got elephants. He's got all the latest military technology. The Romans come and fight a battle against him, and Pyrrhus knows what he's doing. He wipes out the Romans. He thinks, okay, now we'll have a peace treaty, we'll negotiate something, I can go home. But the Romans won't even talk. They go to their Italian allies and half-citizens, they raise a second army, they send it against Pyrrhus. Pyrrhus says, okay, these guys are just slow learners, gone. He fights them again, he wipes them out. Now we'll have a peace treaty. The Romans go back to the allies, raise a third army, and send it after Pyrrhus. And when he sees that third army coming, he says, I can't afford to win another battle. I win these battles, but each time I lose some of my troops, and I can't replace them. And the Romans just keep sprouting out new armies. So he gives up and goes home. So Rome kind of loses every battle, but wins the war. And Pyrrhus, one of his officers, has a great line from Greece. He says, fighting the Romans is like fighting a hydra. And a hydra is this mythological monster that when you cut off one head, two more grow in its place. So you can just never win. That's fascinating. So that's the secret to Rome's early success.
It's not the military strategy, it's not some technological asymmetry of power, it's literally just
early on. And later, the Romans get very good at when the empire phase, once they have emperors into the AD era, of kind of doing the same thing by drawing in the best and the brightest and the most ambitious and the most talented local leaders of the people they conquer. So when they go someplace and say they conquer a tribe and to them as barbarians, they'll often take the sons of the barbarian chiefs, bring them to Rome, and raise them as weapons. And so it's that whole way of kind of turning your enemies into your own strength. And the Romans start giving citizenship to areas they conquer. So once they move out of it, they aren't as free with the citizenship, but eventually they do. So they make Spain, in a lot of cities in Spain, they make us citizens in other places. And soon enough, the Roman emperors and the Roman senators are not Italians. They're coming from Spain, or North Africa, or Germany, or Africa. So, as early as the 2nd century AD, the Roman Empire. So the first set of emperors, the first 100 years were all Italians. But right away in the 2nd century AD, you have Trajan, who's from Spain, and the next guy, Hadrian, who's from Spain, and then a century or 60 years, who's from North Africa. Later, you guys from Syria. So, the actual leaders of the Roman Empire are coming from the provinces. And it's that openness to incorporating foreigners, making them work for you, making them want to be part of your empire, that I think is one of its real strengths.
I think the sons really because it's a generational.
And the Roman military later in the empire is this giant machine of 500 million people that takes in foreigners and churns out Romans. So the army is composed of two groups. You have the Roman legionaries, who are all citizens. But then you have another group that's just as large, about 250,000 each, 250,000 legionaries, 250,000 of the second group called auxiliaries. And auxiliaries tend to be newly conquered warlike people that the Romans enlist as auxiliaries to fight with them. And they serve side by side with the Roman legions for 25 years. And at the end of that time, when they're discharged, what do they get? They get Roman citizenship. And their kids then tend to become Roman legionaries. So again, you're taking the most warlike and potentially dangerous of your enemies, kind of absorbing them, putting through this thing for 25 years where they learn Latin, they learn customs, they be marrying assassins all over Latin. They have kids within the system. Their kids become Roman legionaries, and you thoroughly integrate what could have been your biggest enemies, right? Your greatest threat.
Brilliant. Brilliant process of integration. Is that what explains the rapid expansion from the
No. So there it's more the indigenous Italians who are under like they haven't really expanded yet, so that's more something that happens in the empire. So so back it up. So we have the first 250 years of the Roman Empire. So from about 500 to let's say 250 BC. And in that period, they gradually expand throughout Italy, conquer the other Italian cities who are pretty much like them. So the people who already speak the languages, the same language, have the same gods, it's easy to integrate them. That's the ones that make the half citizens and allies. Then in the second half of here, from about 250 to let's say 30 BC, Rome goes inside that. And this is new work because now they're hiring people who are really fundamentally different. So true others. They do not have the same language. They don't speak the same language. They have fundamentally different systems of economy, everything. And Rome first expands in the western Mediterranean. And their big rival is the city-state of Carthage, which is another city founded almost the same time as Rome, that has also been a young, vigorously expanded, aggressive empire. So in the Western Empire at this time, you have two sort of rival groups, and they're very different because the Romans are these citizen soldier farmers. So the Romans are all these small farmers. That's the basis of their economy, and it's the Romans who serve in the economy. So the person who is a citizen is also really a main professional farmer, and then at times farmer becomes a soldier. Carthage is an oligarchy of merchants. So it's a very small citizen body. They make their money through maritime trade. So they have ships that go all over the Mediterranean. They don't have a large army of Carthaginians, and instead they hire mercenaries mostly to fight for them. So it's almost these two rival systems. It's different philosophies, different economy armies, everything. Rome is strong on land, Carthage is strong at sea. So there's this dichotomy. But they're both looking to expand, and they repeatedly come into conflict as they expand. So Carthage is on the coast of Africa, Rome is in central Italy, what's right between them, the island of Sicily. So the first big war is fought purely dictated by geography. Who gets Sicily? Rome or Carthage? And Rome wins in the end. They get it. But Carthage is still strong and weakened, so Carthage is now looking to expand. The next place to go is Spain, so they go and take Spain. Rome, meanwhile, is moving along the coast of today's France. Where are they going to meet up? On the border of Spain and France. And there's a sea at that point, at this point in time called Saguntum. The second big war between Rome and Carthage is over. Who gets to go? So you just look at a map and see this stuff coming. Sometimes geography is inevitability. And I think in the course of the wars between Rome and Carthage, called the Punic Wars, there was this geographic inevitability to them.
Can you speak to the Punic Wars? Why was just so many people know? Because I'm not sure we can talk about this, but why was Rome victorious?
Well, the Punic Wars really down to the second. There's three Punic Wars. The first is over Sicily. The second is the big one. And it's the big one because Carthage at this point in time just sure like coughs up one of the greatest military geniuses in all of history. This guy, Hannibal. He was actually the son of the Carthaginian general who fought war for Sicily. Hannibal is this just genius, just absolute military genius. He goes to Spain. He's the one who kind of organizes stuff there. And now he knows the second war is over. And so the question is, how do you take that? He's smart. He's seen Rome's strength. He knows it's the Italian allies. So Rome always wins because even if they lose battles, they go to the Italian allies and their citizens and raise the ranks. So how do you do that? He can never raise that many troops himself. And Hannibal, I think, correctly figures out the one way to maybe defeat Rome is to cut them away from their allies. But how do you do this? Hannibal's plan is, I'm not going to wait to fight the Romans, Spain, Africa. I'm going to invade Italy. So I'm going to strike at the heart of this growing Roman Empire. And my hope is that if I can win a couple of big battles against Rome in Italy, the Italians will want their freedom back. And they'll rebel from Rome and maybe even join me. Because most people who've been conquered want their freedom. So this is a reasonable plan. So Hannibal famously crosses the Alps, elephants, dramatic stuff. Nobody expects him to do this. Nobody thinks he can do this. He shows up in northern Italy. Romans send the army. Hannibal massacres. He is a military genius. Rome takes a year. Raises the second army. Know the story. Sends it against Hannibal. Hannibal wipes him out. Rome gets clever this time. They say, okay, Hannibal's over. We're going to take 2 years, raise 2 armies, and send them both out at the same time against Hannibal. So they do this, and this is the Battle of Cannae, which is one of the most famous battles in history. Hannibal is facing this army of 80,000 Romans a battle. And he comes up with a strategy called doubling the Velocity. This famous strategy where he basically sucks the Romans in, surrounds them on all sides. And one afternoon, at the Battle of Cannae, Hannibal kills about 60,000 Romans. Now, just to put that in perspective, that's more Romans hacked to death in one afternoon with swords than Americans died in 20 years in Vietnam. And the Battle of Gettysburg, which lasted 3 days and was one of the bloodiest battles of the Civil War, I think the actual deaths of that were maybe 15,000. So this is bloodshed, almost unimaginable story.
Also,
yes, I mean, it's just mind-boggling to think of it like that. So now this is Rome's darkest hour. This is why the second chapter is important. Because there's that Nietzsche phrase where it doesn't kill you, makes you stronger. This is the closest Rome comes to death in the history of the Republic. Hannibal almost kills Rome. But it's not much of a spoiler. Rome's going to survive. From this point on, we're going to be this is the crisis. This is the crucible. This is the furnace that Rome passes through. That is the dividing point between when they're one more up and up the empire and when they're clearly the dominant power what do they do about Hannibal? Well, they're smart. We're not going to fight him. We're not going to give Hannibal the chance to kill the Romans. So they adopt a strategy that they follow Hannibal. They raise a couple of guards, follow Hannibal. But whenever Hannibal turns and tries to attack them, the Romans shall back off. No thank you. We're not going to give you a chance. Meanwhile, though, they're not scared of other Carthage. So they raise a couple more armies and they send these to Spain for them and start attacking the Carthaginian holdings there. And by luck or necessity, Rome comes up with its own brilliant commander, this guy named Scipio. And he wins victories in Spain, conquers Spain. Then he crosses into North Africa and starts to conquer that and ends up threatening Carthage directly. And poor Hannibal, undefeated in Italy, has now been walking up and down Italy, marching up and down Italy for 12 years, looking for another fight, and the Romans won't give it to him. They've been attacking all these other areas and chipping away at Carthaginian power. So finally, after more than a decade in Italy, Hannibal is called back to defend the homeland, defend Carthage from Scipio. The two meet the big battle. This should be one of the great battles of the times by Lozano. Hannibal's guys are kind of old, but at this point, Scipio has all the advantages. He wins. Carthage is defeated. So that's pretty much the end of Carthage. The city survives, and 50 years later, the Romans break it out. But that's much more. But from this moment on, the Second Punic War, which ends in 201 BC, Rome is undisputably the most powerful force, nation in the Mediterranean. And having conquered the West, they're now going to turn to the East, which is the Greek world. And the Greek world is older, it's richer, it's the rich part of half of the Mediterranean. It's culturally more sophisticated. It's the world left by Alexander the Great. It's ruled by the descendants of his generals. And the Greeks kind of view themselves as superior to Romans. I mean, to the Greeks, the Romans are uncouth, sort of savage barbarians. But they're going to get a real shock because the Roman army now has gotten really good at Hannibal. And when they go east, they're going to defeat the Greeks relatively easily, one after the other. And there's a famous historian, Polybius, who is a Greek whose city was captured by the Romans. He later becomes a friend to the Scipio family. He actually teaches some of the Scipio children about culture. And he writes a history of Rome. And his motivation for writing this is, he says, at the beginning of this book, he says, surely there can be no one so incurious as to not want to understand how the Romans could have conquered the entire Greek world in 53 years, because that seems unimaginable to him. So he's writing this entire history as a way to try and understand how did the Romans do it. We were these wonderful, superior people, and they came out in 50 years, and that's the end of it. So that's his motivation.
Could you maybe speak in interesting details of the military genius of Hannibal or Scipio? At that time, what are some interesting aspects of this development idea?
I mean, Hannibal is good because he understood how to use different troop types and to play to their strengths and how to use terrain. So, I mean, this is basic military stuff, but he did it really well. So one of his victories against the Romans, for example, is when the Romans are marching along the edge of a lake and their armies strung out in marching formations. They're not kind of combat formation. They're strung out on the edge of this lake. It's misty. There's not good visibility. And he ambushes them along this lakeside. It's interesting. And it's just using the terrain, understanding this again. Is very much outnumbered, but is able to use the terrain, take the enemy by surprise. In Kane, he's working against the expectations. So the traditional thing you do in the ancient world is the two armies would line up on opposite sides of the field. You put your best troops in the middle, you put your cavalry on the sides, you put your lightly armed skirmishers in those, and then the two sides kind of smack together. And the good troops fight the good troops, and you see who wins. Now, Hannibal is hugely outnumbered by this giant phalanx of heavy infantry, which is what the Romans specialized in. Very good at sort of heavily armed foot soldiers. So he knows, I don't want to go up against them. I don't have that many of that troop type. My guys aren't as good as the Romans anyway. So he lines up some of his less good troops in the center against the big menacing Roman phalanx. And he tells them, okay, when the Romans come, you're not really trying to win. just hold them, just delay them, and even tells them you can give ground. So you can retreat and sort of let the line form a big kind of C-shaped crescent. Let the Romans sort of advance into you, but just hold that line. And meanwhile, he puts his cavalry and his good troops on the side. So on the side, those good troops defeat the Romans, and then they kind of circle in behind the Romans and attack that big menacing Roman phalanx from the rear, where it's very vulnerable. And so Hannibal catches the Romans in this sort of giant cauldron, just people closing it from both sides. And they get pressed together, they can't fight properly, they panic, and they're all soft. And that strategy of double envelopment, sort of going around both sides, becomes the model for all kinds of military strategies throughout the rest of history. The Germans use this in their blitzkrieg in World War II. A lot of them also do that. Go around the sides and envelop the enemy. The Eastern Front, they had a bunch of these sort of cauldron battles where they go around and try to encircle huge chunks of the Soviet and Russian army do the same thing. Supposedly, even in the Gulf War, it was part of the U.S. strategy for the invasion of Iraq to this kind of double involvement. So it's something that for the rest of military history has been an inspiration for many others.
Can you speak to maybe the difference between heavy infantry and cavalry? The usefulness of it in the ancient world?
The ancient world, sort of from the Greeks through the Romans, there's this consistent line focusing on heavy infantry. So going back to Greece, when they're fighting on, say, Persia, which at the time was like superpower in the ancient world, and vastly richer, vastly larger than ancient Greece, tons more men. But the Persians tended to be archers, tended to be light horsemen, tended to be light infantry. Whereas the Greeks specialized in what are called hoplites, which is kind of infantrymen, very heavy body armor, a helmet, a spear, and a really big heavy shield. And they would get in that formation and kind of make the shields overlap and just form a solid mass, bristling with spear points, and just slowly kind of march forward and wind up your enemy in front of you. And so that's that sort of block of heavy infantry. The advantages head on against other things they tend to win. The disadvantages, it's slow moving. It's vulnerable for the sides and the rear, so that'll protect those. But if you can keep frontally faced, it's pretty much invincible. And that's taken even further by Alexander the Great, who comes up with the idea, well, what if we even give them longer spear? So Greek spears were 6 to 8 feet long. Alexander the Great runs his armies on the Sarissa, which is this 15-foot height, this extra long spear. And so the spear is that long, you don't even hardly need the shield. So it's just this incredibly powerful thing in frontal attack. And that's what he uses to make himself ruler of the known world. He goes and conquers the Persian Empire, makes himself the Persian King of Kings with this phalanx of troops armed with the Sarissa. So that's very powerful. The Romans go a little bit differently. They have heavy infantry, but they focus more on fighting with short swords. So it's get up close and kind of stand. And the other thing the Romans do is they focus on flexibility and subdividing. So Alexander's phalanx was a mass of 5,000 guys, and it was one unit. The Roman army is organized in an ever decreasing number of subunits. So you have a group of 8 guys who are conjugaria and share 10. You take 10 of those, they form a century of 80. You take a bunch of those, you form a cohort. You get a bunch of those, you form a legion. So the Romans are able to subdivide their army. And the big sticking point comes in 197 BC at the Battle of Hypercephala, when the Roman legion goes up against one of the descendants of Alexander the Great, who's using his military system. So this is the new Roman system with flexibility versus the old invincible Alexander system of the heavily armed service of those long 15-foot poles. And the key moment of the battle is where they lock together and on the flash. The Macedonians are going to win, but the Romans have the flexibility to break off the little section of army, run around to the side, and attack that formation from the side, and they will win out. So they prove tactically superior because of their flexibility. So it's always development, counter-development in military history.
Fascinating, brutal testing around of tactics, technology.
Adaptation, you have to keep it down. That's a key thing.
One of the fascinating things about you study rubber life in ancient Rome, they're also the details that I mentioned. You are an expert in rubber. So what kind of, maybe you can speak to weapons, the most important armor that was used by the Romans, all by people in ancient Rome?
I do military history, so the Romans specialized in. I mean, early on, they have pretty random armor. It's not standardized. I mean, remember, there's no factories in ancient Greece. Nobody's cranking out 10,000 units of exactly the same. Each one is handmade. Now, there can be a degree of standardization. Even as early as Alexander has a certain standardization, but each one is still handmade, and that's important to keep in mind. Each weapon, each piece of armor. Armor develops over time to fit the tactics. So the Greek hoplites are heavy armor. The Roman infantrymen early in the Republic is lighter. Eventually they get this typical sort of chainmail shirt, shield. The classics of the Roman legionary, I would say, is the one of the first and second centuries AD, so the early Roman Empire. And this is the guy who wore bands of steel arranged in sort of bands around the visor. It's almost like lobsters in shell, right? This is a thing called the so it's solid steel, which is very good protection, but it's flexible because it has these individual bands that provide a lot of movement. And then you have a helmet, you have a square shield, it's kind of curved, and you have the short sort of blades. So that's kind of the classic Roman looking later things came out. My personal sort of relationship with the armors, I got really by accident involved in this project to try to reconstruct this mysterious type of armor that was used, especially by the Greeks and Alexander the Great, called the line of Guinness, which apparently was made only out of linen and glue. So this seems a little odd that it's not the sort of material which is metal or something. But we had clear literary references that people, including Alexander, the most famous Alexander was this Alexander mosaic found in Pompeii that shows him wearing one of these funny types of armor. The catch is, it's organic materials. So we don't have anything. And archaeologists like to study things that survive. So we have a nice typologies, Greek armor made of bronze, Roman armor made of steel or some proto-steel. But this thing, this line of thorax, was a mystery. And one of my undergraduate students, Scott Rothschild, had a real an Alexander obsession. He really loved Alex as one should. He had Alexandros tattooed on his arm in Greek. And he was a smart student. And so he would sort of make himself an imitation of this thing with Alexandros just for fun. And he said, can you give me some articles so I could do a better job? So I used some scholarly articles on this arm. And with typical sort of academic arrogance, I was like, Scott, of course I will. I'll give you some references. And I went and looked at the run. So at that point I was like, tell you what, why don't you and I look into this and try to do a reconstruction using only the materials that were in ancient Rome? And little did I know at the time, I thought maybe I'll get an article out of this. But it ended up being a 10-year project involving 150 students, a couple dozen other faculty members. They have documentaries made out of it. And Scott and I ended up writing a scholarly book. So this is how, you never know where your next project's going to come from. So it started with this undergraduate turning into this huge thing. But it's what we did. We first said, all right, what are all the sources for this article? And at the end, we found 65 accounts of it in ancient literature by 40 different authors. So we have literary descriptions. And then we looked at ancient art, and we were able to identify about 1,000 images in ancient art. Face paintings, pottery, bronze sculpture, tomb paintings, all these sort of things showing this art. And then using those two things, we tried to backwards engineer a pattern. So if this is what the end card was, what does it have to look like to make it? And then we tried to reconstruct one of these things using only the glue materials. So we had to use animal glues, rabbit glue. We had to end up sort of making our own linen, which comes from a flax plant. So we had to grow flax, harvest it, use milling techniques in nature. Water flax goes through chemical processes. Now we had to do it fashion way, spin it into threads, the thread into fabric, glue it all together. And then the fun part was, once we made these things, we subjected them to ballistics testing. So we shot them with arrows, which again were wooden reconstruction arrows using bronze arrowheads that were based on the arrowheads found on ancient battlefields to determine how good protection would this thing have been. And of course, the kind of fun one that everyone likes, like the documentary was one, is one put up with you could stop one of these and shoot. Okay. I mean, at that point, we took about 1,000 shots. I grew up shooting those arrows. I knew exactly how far that was going to go. So it's one of these, don't do this at home, kids.
So there's a million questions to ask. But, in general, how well are this?
Yeah,
I understand. Arrows or direct strikes.
Bottom line is a 1 centimeter thick flamethrower. So laminated or even sewn layer of linen is about as good protection as 2 millimeters of bronze, which was the thickest comparable body armor of bronze at the time. I'm talking 4th century, 5th century BC. So classical killing centuries. And that would have protected you from, let's say, random arrow strikes on the battlefield. So you could have gotten hit by arrows.
What are the benefits? Is there
Yes. So the benefits of this are it's much lighter than metal armor. So the light thrash is about 11 pounds. The bronze cuirass comparable protection might be 4 to 6 pounds. The chainmail trophy about 28, 27 pounds. It's cooler. The Mediterranean is a hot place with a hot sun. Even today, a linen shirt is something you would wear would be cool. So it's much lighter. That gives your troops greater endurance on the battlefield. They can run farther, fight longer. It's cheaper. You don't need a blacksmith who's a specialist to make it. In fact, probably essentially any woman in the ancient world made things because they were the ones who spun thread and sewed it into fabric. So I can easily see in a household a mother making this for her son, a wife making it for her husband. So it's a form of armor you could have made domestically. It would have been, maybe not the greatest armor, but pretty good, pretty comparable to bronze armor.
And it's amazing that you used all the tools at the time techniques. But I should probably say, maybe you can speak to that. I think we're probably much better doing that than you are, right? Because that generational, it's a skill. It's a skill that probably was practiced across decades, across centuries.
In terms of producing the fabric, I'm sure they could do it 10 times faster. Just at the speed, but it's still incredibly intensive. Where I think there's a big difference between our reconstruction and ancient ones is in the glue. So we ended up using a kind of least common glue, used rat glue, because it would have been available anywhere and it's cheap. But in the ancient world, they did have basically the equivalent of super glue. I mean, we found, for example, helmets that were fished out of the river in Germany that were metal parts glued together after 2,000 years of immersion, they were still glued together. So they had some great glues, we just don't have recipes for them. So we went the opposite path. We're just going to make something we know how to make. So it was at least this good.
But actually, this material, I think glue, aside from helping glue things together, can also be a thing that serves armor. Like if you glue things correctly, the way it permeates the material, clearly, it can strengthen the material. Yes, the material. That's a part of the science, part of what they understood.
The process of lamination did. So there's actually a huge debate among scholars and actually sort of amateur archaeologists. There was this line of facts that glued together, was it simply sewn together, was it a composite, partially linen, partially leather, other materials? And my honest answer is I think it's all of the above. Because again, every piece of armor in the ancient world was an individual creation. So I think if you had some spare leather, you put that in. If you wanted to make one that was just sewn together, you printed stuff with stuff, you do that. Maybe you could glue and stuff, you use that. So I think there's no one answer. We investigated one possibility because we had time and money and resources, but I think all these other things existed at the same time with various.
Just as a small aside, I think this is a fascinating journey you went on that I could fit. answering really important questions about, in this case, armor, military equipment and technology that archaeologists can't answer by using all the literature. So all the sources you can to understand what it looked like, and what the materials, using the materials at the time, and actually get through the list of testing. It's really cool. It's really cool that it's, you see that there's a hole in the literature. Nobody's studied it, and going on and doing it the right way to sort of uncover this. I don't know. I think it's an amazing mystery about the ancient world.
I mean, shifting from sort of broken history general to my research that I've done as a scholar, the theme that runs throughout my scholarship is practical stuff. I'm interested in how did this actually work? So there's people who are much more theoretical, symbolic meaning something. I'm simpler. I just wonder how did this work? So almost all of my books that I've written have started with how did something work? Trying to just figure out that aspect of it. And that's just, maybe it's a personality. I also have a sciencey background, so I think I've used a lot of that in a humanist historian. I use a lot of kind of hard science. Did a book on floods. I get really heavy into vectors of disease and hydraulics, and engineering, and all that stuff. And I think having that sort of hard science combined with a humanist background helps with those sorts of projects.
Well, like you said, I think the detail stuff, you understand deeply the big picture of history. And I mean, Alexander the Great.
Yeah, yes. I should say, by the way, it does drop out of use around Roman times. And I think what's going on there is technology. That with bronze, it's hard to keep a sharp edge on things. But once you get into metals, which approximate steel, you can get sharper. And a key factor to penetrating fabric is the edge on the arrow, right? So as soon as you start getting something more like a razor edge, it's going to come through easily. Also, there's changes in the bows that are being used. You start getting sort of Eastern horse archers showing up with composite bows, which are much more powerful. And so it just becomes outdated as frontline military equipment. What's interesting is by the Roman period, people are still wearing it, but it's now things like I go hunting, I'm hunting lions, I wear it. There's actual sources that says it's really good for hunting dangerous big cats because it catches their teeth and stops them from penetrating. One emperor wears one of these under his togas. Staff defense. So again, it's not to fight in the front line regions, but in protected by somebody trying to assassinate. So it still has those uses where you're not up against top-line military equipment.
To honor the aforementioned undergraduate student who was Alexander the Great, we must absolutely talk about Alexander the Great for a little bit. Why was he successful, do you think, as a conqueror? Probably one of the greatest conquerors in the history of humanity.
Yeah, and I mean, that is then one of the greatest heroes, one of the greatest villains in humanity, too. It's like Julius Caesar, he's famous for conquering all about a million who killed a million enslaved him. So that doesn't make him a horrible person or a hero. But Alexander is a combination of two things. One is he really just was a skilled individual. And he was one of those guys who had it. He was smart, he was athletic, and he was supremely charismatic. So obviously one of these people that would walk into a room and everyone would have gravitates to him. He had that magic that made him an effective leader. And secondly, he was lucky because it wasn't all him. He inherited a system created by his father, Philip II. So he was in the right time at the right place and had this instrument placed in his hands, and then he had the intelligence and the charisma to go use it. So it's one of these coming together in different things. But often, his father's contribution, I think, is not recognized as much as it is. It's his father who reformed the Macedonian army, who came up with that system of working with the source of his extra long spear that they were really effective, created the mixed army. So one of the keys to Alexander's success in tactical sense is that his army was composed of different elements: heavy cavalry, light cavalry, heavy infantry, light infantry, missile troops. And he understands that he can use these in different and flexible ways on the battlefield. Whereas a lot of warfare before that had just been line up and two sides smashed together. So he did clever things with this army that was a better tool than others. And then he was just supremely ambitious. He cared about his fame, which I guess is ego, but he clearly cared about that more than he did about things like was indifferent to that. And he did have a grand vision. So he did have this vision of trying to unite a world that fit for his control, but also cultural. This is interesting. So he was very open and consistent of trying to meld together the best elements of all the different cultures. So he himself was a Macedonian, but he admired Greek culture, so he pretty much adopted Greek culture as his own. When he conquers Persia, he starts adapting elements of Persian culture. He dresses in Persian clothing, marries a Persian woman. He sort of forces thousands of his troops to marry local women. He appoints Persians to positions of power. He integrates Persian units into his military. He really wanted to fuse all these things together. And some people see this as a very enlightened vision. That, he's not just, I want to conquer people down to the slaves. That he was really trying to create this one culture that was sort of the best of everything. Others see it, of course, as a form of cultural imperialism, destroying other cultures and trying to warp or twist them into something. But what I think is interesting is that this vision he had of uniting cultures creates very problematic tensions among his own followers, because the Macedonians, his original troops, did not want this goal. They wanted the old model: we conquer you, you are slaves. We don't want to share stuff with you. We don't want you joining us in the army. We don't want you appointed to positions of power. We're your conquerors, and that's it. And so Alexander had to deal with a lot of friction from his own oldest, most loyal elements at the way he was being, in their eyes, too generous. So Alexander's one of his personalities, because every generation sees him in a new light and focuses on different things. So for some, he's this enlightened visionary who's taught by Aristotle, a Greek philosopher, this influence. Others see him as a neo-maniacal warmonger, just about to kill and get glory. There was a book a couple decades ago, it's always just an alcoholic, which he probably was, yeah. So you can get all these competing images. And the great thing is, we don't really know what the true Alexander was or what his motivations were. It's a mixed message.
Why do you think the Roman Empire lasted while the Greek Empire, as the Alexander expanded, did not?
That's a clear answer. So Alexander's empire fragmented the Roman Empire. And so his empire was all about personal liberty. It was his charisma holding it together, his personality. And he completely failed to create a structure so that it would continue after his death. Of course, he died young. He didn't think he would die. He did, and still put something in place. So his was a flash movie. It was, he had this spectacular conquest, 10 years, that most of the world, but he had no permanent structure in place. He didn't really deal with the issue of succession. It fell apart instantly. The Romans were much more about building a structure. So, as we talked about earlier, they were very good about incorporating the people they conquered into the Roman project. They were impressive, they were imperialistic as well. Now, that's not whitewash. They had moments when they would just wipe out entire cities. But on the whole, they were much more about trying to bring people into the Roman world. And I think that was what restraints them, is that they were open to integration and bringing in different people to keep rejuvenating themselves.
One of the most influential developments from the Roman Republic was their legal system. And as you mentioned, it's one of the things that still lasts to this day. So it started on 12 tables in 451 BC. Can you just speak to this legal system?
Yeah, I mean, Roman law is one of the most significant, maybe the most significant. So just to start that, something like 90% of the world uses a legal system, which is either directly or indirectly derived from it. So even countries that you think are really using Roman law kind of Roman, because all the terminology, all that comes from Roman law. And the Romans, their first law code was this thing, the 12 tables. So this is way back in the Middle Republic, and it was a typical early law code. So most of the stuff it concerns are agricultural incidents. So if I have a tree and its fruit drops on your property, who owns the fruit? If my cow wanders into your field and milks your grain, am I responsible? I mean, I love these early codes. They're all about this like farm are hugely important because you need a law code to enable people to live in groups. So they're the transitional thing that lets human beings live together without just resorting to anarchy. And most of the early law codes were agricultural, like Hammurabi's code in Mesopotamia. Most of them are retaliatory, meaning eye for eye type justice. So you do something to me, it gets done to you. But they're this necessary precondition for civilization. And the 12 tables is that crude law code. It has a lot of goofy stuff in it. It has things about if you use magic, this is the punishment. But it's that basic agrarian society law code. Now that's typical of many societies. Where the Romans are different is they keep going. They keep developing the law code. And by the late Republic, the Romans just get kind of really into legal stuff. They don't know why. And the Romans were very methodical, organized peoples. Maybe this has something to do with it. But their law code just keeps getting more and more complicated. And it keeps expanding to different areas. They start to get jurists who write sort of theoretical things about law. And eventually it becomes this huge body both of cases and comments on those cases and of actual laws. And in the 6th century AD, the 500s, the Roman Emperor Justinian, who was the emperor of the Eastern Roman Empire, that's called the Byzantine Empire, compiles all this together into something that's loosely called Justinian's Code of Roman Law, and that survives. And so that becomes the basis for all the legal systems. Very complicated. And Roman law, I think, is really fun because on the one hand, it's really dry, but it also preserves these wonderful little vignettes of daily life. So you get these great, just kind of imitating law cases. One of my favorite, and this may not even be law cases, but a hypothetical that we use like to train Romans or law students, is like one day a man sends a slave to the ship. The barber shop is adjacent to an athletic field, and two guys are on the athletic field throwing the ball back. And one of them throws the ball back. The other guy fails to catch it. The ball flies into the barber shop, hits the hand of the barber, cuts the slave. Who's liable under Roman law? Is it the one who threw the ball back, or is it actually the two who failed to catch it? Is the barber who actually cut the slave's throat? Is it the owner of the slave, or he's stupid enough to send his slave to shave in a place adjacent to the playing field? Or is it the Roman state who's zoning the barber shop to that way? What do you think?
Well, do they resolve the complexity of that? That we wouldn't have right answer. We don't have the answer.
It's a case without the answer. So we know the various jurists comment about this one. We don't have what was actually good. But it's just a great little, sort of vignette. And that's how complicated it was dealing with these weird, esoteric questions. There's another one where, a cow gets loose and runs out of an apartment building, goes up another roof and crashes down 3 stories into a bar on the ground floor and kicks open the taps to the wine jug, and all the wine flows out. Who's at fault? I mean, this seems to have happened. This is crazy as it sounds. And Roman testamentary law is right. So like 20% of Roman law has to do with wills. What you do with the will, what makes a will valid. You have to have 7 witnesses. You have to have a guy named leader friends to witness it, and the witnesses have to be adult men who can't be blind, and all this other stuff. So it's just great. I mean, it's fun to mess around with this, but it always contains this little nuggets about what happens. I mentioned I wrote a book on floods, and there were all these law cases about if a flood strikes the city and picks up my piece of furniture in my apartment building and carries it out the door and deposits it in another apartment building, does that guy now own my furniture? Because it's now legally within his apartment, or can I go in there and repossess it as the flood took it out of my apartment? This is the stuff laws have. That's how sophisticated law.
Do kind of corrupt, unfair things seep into the law?
Oh yeah, I mean it's biased in favor of the wealthy, obviously, and I mean Roman law cases are interesting because they became linked to politics. So one of the ways that politicians, up and coming politicians, aspiring politicians, could sort of make their name, become famous, was by either prosecuting or defending people in Roman law courts. And especially during the late Roman Republic, you get a lot of really sensational, what today we call celebrity law cases. So this this is where some of the biggest politicians get accused of very melodramatic kinds of things. And the most famous Roman lawyer of the time, Cicero, is a guy who made his entire career in the law courts. That's how he made his reputation. He was able to parlay that into political power and eventually was elected to the highest office in the government. But it's purely because of his skill, his facility using words, and giving speeches in public.
So they love the puzzle of getting law, the sort of untangling really complicated legal situations. The laws will help you tangle and untangle
Yes,
the situations.
law cases, again, especially also in the public spectacle. Right? So Rome did not have law courts in the building locked away. A lot of these cases were held in the Roman Forum, and audiences would just come to be entertained. And the people presenting the speeches there were playing as much to this audience as they were to, let's say, the jury or the judge. And that became a big part of the cases. So that's all time.
So we're talking a bit about the details of the laws. Is there some big picture laws that are new innovations or like profound things like all-level citizens and people who the law, founding fathers type of the United States and the rest of the world, just big legal ideas?
I think maybe one of the things that was really stressed early on, even as early as the 1200s, is the notion of Roman citizenship. So if you were a Roman citizen, it came with a set of both privileges and obligations. So the obligations were you're supposed to fight in the army, you're supposed to vote in elections. The privileges were you had the protection from the law, at least in theory, if not in practice, everybody was equal to the law. Now, of course, keep in mind we're talking about men here. And even at the height of the Roman Empire, so let's say 2nd century AD, there were about 50 million human beings living within the boundaries of the Roman Empire. Maybe 6 million were actual citizens. So, this is, we tend to go, it's great, if you're a citizen, well, adult free men who are not slaves, who are not resident foreigners, they have this great stuff. And that's always a tiny minority of all the human beings who exist within the society. But still, the notion of citizenship is huge. And citizens, for example, early on, you had to be tried at Rome if you were accused of something. And there's this very famous moment in Sicily where an abusive governor is punishing a citizen arbitrarily. And this person cries out, "Please remember something. I am a Roman citizen." And it really was this hugely loaded statement that gives me protection. It is wrong for you to do this to me. It's wrong for you to beat me because I am a citizen, and that gives me certain protections. So that notion of citizenship is something that I think the Romans really emphasized and becomes a legacy to a lot of civilizations today, where citizenship means it's a special status.
So you mentioned slavery. That's something that is common throughout history. What do we know about their relationship with slavery?
Well, Roman slavery, a couple of just reminders at the beginning. First of all, it's not racial slavery. So for people, states tend to think of slavery through this kind of racial lens. So slaves in each one, so any color, ethnicity, gender, origin, it's an economic stance. Now, having said that, slavery is fundamentally horrific to human dignity because it is defining a human being as an object. And very famously, a Roman agricultural writer who's writing about that, just as a kind of aside, says, on your farm you have 3 types of tools. You have dumb tools, and by dumb means can't speak, so it's like shovels, picks, things like this, wagons. You have semi-articulate tools, which are animals, and you have articulate tools, which are human beings, slaves. And for him, these are all just categories of tools. It's so intensely dehumanizing to view people that way. So Roman slavery is odd. It doesn't have this racial component. It's horrible, and all slaves are horrible. But the other thing about it is it's not a hard law. It's a permeable membrane. And many people move back and forth So you have many people in the world who were born a slave who gained their freedom through one means or another. You have many others who were born free to become slaves. And you have some who go back and forth. There's a great Roman tombstone. This guy says, I was born a free man in Parthia, I was a slave, then I gained my freedom, I became a teacher or something, and had a life, and now I'm a Roman citizen. So it's this whole like back and forth across these boundaries multiple times.
Oh, so there's probably a process, like an economic transaction.
The most common source of slaves in the Roman world. So wherever the Roman army went, in its wake would be literally a train of slave traders. So you're in the war, you capture every city, you whack the people over the head, and you turn around and sell them to slave traders that's following around, literally. So that's probably the biggest source of slaves. Another big source is just children of slaves. And some people could literally sell either their slaves or their children into slavery due to economic necessity or privation or something. So as terrible as that sounds, my father would sell a child if he needed money. Once you were a slave, the experience of slavery varied because a lot of the slaves were agricultural slaves. So they would work sort of like in the South, big plantations, they would be chained, they would probably be used. That's very similar to slavery we think in, let's say, the Caribbean, South America, or the United States, probably similar to that kind of slavery. But a lot of Roman slaves were also some of the more skilled people. And this is a little weird. So if you're a rich person who has slaves, it's actually a good investment for you to train your slaves in a profession. So a lot of Roman doctors, scribes, sort of barbers for slaves. Because if you train this person and then they produce a lot of money for you, you get that money. Those slaves would sometimes be given an incentive to work hard, where they could, this is just sort of an agreement between the master and slave, if they earned a certain amount of money, fixed amount of money, they could then buy their own freedom from the master. So this was your incentive to work harder. So as a doctor, I would work hard, I could buy myself out of slavery. Or a lot of masters would free their slaves on wills. So when they died, they had to this stuff. So it was a weird institution. It was, elements were just as horrible as you think of the slave, just as exploitative. Like I said, the overall notion of slavery is that's dehumanizing. But yet there was this wide range of types of slaves. And the odd thing is, in the city of Rome, many of them were starch. So if you're, just a laborer, call it crap around the dogs, or things like that, you might well be a free person, and a slave would hold a skilled job. That seems a little strange or counterintuitive to us, but you see how the Roman economy sort of works.
And that could be one of the things that would be surprising to us coming from the modern day to the ancient world. It's just the number of slaves. So you mentioned that, think about it, is that most of the people are farmers. And the other thing is just the number of slaves.
And there's a big debate how many slaves are working on what percentage of the population, let's say the city of slaves. And this is something historians have argued about. We keep coming back to this theme of sometimes little things that illustrate stuff well. And for slaves, the one that always gets me is some slaves, and these were sort of used slaves, they would literally put little bronze collars on the hat that said, hi, my name is Felix. I'm the slave of so-and-so. I've run away. If you catch me, return me to the temple of so-and-so who's out of the war. So it's a dog hat, right? Except this is a human being. And you can see these in museums. You can go to a museum today and see this little bronze collar on his head that's talking about his being as if they're this kind of animal that's run away. And this is very telling too. Under Roman law, technically, when a slave runs away, the crime that he's committing is theft, because he's stolen himself from his master. So again, it's very confusing.
And just a reminder, people in America thinking about this, we have a certain view and picture of what slavery is. A reminder that it's all human history. Most of human history has had coats of all colors, of all religions. That's really enough to select a group of people, on the other, use them as objects, abuse them. And I would say, as a person who believes the line between good and evil is sort of hard-driven now, all of us, every person listening to this, is capable of being owner of a site. They're put in a position of capable of hating the other, of forming the other, of othering other people. We should be very careful to look ourselves in the and find ourselves. It's easy to kind of think, okay, well, there's these slaves and slave owners who just, we never done much. Just like as there would be farmers, who could be both, if we could go back into history, who could be both slaves and slave owners, and all of those are humans.
I mean, just to be honest, I'd say the othering of others is a morally corrosive thing.
This fascinating transition to the Republic. How does the Republic work?
So, the Roman Republic, on the one hand, is incredibly successful, right? In a short period of time, it's expanded wildly, it's conquered the Mediterranean world, it's gained tons of ground. The contradiction here is that Rome's very success has made almost every group of the Roman society deeply unhappy and avoiding their society. So this is the contradiction. Enormous success on the surface, you end up with this boiling pot of resentment. So let's break this down. Who's up here? Well, the people fighting the Rothschilds, the common farmers, they've joined the army, they've come down, they've seen Rome get wealthy, they've seen their generals get wealthy, they've conquered all these areas, all this money and stuff is going back to Rome. They're discharged from the army, they don't get that. So they feel like, I spent the best years of my life fighting for my country, I deserve a reward. So you have a lot of veterans who are now unemployed or underemployed. Many of them have sold their small family farms on off to join the army, and now they don't have it. So that group's up here, veterans. You have the aristocrats, who on the surface are going to do well, they're politicians and things. But as time goes on, the ones who get the appointments, get the good generalships, starts to run from a smaller and smaller subset of the aristocrats. The Scipios and their friends. So you end up with most of the aristocratic classes feel like, hey, I'm left out, I don't get my deserve. What about the Axis and the Allies, the Italians? They fought for them, stayed loyal, they did kill the side. Well, they feel rightfully, we stayed loyal to Rome, we fought for them, we deserve our reward, we should be full citizens. But the Romans are traditional, conservative, they don't like change, they don't like it. What about all the slaves? They conquered all these foreigners, they sold them. Now many of them are working these plantations, big plantations owned by rich people that used to be little family farms. The slaves are obviously. So you end up with a society where it's incredibly successful by the 100 BC, but almost every group that composes it feels like I haven't shared the benefits of what's happening before I do enslaved. So they all end up constantly unhappy. And the next 100-year period, from 133 to 31 BC, is called the Late Roman Republic, and it's a time of nearly constant internal strife, ultimately culminating in multiple rounds of civil war. So Roman society literally breaks apart, turns on itself, and goes to war with itself over not equitably sharing the benefits of conquest. So it's a less about not sharing the benefits of something in a society and concentrating on what they're doing. And the other thing that happens is among the aristocrats, they start to get more and more ambitious. So in the past, there was a lot of ideology the state was an important person. If you were a little Roman kid, you would have told these stories of Roman heroes, but they're all about self-sacrifice, putting the state before you, about honesty, about these sort of values. Well, by the late Republic, you have a succession of strong men. It is a change. So there was Marius, Sully, Julius Caesar, where each one pushes the boundaries of the Roman Republic a little bit, pushes at the structures of the institutions of the Republic, and they're motivated by personal gain. That's pretty much selves of the state. So at the same time, you have lots of groups of Catholic society, and you get these strong laws who are now undermining the institutions, stripping away things that have been shared, things holding the state together. And in the end, they just become so ambitious, they're like, I don't care about the state, I'm going to try and make myself ruler. So this is going to culminate on this. Julius Caesar does succeed in making himself dictator for life of the Roman Republic, which is tantamount to king, and he gets assassinated for it. But he's the end point of this progression of people who really undermine the institutions that we have through their own personal greed.
The resentment of the world as well as this person that gets resentment.
And they exploit their democrats. They exploit.
It's himself above the state. That, I guess,
Well, I mean, it's a love hate because Caesar is very successful at playing them. So he becomes their hero. He says, I'll be your champion against the state who doesn't care about it. So Caesar will do things where he'll put on big shows for people. And it's cynical. He's doing this to further his own political power. But he's presenting himself as a populist in essence. Even though he aspires to be a dictator, right? But it's a way of winning the people's support because that's a tool for him to struggle with other aristocrats.
the dictator of populist.
Yes.
So, but he gets
When convenient. Other times, he played the aristocrats.
and when he gets assassinated, another civil war explodes.
That's an interesting moment because all these things are leading up to Caesar, and it really isn't cheap. So it starts with this guy, Marius, who's one of the first to start making armies loyal to him rather than just to the state. That's a step in the right direction. Right? The armies aren't loyal to the state, not to an individual general. They should look for him to rule. Marius kind of breaks that. It's oppressive. One of his proteges is a guy named Sulla. Sulla comes along, and he ends up marching Rome with his army and taking it over. And he says, well, I'm just doing it for the good of the state. That's another precedent. Now you have someone attacking their own capital city, even if they say they're doing it for the right reasons. Then Pompey comes along, and Pompey just breaks all kinds of things. He starts holding offices when he's too young to do so. He raises personal armies from his own wealth. He disobeys commands. He manipulates commands. He does all kinds of stuff. But in the end, he sides with the Senate, sort of force. And finally, Caesar comes along, and Caesar just shakes him down. It's about me. I'm going to push it. And he is the one who wins a civil war against the state, takes over Rome, and says, now I'm a dictator. And dictators are a traditional office in the Roman state, but dictators are limited to no more than 6 months in power. And Caesar says, well, I'll be dictator for life. Of course, as king, he gets killed. So Caesar succeeded in taking over the state as one man, but he couldn't solve the problem. How do you rule Rome as one person and not get killed for looking like a king? That's the dilemma, the riddle that Caesar leaves behind. He did it. He seized power as one guy, but how do you stay calm? How do you come up with something that the people can accept? And Caesar did some other things. He was arrogant. He didn't even pretend that the Senate or his equals. He just kind of railroaded them around. He didn't respect them. He named a month after himself, July, Julius. He did egotistical things. So that pissed people off. They didn't like it. And when Caesar dies, it's this interesting moment. The Republic's sort of dead. You're going to have a hard time reviving it. Broken too many precedents. But there's a power vacuum. Caesar's gone. What's going to happen next? And you have a whole group of people who want to be the next Caesar. So the most obvious is Mark Antony, who is Caesar's right-hand man. His lieutenant is a very good general. He's very charismatic. Everybody kind of expects Mark Antony to become the next Caesar. But there's also another of Caesar's lieutenants, a guy named Lepidus, who, like Antony, quite as great as him. There's the Senate itself, which wants to reassert its power, become the dominant force in Rome again. there's the assassins who killed Caesar, led by Brutus, another guy, Cassius. They now want to seize control. And finally, there's a really weird dark horse candidate to fill this power vacuum, and that's Julius Caesar's grand nephew, who at the time was a 17-year-old kid named Octavian. Who cares? He's nobody, absolutely nobody. But when Caesar's will is opened after his death, so posthumously read, in his will, Caesar posthumously, this is a little weird, posthumously adopts Octavian as his son. Now again, who cares? Antony gets the troops, Antony gets the money, the other people get everything. What does Octavian get? He gets to now rename himself Gaius Julius Caesar Octavianus. Who cares? Well, around the Mediterranean, there's about 12 legions full of hardened soldiers who are just kind of used to following a guy named Gaius Julius Caesar. And even though it's not quite logical, this 18-year-old kid inherits an army overnight. So he becomes a player in this game for the next 30 years is going to be those groups all vying. There's another candidate, Pompey's son, Pompey's Caesar's rival. He has a couple sons, and one of them got obsessed with Pompey. Basically becomes a warlord who seizes control of Sicily, one of the richest provinces, has a whole navy. He's wanting to be one of these successors too. So for the next 40 years, it's, as you said, another civil war. This is which guy emerges. Is it going to be the Senate? Is it going to be assassins? Is it going to be Antony? Is it going to be Lepidus? Is it going to be Sextus Pompey? Is it going to be Octavian?
Now looking back at that history, it just feels like history turns into so many interesting episodes because Octavian, later named Augustus, turned out to be actually not like define good, but a good king slash emperor, different from Caesar in terms of humility as being able to play, not to piss off everybody. But like he could have done so many other people. It could that could have been the fall of Rome. So it's a fascinating little turn of history. Maybe Caesar saw something in this individual. It's not an accident.
Yeah, I mean, Caesar clearly did see something. And Octavian, if cut to the end, is the one who emerges from all that. He's talking about how he does it. He's the one who sort of ends up in the same position as Caesar. It takes him 30 years, he defeats all the foes, he's the sole guy. He now faces Caesar's will. How do you rule Rome as one guy? And Octavian's what makes him stand out, what makes him fascinating, is he wasn't a good general. Terrible. He lost every battle. But what he is he's politically savvy, and he's very good at what today we would call manipulation of your public image and propaganda. So he basically defeats Mark Antony partially by waging a propaganda war against him. I mean, Antony starts out as a legitimate rival, and there are two Romans vying for power. At the end of this war, propaganda war, Octavian has managed to portray Antony as a foreign aggressor allied with an enemy king or queen, in this case Cleopatra, and who is an official enemy of the Roman state. And that's all propaganda. So he takes what's a civil war and makes it look like a war against him. And when Octavian becomes the civil ruler, he looks at what Caesar did wrong and he very carefully avoids the same mistakes. So the first thing is just how he lives his life. He's very modest. He lives in an ordinary house like other aristocrats. He wears just a plain toga, nothing fancy. He's respectful to the Senate. He treats them with respect. He eats simple foods. I mean, he's someone who cared about the reality of power, not the external trappings. Clearly, there's some rulers who go, I want to dress in fancy clothes. I want to be surrounded by gold everything. This is what makes me feel good. Octavian's the opposite. He doesn't care about everything. He wants real power. And then the other thing is, how is he going to rule Rome without becoming a king? And his solution to this is brilliant. He basically pretends to resign all his public offices. Not pretends, he does. So he holds no official office. But what he does is he manipulates so that the Roman Senate owes him the powers of the key Roman offices, but not the office itself. So the highest office in the Roman state is the consul. The consul is having power to command all sorts of things. run meetings for Senate. Octavian gets voted the powers of consul, that he can command armies, control means centralized, but he's not one of the two consuls elected every year. So he's just kind of floating or drifting off to the side of the Roman government. He gets the power of a tribune, which has all sorts of powers. He can veto anything he wants, but he's not one of the tribunes elected for any year. So the state, the republic, appears to continue as it always has. Each year they hold the same elections, they elect the same number of people, emotionally those people are in charge. But floating off to the side, you have this guy Octavian, who has equivalent power not just to any one magistrate or official, but to all of them. So at any moment, he can just sort of pop up and say, no, let's not do this, let's do something else. And he also keeps the army under his person.
Isn't this the fascinating story? Like, what do you think is the psychology of Augustus? And
Yeah, he later changed the name to Augustus. The other thing he does is he hides his power behind all these different names. So, the Caesar called himself dictator for me, right? So everybody could be honest. Octavian, we have a source of puzzle. Says he wondered what to call himself. Do I call myself king? No, king. He's sort of like, no way. Maybe I'll call myself Romulus. That was the founder. No, Romulus was king. And finally, the solution is he takes a bunch of titles, which are all ambiguous, and no one of them sounds that impressive, but collectively they are. So, for example, one of the titles he gets is Augustus, which is something tied to Roman religion, something that is Augustus in Latin has two possibilities. One is someone who is Augustus is very pious. You respect the gods. Well, that sounds nice, doesn't it? Well, on the other hand, an alternative meaning for Augustus is something that is itself divine. So is he just a deeply religious, pious person, or is he himself sacred? There's that ambiguity. He calls himself Prince, which means first citizen. Okay, what the hell does that mean? Am I a citizen just like everybody else, or am I the first citizen, which means I'm superior to all the others? So every title he takes has this weird ambiguity. He calls himself Imperator, which is traditionally something that soldiers shout at a victorious general who's won the battle, and now he takes this as a permanent title. So it implies he's a good general. And by the way, it's from Imperator that we get the word emperor, an empire. So originally, it's a military title, a spontaneous military acclamation.
it's just fascinating that he figured out a way public image brand to gain power, maintain power, and still pacify the boiling turmoil that led to the civil wars.
Well, two things I think were in his favor as well. One is he brings peace and stability. So by this point, the Romans have experienced 100 years of civil war and chaos. So at that point, family, maybe the family members die in these wars, or prescribed, properties are confiscated, who knows what. And here's a guy that brings peace and stability and doesn't seem oppressive or cruel. So you're like, okay, fine. I don't care. Maybe he's killed the Republic, but at least we're not dying in the streets anymore. So that's a big thing. Secondly, even though Augustus always seemed kind of sickly, his constitution, he lives forever. He rules for 50 years. And by the time he dies, there's no one literally almost left alive who can remember that. So at that point, by the time he dies, this is the only system we know.
That's another just fascinating aspect of history, because as we talked about Alexander the Great, who knows if you lived 30 years. If over time the people that hate youth can die off, and then their sons come to power, that could be a very different story that we would be talking about. That's you mentioned Cleopatra. We'll go back to that. The world is another fascinating human being.
Cleopatra is interesting. I mean, she was a direct descendant of one of Alexander the Great's generals, Ptolemy. When Alexander's empire had broken up, Ptolemy, this general, had seized control of Egypt and made it his kingdom. And she, 10 generations later, is a descendant of this Macedonian general. So Egypt had been ruled by, in essence, foreigners, these Macedonians. dynasty of kings, often liquor ruled by the same dynasty as they could have had marrying her brothers and sisters. Cleopatra's very her brother. But despite that, she seems to have easily identified with Egypt. In fact, she seems to be the first one of all these Ptolemy kings who actually bothered to learn to speak Egyptian. So she seems to really have cared about Egypt. And she was really very smart, very clever. And so she's living at a time during the late Republic, Rome is having all the civil wars, and Egypt is really the last big independent kingdom left around the shores of the Mediterranean. Everything else has been conquered by Rome. So she is in this very precarious position. Clearly, she wants to maintain Egyptian independence, but Rome is this juggernaut that's rolling over. And she ends up meeting Julius Caesar. Caesar comes to Egypt chasing Pompey, his great rival, after he defeats Pompey. Pompey runs to Egypt, thinking he'll find sanctuary there, and the Egyptians kill him and chop off his head. And when Caesar lands, they hand it to him and say, here, have a present. And she, of course, famously ends up having a love affair with Caesar. Was that a genuine love, or was she just sort of, using this as a way to try and keep Egypt independent and to give it some status? We don't know. After she does have several kids with Caesar. After Caesar's assassinated, and Roman world is having another civil war between Octavian and Mark Antony. Mark Antony has based himself in peace. He meets Cleopatra, and he has a bit of love affair. This one seems pretty genuine. Antony and Cleopatra, there's a lot of stories about them kind of partying together. They like to sort of cosplay and dress up as different gods. So Cleopatra would dress up as the goddess Isis, and Antony would dress up as the god Dionysus in leopard skin, and they have these big parties and stuff. And they end up together fighting against Octavian. And in the end, they're defeated by Octavian. Antony commits suicide. Cleopatra, there's different accounts of her death. She may have also killed herself, or she may actually have been killed by Octavian to just get her out of the way. But she's an interesting figure because she was really a very smart woman who managed to keep Egypt alive as an independent state. She seems to have actually cared about Egypt, identified with it, and succeeded at a time with all these famous people. He really kind of mover and shaker and force and events.
I mean, she's probably one of the most influential dudes.
She's certainly, again, she's someone that her image is incredibly. And I mean, one of the interesting things, the whole question of gender, this gets into Roman sources. Of course, it's a heavily male-dominated history. And men and women did not have equality in ancient Rome. It's a male-dominated society. It's misogynistic in the face. What I'm constantly struck by is when you start again delving into the sources, you always hear, okay, there was this one woman who was a philosopher, and she's an exception to the rule. And yeah, okay, she's fine. And then you start looking, there's also 60 other female philosophers. Not so much an exception anymore. Or, Cleopatra is the one queen, she's the strong queen. And you look at, there's this other queen here, there's this queen here, there's this queen here, who's led armies, and there's another one led armies. And then it's like, are they exceptions to the rule, or is just the history that was written, again, a little bit selective in how it portrays them? Because the sources are all these male elites who have very definite ideas about women. The conventional notion has always been that business in the Roman Empire was a male field. Well, but then there's this woman, Pompeii, who actually has the largest building in Pompeii right on the forum, after her with a giant statue. And she was a patron to a bunch of the most important guilds in Pompeii. Okay, she's the exception to it. But then there's these other four women we have from Pompeii who also are patrons of guilds. And there's this woman called Guinness in this other place. She was the most important patron in the town of all the statues. So at some point, when you start to say, well, maybe women did play more of a role, but they just haven't been recorded in the sources in the way that they really deserve to.
Yeah, that's a fascinating question. Is it the bias of society, or is it the bias of the story? The bias of the society that the story is writing about, the bias of the
and the bias on historians who have written history up to this point. I was just writing a lecture which is about this Len Rusa, who was a crazy story, and she ties into Augustus actually. Augustus, his biggest diplomatic triumph that he boasted about constantly was that about 50 years before him, the Romans had sent an expedition to Parthia, his neighboring kingdom, led by Crassus, and they got wiped out. So it's this big disaster, military disaster. And the standards of the Roman legions, the eagles that each Roman legion carried, had been captured by the Parthians. And this is the most humiliating thing that can happen to a Roman legion, to have its eagles captured. And Augustus desperately wanted to negotiate with the Parthians to get these eagles returned. Okay, this was his big diplomatic plan. So he was constantly sending these embassies to Parthia. One of these embassies he sent along as a gift to the Parthian king, a slave named Musa. Musa seems to have pleased the king of Parthia because she becomes one of his concubines. And then she gives birth to a son by the king, and eventually she becomes upgraded to the level of a wife. And Musa eventually murders the Parthian king, arranges it so that her son becomes the king of Parthia, and she's really ruling the whole empire behind the scenes as his mother. So this is a literal rags to riches story of a slave. Someone who starts out a slave and becomes the queen of an empire almost as large and powerful as Rome. Okay? But yet, how often do we hear about Musa? And when you look in traditional histories of Roman-Parthian relations, I did this just writing this lecture. Most of those histories didn't even mention her. They just talked about her son, and he had just come out of nowhere and become the new heir to the Parthian empire, when it was all her doing. Now that's selective edited history by historians to downplay the role that this woman played. And there's a lot of examples like that. She got overthrown after a few years of the revolution against her. We don't know what happened to her. But she's a really interesting figure. Oh, and by the way, Augustus did negotiate with the Parthian standards and got them back. And he was so proud of this that this is what he constantly boasted about. And the most famous statue of Augustus, the Augustus Gordo, was the Vatican today. He's wearing a breastplate, and on the breastplate, right above the stomach, is a Parthian handing over the golden eagle legionary standing to a Roman. So this is what Augustus thought of as his greatest achievement. And that embassy that arranged that was the one that sent Musa to Parthia.
So Augustus marks the start of the Roman Empire.
Yep.
You've written that Octavian Augustus would become Rome's first emperor, and the political system that he created would endure the next half of the millennium. This system would become the template for countless other empires up to the present day, and he would become the model emperor whose all subsequent ones would be measured. The culture and history of the Mediterranean basin, the Western world, and the political history itself were all profoundly shaped and influenced by the actions and legacy of Octavian. He was the founder of the Roman Empire, and we still live today in the world that he created. So, what political side of things, maybe beyond, what is the political system created?
Well, I think Octavian / Augustus is the same guy. Is one of the most influential people in history because he did found the Roman Empire. So he's the one who oversaw this transition from the Roman Empire, and he sets the template which every future emperor follows. So just in the most obvious way, for the next either 500 or 1,500 years, depending how long you think the Roman Empire lasted for, everyone is trying to be Augustus. They all take on the same titles. Every Roman emperor after him is Caesar Augustus, Imperator, Contra, all these titles he has, they take to. And so he's hugely influential for Western civilization. But beyond just that, literally, he becomes the paradigm of the good rule. So it absolutely works. He's nevertheless sort of just does good things, builds public works. So if we jump ahead, let's say, to the Middle Ages, the most significant ruler of the early Middle Ages is Charlemagne, right? He's the guy who unites most of Europe. He becomes the paradigm for all medieval kings after him. Well, what is the title that the Pope gives to Charlemagne? There's this famous moment when the Pope acknowledges Charlemagne as the day of the year 800. And the title that the Pope gives to Charlemagne is Charles, Augustus, Emperor of the Romans. He's giving him the title of Augustus because that's the nicest thing he can think of to say to Charlemagne, is to say, you're the new Augustus, you're Emperor of the Romans. So that image is hugely powerful. And that persists on and on. I mean, even the literal names, most rulers actually come from us. In Russia, the czars are Caesars. That's where czar comes from. Prince comes from princeps, first citizen, one of the titles. Emperor comes from imperator, one of the titles of Augustus. When Napoleon becomes emperor, what does he call himself? First consul, which is like princeps. And then he calls himself emperor. I mean, everybody wants to be this kind of ruler. So he's the paragon of this for the rest of history. And you can see that as both a positive and a negative things. It's kind of like Alexander. I mean, everybody wants to be the next Alexander. Now, nobody does become the next Alexander. Nobody's as successful as him, but a lot of people try. And you can see that either as, inspirational or awful, because lots of people were killed, lots of other people have started lots of wars trying to be the next Alexander. At least Augustus has this notion of good rulership, that you're not just a great, powerful person, but you're a good person.
Can you speak to the kind of political system he created? So, how did he consolidate power, hopefully, and what role did the Senate play? How were the laws? Who was the executive? How was power allocated?
Yeah, so once the empire begins, it's in 27 BC. So in 31 BC, Octavian defeats Antony in battle. So that's kind of the moment he becomes the civil ruler. And then in 27 BC, a couple years later, he settles the Roman Republic, as it's referred to, which basically sets up a system. And in this system, on the surface, it all looks the same. You still have the Senate. Each year, there's elections. All the Roman citizens vote. They elect magistrates who notionally are in charge of it. But, as I mentioned, off to the side, you now have this figure of Augustus, who sort of controls everything behind the scenes. And that continues. So this political system he establishes continues. And in reality, I would say Augustus at that point is a democrat. It really is one man controlling the state, even if notionally it's still continuing as a republic. There are elected magistrates, but the magistrates only do what the emperor tells them, right? But it's this sort of formal versus informal. Now, the formal structure is a republic. The way things really work informally is it's a monarchy. Now, if you asked Augustus, what did he do? Did you become king? He said, since it's a Swiss league, no. What I did is I refounded the Roman Republic. That's how he phrased it. This guy's good at framing. He's so good at that. Yeah, I'll give you one more example. Augustus actually writes his own autobiography, which is very rare and survives. So here we have the autobiography of one of the pivotal figures in history. And if you had conquered the world, let's say, starting at age 18, what would you call your autobiography? He said, how I conquered the world, right? Augustus calls his the Res Gesta, which the best sort of literal translation is stuff I did. I mean, it's the most modest title for someone who could have given the most grandiose title. And the first line of it is, at the age of 18, when the liberty of the Republic was oppressed by a faction, I defended it. Now, the way I might phrase that sentence is, at the age of 18, I fought a civil war against the Roman and conquered the Roman state. But no, he defended the liberty of the Republic when it was oppressed by the tyranny of a faction. That's propaganda. And it works.
It is propaganda. Is there a degree to which he also lived it? That kind of humility, establishing that humility as a standard of becoming operates. So it's not like a literal direct balance of power, but it's sort of a cultural balance of power, where the emperor is not supposed to be really a dictator.
I would really like to know what Romans of his time thought. Like, if you were alive now, would you honestly believe, okay, okay, we've got this guy Augustus, he's brought peace, he's just kind of keeping in charge for a while till things settle down. We just had 100 years of civil war. I think we still have a republic. Or would you say, yeah, we have a king? And I don't know what the answer to that is. I will tell you that it takes 200 years before we have the first Roman source that bluntly calls Augustus a king. So 200 years. It takes the Romans 200 years to admit to themselves, and that's a guy who comes along 200 years later and says, hey, Augustus, he looks like a king, he acts like a king, let's just call him a king, because he had every aspect of a king except for all three titles.
Maybe I'm buying propaganda and around the sacrificiality, but I suspect that the Romans are. And I also suspect he himself promoted it. There is such thing, right? There's things that understand the downside, the dark side, and can't move that.
And to give sort of both sides, Augustus wasn't all that. There were moments when he was extremely cruel. So early in his career, when he's still fighting for power, he goes all in on prescriptions, which is where he and Antony and other people basically post lists of their enemies and say it's legal for anyone to kill these people. And so hundreds of massacres, including Cicero, the great warrior, was prescribed and killed. There's moments when he's really cruel. One slave, when he gets angry, he has him tortured in a particularly sort of cruel manner. So, I mean, on one hand, he had this clemency. On the other hand, he could be really hard on us. I think he was a very calculated person.
So the thing I would add is,
Yes. I mean, that to me is you could invite a historical person, Hitler or whatever. I want to know what the real Augustus was, what he really thought he was doing. He's the nickname. And he has this great moment when he dies, right? What's his dying line on his deathbed? He says, if I played my part well, dismiss me from the stage where he belongs. So he's seen himself as an actor. And his whole life was acting this role, which is, again, all that manipulation, with the image. He's brilliant at that. But who's the real guy? What was behind the image?
and by the way, you mentioned a few places that there's a lot of time. Caesar just killing very large numbers of people brutally.
I mean, Caesar, his campaigns, because for a long time they were held up as, genius general with the basic things he did. But another way to view it is he provoked, truly provoked people who were not that interested in fighting war, and just repeatedly attacked different tribes for the sole purpose of building up his career, his prestige, his status, gaining territory, making himself wealthy. And he basically conquers all of France, Belgium, Switzerland. So this is, a big chunk of Europe gets conquered, hundreds of thousands of people killed, hundreds of thousands of people enslaved to further wars. I mean, if you wanted to call Caesar a war criminal, then I think that would be unfair. But on the other hand, we'll see him as a great hero. I mean, to talk about history that's reception, it's quite interesting to see how Caesar has been viewed by different generations. So at different points in time, sort of received wisdom of Caesar is very different. So back in the, let's say, the 1920s or 30s, there were a number of scholarly things written. Kind of looked at Caesar as an admirable figure. He's a strong man, he knows what Rome needed, and he's going to give it to them. Of course, that's the era where fascism was kind of trending, seen as a positive thing. And then you get, Hitler and World War II, and all of a sudden fascism is not so favored anymore. And then in that post-war generation, all of a sudden Caesar's terrible. He's a dictator. He's destroying the republic. So often histories that are written tell you a lot more about the time than they do about the subject of it.
Do we know what Hitler died?
I mean, certainly they borrow a lot of the trappings. Nazi Germany are always like they carried around no military standard to eagles on it, just like the Romans. But then everybody does that. U.S. has eagles as their standard. Mussolini had Napoleon had equal standards for his, military. So a lot of people like that imagery.
You mentioned Cicero. He's a fascinating. On the topic of Roman oratory, who is Cicero?
Cicero was a new man, so he didn't have famous ancestors, so he was at a disadvantage. And I find Cicero is really interesting for a couple of reasons. One is he wrote an incredible book. I think we have almost more words from Cicero than any other author. And it's all kinds of stuff. It's philosophical treatises, it's books about how to be a good public speaker. He published, volume after volume of his personal letters to his friends. So there's tons of stuff. And secondly, he's interesting because he lived at this incredibly important time in labor day when things were falling apart. But he seems to have been born with none of the natural advantages that all these other people had. So he was a lousy child. He didn't come from a wealthy family. He didn't come from a famous aristocratic family. He didn't have a lot of these advantages. But yet, he ended up being right at the center of things, rose to the highest elected office in the Roman state on the basis of one skill. That was his ability with words, his ability to get up in front of a crowd and persuade them of what he wanted them to do. And oratory, public speaking, was absolutely central to life. There were just all these events where people had to get up and give speeches. So in courtrooms, in funerals, in the Senate, to the people of Rome, at games, we just constantly made these opportunities for giving speeches. So if you were good at this, that was a huge advantage in your political career. And Cicero was the best. He was arguably the best public speaker of all time. And he lived right in this era and laid that skill into this very successful political career. He was one of the guys involved with all the stuff with Caesar and all the other things going on, Octavian, Mark Antony.
And you've written this fascinating. It's fascinating when the echoes of history from the distant past are seen today. The same stuff is seen today. Not just like some of the beautiful stuff we were talking about, but the tricks, let's say the shitty stuff you said politics. So many of the rhetorical tricks, such as mudslinging, exaggeration, guilt by association, and alibi attacks, name calling, fear mongering, and rhyme, and so on and so forth. So I'm guessing it worked, given that you still have this today.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things Cicero did is he wrote at least 3 of these sort of handbooks about how to be a public speaker. So we know a lot about that. We have his own speeches that survive, and then we have later people after Cicero who wrote about Cicero. We know a lot about it. And the key to Cicero's whole enterprise of persuading audience, let's say either a speech to the people or in court, is Cicero believed that people are fundamentally ruled by emotion. So if you can touch their emotions, all sorts of other things become less important. If you can get a jury emotionally worked up and fear and anger are particularly powerful there, then the facts might not matter, the truth might not matter, evidence might not matter, reason might not matter. Emotion is the key to everything. So Cicero used what I would arguably call a lot of tricks to get his audiences emotionally riled up. And you can just go through these and all stuff you're saying, name calling, let's like us versus them arguments, attacks, be incredibly sophisticated. All the stuff that we think of today is very sophisticated techniques for propaganda and persuasion. It's not. People aren't coming up with that much that's new outside the realm of psychology. Human nature is the same. Cicero understood human psychology. He knew how to play on it. He knew how to play on their emotions. And he would do just hilarious, sort of depressingly hilarious things. Like, he thought it's important to use props. So he said, people are visual. They will respond emotionally to visual things in a way that just words alone won't work. So he says, an orator is just like an actor. Like an actor, he has to prepare his stage and use props and things as visual cues to stir up the audience. So, for example, once he was defending a man in a court case who just had a baby, and Cicero literally delivered the defense oration of this guy while cradling his newborn son in his arms. You know, imagine, oh, cute little baby, jury, how could you find him guilty and leave this cute baby without a father to take care of him? Another time, he was defending a guy who had a photogenic son and a young boy, and Cicero literally propped up the kid behind him while he was giving the speech, and again said, "Look at his eyes brimming with tears, thinking about his father, being punished. How could you leave this wonderful boy without, a father to care for him?" Another time, someone didn't have photogenic kids, so he propped up his old parents in the courtroom and said, "Look at this nice little couple. You want to take your son about it." That kind of stuff. I mean, it's manipulative. Cicero, by the way, I should say, also had philosophical beliefs about defending the republic and stuff, but he wasn't above using these things. So even though he may have had altruistic or high notions of what he was doing, he also wasn't above using these kind of powerful tricks.
And also, you mentioned to me that you studied the gestures they used. Like this is one of those on the theme of extremely interesting details of life.
This was actually my dissertation, and it was my
It's amazing. That's amazing.
Again, I feel like practical stuff. And this all started with, I kept reading about people like Cicero giving speeches, in ancient Rome, lots of speeches. And they would give a speech in the forum with 10, 20,000 people. And the thought occurred to me, well, in ancient Rome, you don't have microphones, you don't have loudspeakers. So how does someone give a speech outdoors in the place, not acoustically sound to 20,000 people? They just can't hear you. And the answer, part of the answer, turns out part of it's a lot more trying to learn how much accurate it was. But some of it too is that the Romans actually had a system of gestures that orators like Cicero used to accompany their speeches. And what I ended up doing is combining two types of evidence. So I looked at the rhetorical handbooks like Cicero's, and also there was this guy Tilly who lived about 100 years after Cicero, who wrote this long thing called the Institutio Oratoria, which has a description of all types of rhetorical stuff, including about 40 pages of gestures. So he actually says, put your fingers like this, such and such. And it turns out Roman orators had a system of sign language that they would use to augment their speeches. But here's the fun part. It wasn't like modern American sign language, where a gesture means the same thing as a word. Instead, this goes back to Cicero, a certain gesture would indicate a certain emotion that you were meant to feel when you heard the words. So it's like your body is adding emotional loss to your speech. You're saying words, and then you're indicating how you think those words should make you feel. And even more fun, the Romans believed that if I make certain hand gestures, you will almost involuntarily feel certain emotions. So if you're skilled, you can manipulate your audience by playing on their emotions. And this might sound kind of weird or probable, but the metaphor that Cicero himself uses is he says, think about music. Everybody knows that certain musical tones will make you feel a certain way. So, think of movies today. A horror movie, they're playing strident, intense music. In a romantic scene, they have strings, and it'll make you feel a certain way. When you hear the Jaws theme, you feel tense, right? Cicero said, an orator's body is like a lyre. The lyre is a musical instrument, and you have to learn to play on your own body as a musical instrument to affect the emotions of your audience.
I think he might be onto something, especially given how central that speaking was.
Yeah. And a lot of the Roman oratorical gestures, like I could probably do something, and you could probably guess what emotion they're meant to be. So, for example, there's one where like you hold up your hands to the side and push like this. So this is the gesture, and what that means is kind of mild aversion. I don't like slide. Now, if I couple this with turning my face to the side, so pushing off to one side, turning my face away, it's a strong emotion. So if I clench my fist and press it to my chest, that's anger or grief. If I slap my thumb, again, that's an indication of anger. So a lot of these make sense, and they're kind of natural gestures. Now, some are really weird and artificial. One of my favorite of these is if you hold your hand up open and then curl the fingers in one by one and flip it out. So this sort of thing, that's the Romans meant one direction, which he sort of said. But again, if you're raised in a societal context where you're used to the notion that this gesture means this emotion. When someone does it, you're probably going to feel that emotion.
It's like memes today. It's goes viral.
You know what it's supposed to be.
Popular culture. I mean, it is actually interesting that we don't use gestures as much in modern play.
Well, I mean, for me, I just love it all this the figures in terms of their body language.
Yes.
Because how you deliver speech is often more important than what you say. In fact, in the ancient world, the most famous Greek orator was a guy named Demosthenes. And once a guy came up to Demosthenes and said, Demosthenes, tell me, what are the three most important things in giving a speech? And Demosthenes said, well, they are delivery, delivery, and delivery. That even the most brilliant speech, if accompanied by a boring delivery, is going to be less effective than a terrible speech given in an engaging, exciting, funny way.
Speaking of modern day gestures, what do you think of Donald Trump, who has these very unique kind of gestures? I think there's, I don't know how to think which is true, but he kind of uses his handshakes. What do you make of that?
I mean, Trump gesticulates a lot, but it's a fairly narrow set of gestures. Watch him for a bit, he kind of has the same small set of gestures. And they're not natural, that they're not kind of illustrating what he's saying. It's more just punctuation points. I think of his work as punctuation points, or just going on what he's saying. There are speakers who truly can use their hands and arms and faces creatively and watch them, and it's really enhancing the speech. But we just historically, Martin Luther King, he's famous for a lot of good speeches content. He was a good gesticulator too. He knew how to use his body. On the other hand, Adolf Hitler was a phenomenal gesticulator. If you watch some of his speeches, you can just turn off the sound and watch them. He's doing all kinds of stuff and really emphasizes his points in a very creative way. And this is what's fascinating about oratory, public speaking, is it's this two-edged sword. You can use these techniques for good, or you can absolutely use them for evil. So the very same techniques in the hands of MLK, you say this is wonderful, this is fantastic. In the hands of Hitler, you say this is awful. Look, he's persuading a nation to commit atrocities.
I encourage people to watch the speeches. The oratory skill there, to be able to channel the resentment and the frustration, and control it and direct it to any direction that he wants.
Yes.
He's speaking the law.
Yeah, it's the visual embodiment of the words, where he's talking about, our Germany, we take advantage of supposedly and stuff. You're right, he's channeling the resentment of the people and using that to his personal advantage and for cynical, evil really purposes. But oratory is like that. The question I always have asked my students is, after studying Cicero and his techniques, I say, okay, this is great oratory, but do you like this? Is this good that this works on human beings?
I remember in Charles was asked, why do you speak such a monotone way? I said, well, I want the truth of my statement, the content on my statements to speak, that I don't want you to get deluded by me because I'm such a charismatic, eloquent speaker. The more monotone I speak, the more you listen to the content.
So you're just focusing on the content, not the strategy. I'll tell you also with Cicero, one of the things that he and other people who write our work do is to say, and you can do this stuff badly, in which case it backfires horribly. So you can have people who attempt to gesticulate, again, modern politicians just see this sometimes where they feel like, well, I'm supposed to be making it just terrible, and it undercuts it. And Cicero, I'm telling you, some very amusing examples from ancient Rome. So like he says, there was this one guy who, when he spoke, looked like he was trying to swat away flies, just these awkward gestures. Or another who looked like he was trying to balance on a boat, like in choppy seas. And my favorite is there was one orator who supposedly was prone to making, I guess, kind of languid subtle motions. And so they actually named a dance after this guy. And his name was Titius. And so Romans could do the Titius, which is this dance that was imitating this orator who had these gesticulation is a problem. Too much gesticulation is a problem. You have to hit the sweet spot. It has to seem natural. It has to seem varied. It has to conform to the meaning of the words, not distract.
Yeah, natural to you. You are. It's just when people try to copy you just as the person, it usually doesn't go well. You have to kind of interpret it, integrate it into your own personality. So the gestures are it's fast.
So I enjoyed your dissertation. Because what I was trying to do was to literally reconstruct, but say, what were the actual gestures? And I did that by comparing the literary accounts that had with Get Robot, looking at statues and things. So I'm just trying to say, okay, what were some of the gestures they actually used?
And in that way, people from that time left behind in the work. Just it's fascinating.
How does this work?
Could we talk about the role of religion in the Roman Empire? What's the story there?
I mean, religion's interesting because, in my mind, the rise to dominance in a lot of the world of monotheistic religions is one of the huge sort of turning points. It's just such a different thing. It's very, very different to say there's one God and it's my God versus, okay, I believe in this God and there's an infinite number of legitimate gods. And nowadays, particularly in the West, we tend to view the monotheistic perspective as the norm. But for more than half of human history, it was not. It used to be the notion of a lot of Roman history up until about 300 AD. The idea was, well, there's just a ton of gods floating around. Worship that one, worship these two that I like, and the guy across the street worships the oak tree in his backyard. That's all good. They're all legitimate things versus, oh, no. Now there's one God, only one God. That's the correct answer. And as soon as you do that, religion becomes foregrounded in your decision making much more. I mean, the Romans had religion, but it wasn't really driving it. It was auxiliary to things rather than a central force. So for a lot of Roman history, you had standard kind of, pagan polytheism where there's a bunch of gods, certain gods are associated with the Roman state. There would be prayers said to those gods on behalf of the Roman state, but it wasn't really, you weren't trying to execute the will of Zeus or something, or Jupiter or Mars or anybody else. And in your private life, it's the same thing. You might ask certain gods for help, but it wasn't as much of a dominant thing in your existence. So I think that's a real transition point. Religion started kind of sort of foregrounded. And as soon as you get these monotheistic religions, Judaism, Christianity, Islam in particular, it really shifts how people start to think about themselves and relationships with the world around them.
So Jesus was born during the Emperor Augustus.
And it's got to be, really influential people in the world. Political events, religious events coexisted. What are the odds?
I mean, yeah, there's certain moments in history where just a lot of interesting thoughts people come together and make history. So he was crucified out there for 2 years.
Yep.
Why were the ideas of Jesus seem right?
The thing that causes conflicts between Romans and Christians is a little bit strange. It's all with this, where Romans have a tradition of the emperor's birthday, sort of saying a prayer, basically wishing you good luck. Okay, but technically it's in the form of sacrifice to that part of the emperor that might become divine after his death. So to the Romans, this is the equivalent of patriotism, saying, pledge of allegiance or something to the country. But of course, to Christians, this is worshiping another god. And I think there's almost a failure of communication that the Romans just, at least initially, didn't quite understand this is really problematic for these people because they're coming from a polytheistic perspective where, yeah, everybody has different gods, so what? This isn't a religious problem, this is a political one. Why would we wish, send good wishes to the emperor? You're a loyal Roman, this is something you should want to do. And many of the early Christians, I think, would have been fine with that, but it took the form of what they were asked to do was to basically worship this is where I think movies kind of warped some large images of Roman history that Hollywood loves to depict very early Christians. I'm talking about the first 200 years here after the ministry of Christ, as a group that all the Romans were obsessed with, and they were constantly trying to persecute all this. And honestly, I think the Romans at that point were just sort of different or didn't know what was going on. And if you look at some of the primary sources at the time, there's this very famous letter by Pliny, who was a Roman governor of a province in the east. And he has the habit of writing letters to the Roman emperor at the time, who was Trajan, every time he had a problem being governor. And so this is great. This is the two highest governmental officials of the Roman world sort of hammering out policy between them, right? The emperor and one of his governors. And so this is about 100 years, 100 AD ago. And Pliny says, hey, emperor, I have this issue. I have this party called Christians. I don't quite know what to do with them. What should my policy be? And here's what I know about them. What do you know about them? It's this almost comic like gardening. They have this weird thing where they get together on some day of the week and they sort of swear oaths to one another not to do bad stuff, which is, of course, his garbage understanding of the Ten Commandments. And then they have breakfast together and they eat food, and this is communion. That's what's going on. And so he's really ignorant. But I think that the broader point is, okay, this is one of the best educated, best traveled Romans who has the most experience in the empire, has been all over the empire. And what does he know about Christianity? Basically nothing. So if one of the best educated, most widely traveled guys really doesn't know much about them, that kind of suggests that not many people do.
At this time, it was a fringe movement.
Yeah, very fringe. I mean, it was one of hundreds of little mysteries that sort of thought about. So these are religions that have some sort of revealed knowledge and appeal to something that personal appeals to people. Now, stepping back on some broad way, I think you can say that Christianity really was different in some things. It had some things that maybe the Romans should rightfully view as a threat. I mean, the Romans are people very focused on discipline, right? Citizenship, what you do. Christianity, in essence, has a focus on the next one. So this world is as important as what you're saying. So another one. And even worse, Romans, if I were a Roman, Romans are all about making distinctions. Citizens of nonsense. Man, woman, free, slave. Christianity comes along and says, in God's eyes, you're all equal. That's a pretty problematic idea if you're deeply vested in Roman hierarchy. And I think it is no surprise that among the earliest converts to Christianity are women and slaves, in particular, female slaves. Now, who are they? They're the people at the rock bottom of the Roman hierarchy of status, right? The Romans are obsessed with status. But here's a religion that says that doesn't matter. And in that same letter to Pliny says, okay, this group of Christians I've heard about, their leaders are two female slaves they call Guinness. Now, this is really, this is before the Christians like a church exists, right? There's no church structure. And who is leading the local congregation of Christians? Two slave women. So that's an interesting thing. And that's not necessarily the image we get from early Christianity, but you can see how the people in this social structure, that would be very appealing. And in some ways, yeah, it is sort of a spectrum of the system because they're challenging. Now, the irony is, of course, 300 years after the life of Christ, the emperor converts to Christianity. And another 100 years later, Theodosius becomes the official religion of the Roman Empire. So all of a sudden, this flip-flop now, the state itself is not just converted to Christianity and actively promoting it, and now persecuting pagans. And the reason the emperors do that is one of the biggest problems for emperors at that point in time is legitimacy. There's tons of civil wars. You have lots of different people saying, I'm out. So lots of generals declaring themselves out. Now, under a polytheistic religion, that's just, you're all just like, it doesn't matter. But if you say there is only one God, then if that God seeks someone to be his emperor, they're the only legitimate emperors, right? So there is a real advantage to emperors now becoming Christians, because they can say, we're now a Christian empire, and there's only one God. I'm the guy that God picked to be emperor. That means all these other people claiming to be emperors are illegitimate.
Do you think that was to explain why Christianity was introduced, right?
Well, that's why it's appealing. Yeah. And we're talking here, the religious aspects, people see the light, right? It's a faith-based thing. I'm looking at this as a historical concept. Putting aside religious feelings and saying, okay, I'm doing an analysis of this as a social phenomenon that would be appealing to people. And there is that very compelling reason for emperors to want to go to Christianity because it helps them with their big challenge, which is legitimacy. Now, if you're an ordinary person, what's the appeal of Christianity? Well, we already looked at that one. One of them is that it promises you a reward in the afterlife. The Roman and Greek notions of the afterlife aren't that appealing. Either you just sort of turn it to dust, or best you turn it to this kind of ghost thing that floats around something that looks like a Greek gymnasium, a grassy fields. It's not so hot. So here you're off the idea like, oh, you go to paradise forever. That sounds good. And secondly, a lot of people in society that notion. Here's something that says I'm valuable as a human being. It doesn't matter whether I'm free or slave. It doesn't matter if I'm Roman or not. It doesn't matter if I'm a man or woman. Here's something that says I have equal value. That's what I'm saying. And finally, really Christians, they honestly love and deeply works. They take care of the sick and feed the poor. If you look at Jesus in the Sermon on the Mount, that's the stuff he really hammers. You look at the words of Jesus when he says, what do you do to be a Christian? A lot of those take care of the unfortunate. Take care of people who are sick. Take care of people who are starving. And a lot of the early Christians really take that seriously. So they are helping people. So that's
There's a good kind of populist. Let me ask you about gladiators.
What's your favorite favorite?
What role did they play in society?
Okay, gladiator games are obviously become popular for and they're one of the ones that's captured people's imagination for all sorts of reasons. It's dramatic. But also, I think it's that apparent contradiction. In so many ways, Roman society seems familiar to us. In so many ways, it seems sophisticated and appealing. Law is wonderful, all this, but yet, for fun, they watch people fight to the death. So how do you reconcile these things? Gladiators, I find interesting because they're an example of what historians call status dissonance. So it's someone who in society has high status in some ways and very low in small status. So gladiators, most of them were slaves, the lowest of the low in Roman society, right? Also, they're fighting for other people's pleasure, dying sometimes for other people's pleasure. And the Romans had a real thing about this, like your body being used for other pleasure. Even a humble working person who hired themselves out for labor, the Romans thought that was innately demeaning because you're using your body for someone else's benefit or pleasure. So they have this notion of the dignity of hard labor or something. They thought the only noble profession was farming, because there you generate something and you're producing it for yourself. But if you work for someone else, you're demeaning yourself. And gladiators are the worst of the worst, right? Performing for someone else's pleasure. So on the one hand, they're very low status. But on the other hand, successful gladiators get famous, and people admire them. Women find them attractive. They're celebrities. And so this is the status of this, right? You have these people who, on one hand, normally are very low status in society, but yet are very popular. Another kind of myth about gladiators is that they just die all the time. You watch movies, again, they always throw a bunch of gladiators out all the time. I think some scholars they studied it's like 100 fights we know of, where we know some details, and I think 10% of those end with the death of all the men. So gladiators are a lot more like boxing matches, where you're watching a display of skill between two people who are more or less evenly matched in terms of their abilities, and probably they'll survive. There's a chance that one of them might get injured, like one might die. Having said all that, in the end, you really don't have people fight and potentially die for the pleasure of it. And anthropologists and Romans starting to like to speculate why did the Romans do this? The Romans address it. There's a famous thing where Roman says, "We Romans were violent people, we were warlike people, and so it's fitted that we should be accustomed to deciding on death." There's a more symbolic interpretation that says the amphitheater is an expression of the Roman life. It's a symbolic expression. Because what you have are all segments of Roman society gathered together to control the fate of others. So you have foreigners, you have wild animals, you have criminals, you have other people. And we are symbolically asserting our dominance over those groups by determining do live or do die. And that kind of works too. And the cynical one is humans like violence. When people watch a hockey game that gets them most excited, the fight. When people watch car racing, there's a crash. What's going to be shown on the news? It's the crash. So there's something dark in human nature sometimes that likes violence. Maybe the Romans are just being more honest than we are.
I think Dan Carlin has a really great episode called Painful Human. And I think in that episode he suggests hypothetically that if we did something like a gladiator here today to the death, that like the whole world would, especially if it was an audience, and we had a kind of like thin veil of civility. And if you were to about you would still be something deeply enough you might attract you to that violence.
I mean, yeah, there are. Is it human nature? Why do people slow down when there's a car wreck? On the other hand, I mean, there were Romans at the time who morally objected to it and said this is, morally degenerate to take pleasure in this. So I think in all eras you have a diversity of opinions. There's no unanimous opinion.
So who usually was slaves?
Well, the most common source against prisoners of war. So if you conquer some people in this warlike, and the other thing about gladiators is they were highly trained professionals. So the gladiator schools were trained for spending a lot of money to train these people, and it wasn't just we take some guy and throw him into the arena like you see in movies at the time. These were people that you'd invested a lot of money, and that's why you don't really want to see them killed. But yeah, most of them they're prisoners of war. I mean, in very rare instances, you would have a free person volunteering or selling himself to fight as gladiators, but much more common with that. And what's interesting is some people wouldn't do it. I mean, there's a lot of instances of gladiators refusing to fight and committing suicide, which you don't hear. So, like, there was one German who was supposed to fight as a gladiator, and instead he stuck his head between the spokes of a wagon and was spinning and snapped his own neck. There were a group of 29 Germans who all sort of said, we're not going to fight for the Romans' pleasure, and they strangled him the night before they were supposed to fight. So, I mean, you have people sort of objecting to being complicit in this kind of thing as well.
And they also have interest in animals.
Yes.
So humans fought animals, exotic animals.
And animals fought animals. The Romans were a little weird with their animals. They loved exotic animals, but mostly they liked to see exotic animals. So, I mean, there is an enormous industry collecting wild beasts, transporting to Rome. It's no easy matter to transport elephants and giraffes and rhinos, particularly this era of technology. They were like draining Africa and bringing lions, all these things, and sacrificing.
And what about the different venues? I mean, there's the legendary Colosseum. What is the importance of this place?
The Colosseum, real name is the Flavian Amphitheater. It's interesting because for a long time, Rome always had a chariot racing circus races, but it didn't have a permanent gladiatorial venue until relatively 80 AD, so during the reign of the Emperor Vespasian. And he built this thing. So he built the Flavian Amphitheater, who's from the Flavian family of emperors. And he did it as a deliberate act of propaganda. So before him had been Nero, who was sort of seen as a crazy, bad emperor. And one of Nero's indulgences is he had built this enormous palace called the Golden House. It was kind of this pleasure palace with 50 diamonds, all this stuff. And it was basically wasting a ton of money on him, right? So right on that site where Nero had his Golden House, Vespasian says, I'm going to erect a new building on top of it that's going to be for the pleasure of the people. So it was very much a political statement that my dynasty is going to be about serving others, not serving ourselves. And so that's why he builds the Flavian Amphitheater. And the funds he uses from it is basically from looting Jerusalem. The other thing he'd done just before this is he'd sacked Jerusalem and destroyed up there. He and his son Titus. And so this is what he builds in Rome as his gift to the people.
But it's interesting to think about that place, to think about that relationship with violence across centuries. Perspective that's watching people fight. It's like you said, Pepper said it was on the death, but I read that still a lot of people died, a lot of gladiators were killed. There's numbers exposed. I read 400,000 that basically gladiators, slaves, convicts, prisoners. So that's a lot of people.
The Flavian Amphitheater, too, just as a piece of technology that has influence in the world. I mean, almost every sporting arena today owes something to the Flavian Amphitheater that seen in terms of construction. It was amazingly sophisticated buildings. It had tractable awnings and elevators and ramps that things could just pop up into the arena from below. It had very well designed passages where everybody could file very efficiently all number. So I mean, it's one of the most influential buildings in history, just because of the way that all these buildings we go to today kind of vary in time using some of the ideas from it.
And the Romans took their construction seriously.
Oh yeah, they were good. So they were excellent engineers. And the Romans were excellent engineers, especially when it came to what I think was humble stuff. I mean, today we tend to think of a Roman building as shining white marble, right? Well, the core of that building was probably concrete, and the marble was just a superficial facade. And if you think about the Colosseum today, all the marble has been stripped off that building, and what you see is the concrete core, the structural core. And the Romans, they didn't invent concrete, but they just used it more creatively than anyone had before. And if you look at buildings like the Greeks built, they're all rectilinear, they're all rectangles or squares, and they always have columns because you need to hold the roof up. The Romans, because of their use of concrete, could build wood frames. They can have curves, they can have domes, they can have all kinds of stuff. And it just explodes the architectural possibilities. They also made a lot of use of default. So if you cut rocks, so they fall curved or vaulted spaces. And they were just brilliant with their mix of things. I mean, the Pantheon is the best preserved Roman building. It's another brilliant building, incredibly influential. I mean, every capital building in the world, or museum, is an imitation of the Pantheon. The Capitol in Washington, D.C., the Capitol in Madison, Wisconsin, Austin, wherever, they're all Pantheons. It's a big dome with a triangular ornament and some columns on it. So it's just an amazingly cultural building, but it's brilliant because the way it's constructed is, the concrete at the bottom is both thicker and has a denser population. So it's heavier where it needs to bear the weight. And then as you get further up the dome, it's narrowing and mixing different types of rock. So at the top we're using pumice, the very light volcanic stone. So where you want it to be light, it's light. And it's here 2,000 years later. I mean, look around. How many buildings are we building now? You're going to be here in 2,000 years. I suspect not many.
And it's not only that they last, but the beauty, but it's the conception of beauty.
I mean, Vitruvius, his principles are things should be functional, they should be aesthetically pleasing. That's a good combination.
They put that out
So the principle he settles on is for the nearest blood relative. And he goes through all these people, all these young kids in his family die. He's trying to make the heir. And he ends up making the heir Tiberius, who never loved his stepson, his blood. But he ends up inheriting it. The next set of brothers, the Julia Claudians, which is the family that Augustus starts, they all basically are who is the nearest relative. And that's how we get along crazy. Nero. And then the next family, the Flavians, the first guy is kind of Augustus, the space theater. One of his sons takes over Titus, who's okay, and the next son takes over Christian, who's not. So heredity just is. And Rome fights a couple of civil wars. 98 AD, 100 years now into the empire, and they look back at this track record and say, okay, we've been picking our emperors by heredity, and it's good. We've got some real duds here, some real problematic. Is there a way to fix this? And this is one of the few instances where the Romans, who keep saying very traditional, this has changed, I think actually make a change, because we got to do something different. And so the next guy that's around says, okay, forget who's my nearest male relative, who's the best qualified to be emperor after me. I'll pick that person, and then I'll adopt it as my son. So they kind of stick with it, fake adoption. And you end up with a lot of old guys adopting middle-aged adults as their son, which is a little strange, but it works. And so for the next 80 years, you have only 5 emperors, and often called the 5 good emperors. They're not related necessarily by blood. They sort of pick the best qualified guy, and all sound out. In the 2nd century AD, from Nerva to Marcus Aurelius is often known as the high fight of the empire. And a lot of that comes from you have political stability, you have a succession of decent guys being ruling relatively wisely, policies, there's other things which manage, but that's good. And then where it falls apart is the last guy, Marcus Aurelius, looks around and says, who's the best qualified guy? But a coincidence, it's my own dear son, who turns out to be a psychopath.
And some people place these factions of the empire at the end of the
Yep. So 188 is one common day for the early day for the end of the empire. Because from then on, a big scale.
At the very least, this period is normally empires last height on all different kinds of perspectives.
Certainly geographically, this point stretches from Britain to Mesopotamia, from Egypt up to Germany. Like I said, probably about 50 million people within its boundaries. Within those boundaries, they grow into peace. So sometimes we talk about the pacts with one another. The Romans were fighting lots of people, but within the boundaries, you have relative peace. There's relative economic prosperity, nothing much. First, sort of economy, but it's pretty stable. There's no huge disasters happening yet. Some plagues are but yeah, this is pretty much the high level of environment. I think it is. There's truth to that.
Let me ask this ridiculous simplified question. But who do you think is the greatest on the empire? Maybe your top 3.
I'll tell you my favorite Roman who wasn't there, and that's Marcus, who was Augustus's right hand. So Agrippa's this interesting guy who's extremely talented. He's a terrific general. He's a terrific athlete. He's a great builder. He is kind of like the troubleshooter for Augustus. He's the guy who wins the battle for Augustus. Literally, Augustus would not have been the first emperor without him. But Augustus rebuilds the city of Rome. It's Agrippa that gives the job to Agrippa, rebuilds the campus marches. He builds the first version of the Pantheon. He personally goes to the sewers to clean them out. And he just has this great set of qualities. He's very self-paced. I think he likes power. He wants real power, but he realizes I don't have that kind of clever politician's ability to be the front guy. So I'll just serve my friends. Augustus would. They were childhood friends. I'll win the battle for Augustus. I'll let him he's all the press, but I'll be his number two guy, and that's what I'm good at. And he realizes his limitations. So many people do. So many people are like, oh, I just want to keep grabbing for more and more and more. But it's not science of game. And I think Rabbi says, I'm good to this point, and I'll play that role and more, and that'll give me a lot out of it. But I'm not going to press it. And he's just very hardworking. He's honest. He's basic. He's highly competent.
I wonder how many people in history that are the drive COO of an operation that don't really think about it, where sort of they're really the mastermind.
Or the ones who make something possible. I mean, even this conversation today would not have Alexander Graves that was father all the stuff. Built that all in a single plan. Octavian would never have come up with that. So they play several roles. But if I had to pick Augustus, just because of his influence, and because I admire his the thing of Urban his political savvy, his manipulation of English propaganda, all that, I find very fascinating. Though I'm not sure he's a great human being, but he's a really interesting figure.
Whether he's good, bad, he was extremely influential at defining the entirety of human history.
And probably one of the
Influential humans ever. Nevertheless, if you ask in public who the most famous Roman emperor is, would that be Marcus Aurelius? Potentially.
don't know. But he's no question, right? He's not famous because he was a Stoic philosopher who wrote this book of meditation.
I mean, it's just interesting. Stoicism has a philosophical ideology that really played during that time. And it was really the tragic aspect of it. But did Nero murder something?
Yes. Well, drove him to suicide.
There's a lot of interesting questions there. One is like the role, especially when it's hereditary. What was hereditary? There was like who advises who with Aristotle. That dance of who influences and guides the persons that become gain power.
Well, I mean, one of the big questions we don't have talk about someone is why did somebody seem to be crazy or just kind of Satanist? And that's, I don't know if there's a good answer. People have theories, oh, Caligula got a brain fever and changed after that. But I think there's a lot of maybe truth in the notion that the ones who seem to go craziest quite often are the ones who come out. And there is something about that old cliche that absolute power corrupts absolutely, especially if your own personality isn't really fully formed yet. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I think take anybody when you're a teenager. If you all of a sudden said, you have unlimited power, you know, what would that do to you? How would that work your personality? I look at all the Disney stars who sort of go wrong or something because they get rich and famous at this very young age.
Fame, power, money. Get way too much of it at a young age. I think we're egotistical, narcissistic, all that kind of stuff as babies. And then we clash with the world and figure out how morality with it and interact with others. That other people suffer all kinds of ways. Understand the cruelty, the beauty of the world, the fact that other people suffer in different ways, that other people are also human in different perspectives. All of that, in order to develop that, shouldn't be blocked off by the world. There's power and money.
And conversely, a lot of the others, regardless of good emperors, are the ones who become emperor at middle age or something, where their personalities are really formed, or they're not going to really become different people. And so that works in theory too. I mean, I don't think it's absolute. Of course, the greatest exception is Octavian Augustus, who starts his rise to power as a teenager. Even though it doesn't seem to go nuts. It's not an absolute, but it doesn't help to get that much power at a young age.
What does it take to be successful around here?
So you say, well, what does it take to be a good Roman emperor? And if you were going to draw a job description, seeking Roman emperor, what are the qualities and qualifications? Obviously, you're responsible, understand military, economics, whatever goes delegate. But just to be fair, let's consider how much does it matter whether they're good or bad. Because in the ancient world, what does it affect? Really, if you're, say, a peasant in Spain, if the emperor is a crazy hero or good mismanagement, how does that affect your day-to-day life? How does it affect you if you're a peasant in Italy, which is the average man? I mean, the crazy emperors mostly affect the people within the sound of their voice. So yeah, they go crazy. They murder senators. They murder their own family. They do wacky stuff. But a lot of that is constrained to the immediate surroundings around them. And meanwhile, the mechanism of the Roman Empire is just grinding along as it would anyway. I mean, the governors are running the provinces. Stuff's happening. I guess an emperor can start a war. He can maybe raise taxes. But that would be the ways that he's affecting the whole empire. And here again, technology does matter. We're dealing with a world where, let's say, you're a Roman emperor, you want to send a message to province far away, let's say, today. That message might take 1 or 2 months to get there, and 1 or 2 months to get a reply. So how much influence as emperor are you really having over that province? I mean, those people could kind of make their own decisions and then kind of say to you, this is what we did, I hope that's okay. Because otherwise nothing gets done if they're waiting for 4 months on the decision.
Even when they're out of ideas, they can't get on TV and on the radio and
Communication
broadcasts.
so slow and so uncertain ways that today, with the ability to instantaneously talk to people across the world, we can't even imagine. The Roman Empire is huge. I mean, it is months to send a message and get an answer. So here you have the emperor of Rome. Yeah, he affects who's around him, and he can affect even common. There's crazy emperors who are at the game, they're bored, they say, well, take that whole section of the crowd and flip it to the lion. They're being affected by the emperor. But if you're outside of the range of his sight and voice, do you care who the emperor is?
So the big one, that's a really important idea. Remember, same with the US president, in terms of the grand part of history, like what is the emperor? But I would say the big one is probably starting wars.
Yep.
Major global wars, or ending in both directions. And then taxation, which was to say. What was the taxation? What was the economic system? What was the rule of taxation?
Romans are really weird with this. In the Republic, once they started to acquire overseas provinces, they had to decide who would live in these provinces. And they then settled on this notion of the Roman governor actually collects some sort of taxes. But they often didn't collect the taxes directly. Instead, they would sell contracts to private businesses to collect taxes. So the private businesses would bid and say, all right, if you give us the contract for taxes in Sicily, we'll give you X number of money up front, and then we go out and try to collect enough to make back that money and make ourselves a profit. And this is a terrible system, because obviously they're going to go and try to squeeze as much as they can out of the system. And these companies were called publicans. And in the Bible, there's a phrase, publicans and sinners, and that should give you an idea how they're viewed. So everybody hated these tax collectors. And it was a really kind of dumb system, because, the publicans were going out and squeezing way more than they should in an unhealthy way. And the Roman state was doing this kind of thing that they should have been doing themselves. And over time, that shifts it more understanding taxation. And a lot of taxation ends up being kind, too. So it's like, okay, we're taxing you, you pay it in wheat if you're a farmer or something. So it was, in many ways, the Roman economy is underdeveloped. They didn't have a lot of the sophisticated systems that we have today, and it probably held them back in some ways. And again, they had that resistance to change. The Romans also had weird notions about just business and profit, that at least originally there was a notion of shame. That the only thing that's a worthwhile profession is farming. So, rich Romans would get involved in called business, manufacturing, particularly long-distance trade with ships, but they would often do it through sort of front companies or employees who did it on their behalf officially, and then they sort of funnel the profits to the funding it because they don't want to soil business. So the Romans have a weird attitudes about the economy that I think in some ways didn't help.
But nevertheless, they had many of the elements on the modern system. Taxation, record keeping.
They were good at record keeping. So the Romans, like the census is a Roman order. Yes. So in certain ways, yes, they were extremely sophisticated. And of course, the biggest thing about people in the ancient world today is that they weren't smart. Sometimes you get this assumption of well, in the ancient world, they just weren't as smart. No, they were fully as intelligent. They didn't have access to the same technology, but that doesn't mean they were as smart.
We talk about the crisis of the third century and the aforementioned Western, Eastern empires, how it's called.
Yeah, so, I mean, after Rome starts to develop, as you enter the third century, so 200, so moving out of the Golden Era. I mean, a famous Roman historian, Cassius Dio, who lived right at that point, very famously wrote, the transition of Marcus Aurelius to what follows, our kingdom now descends from one of gold to one of rust and iron. So even people who were alive at the time had a distinct sense that something is going down. And that's interesting because usually great historical moments are retroactive. And I mean, here's a guy who said, "Oh, something's good, something's really good." And a lot of it becomes that the secret is out. That what makes emperor is who commands the most soldiers. And so you start to get rebellions by various generals, each declaring itself. So you'd always had this to a certain degree that kept it in check during the 2nd century AD. But in the 3rd century, you sometimes get 3 or 4 generals in different parts of the empire all declaring themselves emperor. And then they all rush off to Rome to fight the multi-way civil war. And of course, while they're doing this, the borders are defended, so barbarians start to see opportunity to cross and start invading. They start burning and pillaging farms. The civil wars are destroying cities and farms. So the economy is kind of tanking. Then there's less money coming in as taxes. So when one guy finally wins, jacks up the tax rate to try to make up for it, but now there's fewer people able to pay, and it's all just a vicious cycle. The Romans start to debase the coinage, which means you take in a gold coin, you melt it down, actually it 10% something less valuable, and then stamp it and say it's worth the same. Well, people aren't stupid. They're going to know that's like 90% of their gold coin.
They invented inflation.
Inflation. Horrific inflation. So, the economy goes downhill, barbarians are waiting, you have internal instability. In 1 year, you have something like 8 or 9 different guys go through as emperor in 238. So it's a mess. And it looks like the Roman Empire is going to fall in the mid-3rd century. So this is the crisis. And then the kind of shocking development is late in that 3rd century, they actually stabilize the empire. So you have a series of these kind of army emperors, which is good generals, who manage to push the barbarians out, reestablish the borders. It's actually a whole group of them, but often they get clumped under the most successful last guy, who's Diocletian, who comes in and he tries to stabilize the economy. One of the things he does is issues a new solid gold coin that guarantees the solid gold because solid coin. He famously issues a price edict where he says this is the maximum that's legal to charge for any good or service. So it's an attempt to curb inflation, and that's not going to help. Kind of amusingly, Diocletian's price edict, can you guess what the most expensive sort of item is? So some things never change, right?
That's interesting. In that system, probably like $2 bucks.
Yeah, I mean, even lawyers probably still have Trump lawyers, right? They have people hired to do legal stuff, like legal advice. No, the price edict is actually really fascinating because it's this long list of stuff, and you can see, a good pair of shoes, a bad pair of shoes, how much each costs, and you can see the relative was food versus clothing. It was the barber versus hiring a dog, all that kind of stuff. So it's a really fun document to just mess around with. But anyway, so Diocletian stabilizes basically the empire, and these other guys as well are using some life. So it seems by the end of the 3rd century that Rome is going to continue. And then as we go into the 4th century, you have the really dramatic thing where Constantine comes along and converts to Christianity. And at the time he converts, the percentage of Christians in the empire is small, 10%, something like that. Who knows? But it's quite small. And all of a sudden you have this weird thing. Now the emperor belongs to the same religion. What does this mean? You can debate a lot how sincere Constantine's conversion was. It's a little bit of a weird thing. He clearly is using it as a way to fire up the troops before a crucial battle. To say, hey, I just got this dream. He's God promised us victory if we put his magic scepter on our shield. And this would be okay, except that he had done this a couple times before. So one time it was Helios, the sun god, this other god. Even after he converts, continues to mint coins and stuff with other gods on them. He tries to worship other gods. But he also kind of seems sincere. Which is, I think the question is, how much does he understand? But that's who that's right. So now as we go to the 4th century, we have this thing with Constantine, new religion, and the other thing that happens is the empire is really just too big to govern effectively. Right? It's the thing we're talking about. It's too large, the communication is too slow, and it starts to naturally fragment. And at times they try systems where they split it into 4. So Diocletian tries tetrarchy, where he splits the empire into 4. You actually have 4 emperors working together as a team. More commonly, just splits east-west. So from that point on, you really start to have the history of the Western Empire in one direction, the Eastern Empire in the other. You tend to have 2 emperors that are moments occasionally. So that's a big development as well. That's what I've turned.
So the most common thing people say, maybe you can correct me on this, that the Roman Empire fell is 476 AD. They're referring to the fall of the Western Roman Empire. So why did the Roman Empire fall?
Yeah, this is a real game. Pick your favorite date. 476 is very common. What happens in that year, a barbarian king comes down into Italy and deposes a guy named Romulus Augustus, which is amazing. It's combining the names of the founder of Rome, Romulus, with Augustus, the second founder of Rome. And so some people say that's the other thing. Sure. But others say it's 410. Alaric sacks Rome for the first time. Others say it's 455. Then this guy sack Rome to a much more thorough job at this time. Some say it's 180, because it really is. It's really in succession. Some say it's 31. Octavian wins the Battle of Actium and kills the Roman Republic. Or you can go past that date and say it's 1453 when the Eastern Roman Empire falls. And I mean, the Eastern Empire is legitimately the Roman Empire. You would go and ask them, who are you? They wouldn't say, you're the Byzantines or the Eastern Roman Empire. They would just say, we're the Romans. And they have a completely legitimate claim to that. So this whole game of when does the empire fall is problematic. And the other thing is, all those dates about invasions cluster around the 400s, so 410, 476. You have to ask yourself, who counts as a real Roman? Because for a while now, the Romans themselves are often coming from barbarians, are crossing that boundary. Roman generals, they get raised as a Hun, and serve with the Roman army for a while, not Visigoths, not. That's been going on for a long time. So what makes up a real Roman? How do you tell that the guy who got 476 was a quote real Roman, and the barbarian who took his place wasn't? That's a very arbitrary decision.
There's so many interesting things there. So, of course, you described the decline that started after this release. There's a lot of competing ideas there, the tension.
Just to remember, I think wishy-washy. So I will give you this. I think by the end of the 5th century AD,
course, the barbarians make everything complicated because they seem to be willing to fight on every side. They're like fluid,
Yes.
which makes it integrate fast, and it just makes the whole thing really tricky to say, yeah, who's alone, who's not, on which point to do it.
And barbarians have been forming large parts of the army for centuries. Yeah, it's extremely fluid and not just clear sides. So it's a mess.
From a military perspective, perhaps, what are some things that stand out to you on the pressure from the barbarians, the conflict, whether it's the Huns or Visigoths?
There was a military strategist named Edward Rothschild who wrote this book, The Grand Strategy of the Roman Empire, which was basically about frontiers and how did the Romans define their frontiers. And everybody's jumped on this argument because it's wrong. It started this debate about, what does frontier mean to the Romans? Did they conceive of their empires having a border, or was it always expanding? And did they have a grand strategy? I mean, today, the militaries have a strategy. We want to achieve this, we want to exert force here, we want to protect these areas. Did the Romans even visualize their empire in that sort of grand strategic way? And it's a real debate. There's some things that suggest, here they tried to rationalize the border and shorten it by taking this territory. Other people see it just kind of random. So that's an interesting take, is how did the Romans conceive of it? I mean, if you look back at someone like Virgil, like Augustus, he said, the gods granted Rome an empire without end. So it's that open-ended thing. But even under Augustus, he seems to be pulling back and saying, I'm going to kind of stop at the line, kind of stop at the Danube. We don't need to keep expanding forever. That way we go into it. So that's an interesting concept of how the Romans see their empire. Does it have a boundary? Are there boundaries? Is that it?
And then barbarians are very much making that boundary really difficult to kind of divide between each other.
Right, and I get another fun debate is with these invasions, Visigoths across the Danube and Carthage Empire. Is this an invasion as it was originally described, or is it a migration, as some scholars have started calling it? Because the Visigoths were fleeing pressure from another Gothic movement. They were fleeing pressure from the Huns. And a lot of the early Gothic peoples who come into the Roman Empire are basically seeking asylum. They're saying, look, give us a piece of territory to live on within the boundaries of the empire, and in return we will fight for you against external enemies. And the Romans make these deals with some of the Goths. In fact, they made a pretty good deal with the Goths. One group of Goths do exactly that. You can settle for the boundaries, we'll feed you, we'll give you a certain amount of stuff, and you fight first. And then the Romans treated them really badly. They kind of didn't supply what they were promised, and so they turned against the Romans for good reason. So the Romans are on these things too.
So is it correct that these Goths are outside the Romans against those?
Something like that. So again, there were various groups on both sides. So Attila is the famous one. And he comes into the Roman Empire and seems to be heading right for Rome to knock it off. And everybody is so scared of the Huns that this weird coalition comes together of the Romans plus various barbarian groups against Attila, leaving some other barbarian groups. They fight a huge battle, and it's more or less a stalemate. And so Attila gets stopped. And he says, all right, we're going to just rest up for a year. Next year, we're going to finish off the Romans. Next year comes, heads down into Italy, heading straight for Rome. And goes and meets Attila. And they have lunch together at this river. And at the end of the lunch, Attila goes back and says, I changed my mind. I'm going to go back up to France, hang around for a year, and finish off the Romans later. And, Christian sources say saints appeared in the sky with flaming swords, scared of Attila. Some other sources say, well, the Pope gave Attila a huge bribe to go away for a while, leave whichever you like. But then Attila ends up dying on his wedding night before he comes back under mysterious circumstances. That never materialized. The Huns have friends.
So what was that definitive law by the barbarians, by the Visigoths?
The barbarians are so many different groups. And weirdly, I think an important one that sometimes people don't focus on the Huns and the Goths. The Vandals end up going to Spain, conquering Spain, and then crossing over into North Africa, and kind of conquering North Africa as well. And Spain and North Africa were some of the main areas that food surpluses were collected from and sent to Rome to feed the city of Rome. And it's after those Vandal invasions and takeovers of those areas that the population of Rome declined. So I think that's an interesting moment. The city of Rome had always been a symbol, and already it was no longer the capital. The emperors had moved to Ravenna, a little bit north, because it was surrounded by swamps, so it was more defensible. But there is something important about that old symbolic capital now just collapsing in terms of the population. The emperors really no longer have importance because literally its food supply was cut off, losing those areas of the empire. And of course, the capital, Constantine had founded a new second capital. It used to be Byzantium, a Greek city on the Bosphorus, which becomes Constantinople, honestly after himself. And that now is really the dominant city for any of the Roman empires, Eastern and Western.
So if you're actually looking at that century, the 5th century, it's kind of like the Western Empire dies. It's not like a bunch of stripes.
There's a lot of bonds. There's an earlier one in the 300s. Romans lose a big battle to some barbarians that symbolically is important. But yeah, I don't think there's one clear cut. And again, I don't know that it is the barbarians that cause the fall of the Roman Empire. This is the other game. People like to say, when did the Roman Empire fall? The other big question is why? Why did the Roman Empire fall? If you define it as falling. And I mean, barbarian invasions was the traditional answer. So there's a French historian said the Roman Empire didn't fall, it was murder. It was killed. But I mean, there's other explanations. Some people say it was Christianity. Some would say it was climate. That the Roman Empire flourished during this moment of luck. Just the climate was good, and you get this sort of late Roman Little Ice Age. Everything goes downhill, and that's what caused it. There's some that say things like disease. A whole series of waves of plague that started to hit under Marcus Aurelius and continued after him, which seemed to have caused real serious death and economic disruption. That's a decent explanation. Another popular one is boiled wine, which really works well. You can get the people saying lead poisoning, but that's not true. They were drinking out of the same pipes when the empire was expanding, right?
Yeah, that's possible. That's possible. Often, I kind of agree. That's something you've talked about quite a bit, because the military perspective is the one that defines the rise and fall of empires. You have a really great lecture series called the Decisive Battles of World History, which is another fascinating perspective to look at world history. What makes a battle decisive?
The easiest definition is it causes immediate change in political structure. Who's in charge? So the classic decisive political battle is Alexander beats King Darius III at the Battle of Gaugamela. And in that moment, we switch from the ruler of the entire huge Persian Empire being Darius to now being Alexander. From being Persian to being controlled by Macedonians. So there is a one afternoon has this dramatic switch over an enormous geographic area. Right? So that's a decisive battle. You see. Other types of decisive battles are ones that might have more unforeseen long-term effects. You may not realize this is decisive at the time, but from a longer perspective it is. And often those are ones that either allow some new people or idea or institution to either grow or have its growth curve. So at various points we have empires that are expanding and basically you're stopped with some battle. You say if they had been stopped there, they might have dominate this whole area. Or conversely, you could say no, they were one place before the Second Punic War, now the Second Punic War, it's a dominant force. So you could pick one of those battles because that was decisive, setting them on this new path.
It's also an opportunity to demonstrate a new technology, and if that technology is effective,
yes,
it changes history. That was either tactical or scalability of the technology used. So how important is technology, that technological advantage?
Huge. I think the history of warfare is basically the history of technological change. So I mean, there's all the great moments of transition. For a long time, we fought with hand to hand with metal weapons. Then you start to have the gunpowder revolution, which causes all sorts of issues there. There's big changes on planes, and they become a huge force. World War II is this crazy time where planes go from literally biplanes, string and wood, to jets 4 years later. So that's this moment of incredibly fast technological change. Going into World War II, it's all about battleships. Who's got the biggest battleships? 4 years later, battleships are just junk. Let's just scrap them. It's all about aircraft carriers. That's everything. So you have these moments, particularly of almost accelerated technological change, where things happen very rapidly, and the civilization or the nation or the army adapts more quickly to the new technology. And we've seen that story over and over and over again in history.
It's also interesting how much geography, we mentioned a few times, affects wars. The result of wars, the rise and fall of empires, and as silly as it is, it's not the people and technologies that the roots.
I think there's a real geographic determinism to civilization itself. I mean, if you look at where civilization was, it's Mesopotamia, sort of swampy land between two rivers. It's in the Nile River Delta, same situation. It's in the Indus River, where you have the same thing. It's along the Yellow Rivers and the Yangtze Rivers, where it's the same thing. So, I mean, that is geographically determined where those great civilizations of Asia, Europe, or Iraq it's very much determined by that. And often, the course of history has that strong geographical determination. You can argue that all of ancient Egyptian society is kind of based around the cycle of the Nile flood, because it was so predictable and everything depended on it, and their whole religion actually develops around it. Mesopotamia, the same thing. The way their religion develops is a reaction to the particular geographic environment that those people grew up in. So that's a very, very sound civilization. One of my professors once said to me, the best map of the Roman Empire isn't any of these maps with political borders. It would be a map that shows the zone in which it's possible to cultivate olives. So if you simply get a map and map onto where it is olives during this time, let's say the 1st century AD, it corresponds exactly, really closely to the areas that were studied. Now, there is something that where Roman culture spreads successfully is where people grow the same crops. And that's just one of those fundamental things.
Yeah, I mean, you so beautifully put the perspective changed dramatically how you see history. You could probably tell world history through what the olives sitting in gold.
Yeah, that's really trying to look at history through our time. For the Romans, the diet was huge. I mean, probably 80% of the people in the world basically a diet of olive oil, wine, and wheat, right? But those three crops are the basic crops that they subsist on. And just the way you have to grow those crops, where you grow them, that dictates so much about culture. And the Romans saw that. One of my favorite documents from the ancient world, and they define civilization. So the Romans civilized people as crops, and non-civilized people ate differently. So there's this letter from a Greek who was serving as an administrator of the government, and he had posted to Germany, a foreign boss. And he writes these pathetic letters back home to his family saying, the inhabitants here lead the most wretched existence of all mankind, for they cultivate no olives and they grow no grapes. So to him, that was hell, being posted to an area where they eat these terrible foreign foods. And of course, the cliche for the Romans herders, so they're not farmers. They follow herds of cattle ranchers, totally different lifestyle. The dairy products, and they drink beer. And I tell my students sometimes, if you were to stick a Rowan in a time machine and send them on their beer literature, like teaching Wisconsin, Green Bay, Wisconsin, that Rowan will step out the ground and see all the beer, the pots, the cheese, and say, I know who you guys are. You're barbarians.
That's another way to draw the boundary. Why do we eat dairy and beer?
But it's really fundamental because it's different forms of life. Because if you're a farmer, you grow certain crops. If you're a farmer, you tend to stay in place, you tend to build cities. If you're following herds of cows around, you don't build cities. You have a totally different lifestyle. So it's a diet, but it's more fundamental underlying things about your entire life.
I mean,
Something, yeah, definitely.
fascinating. This is just yet another fascinating way to
Dietary determinism, geographic determinism. Yeah, these are big.
on the topic of war, it want to be ridiculous spending time on it. But how do you think the world wars of the 20th century compare to the wars that we've been talking about? The Roman Empire, Greece, and so on.
I mean, what's interesting about some of the Roman civil wars is that they are world wars at the time. So let's take the war after the assassination of Julius Caesar. We talked about that. That was fought, there were battles there fought in Spain, Africa, in Greece, in Egypt, in Italy, and truly across the entire breadth of the Mediterranean, involving at least 7 or 8 different factions of Romans. And that was the world today. That's very similar to modern wars, where this was a global conflict, at least as they envisioned the world they knew of. And if we sort of, somehow factor for transportation, I think you can argue that that was a bigger war than World War II. I mean, in World War II, if you hopped on a plane, you could get from the U.S. to China in a week or something, right? Little hops. I mean, in the ancient world, if you wanted to go from Spain to Egypt, it would take you a month. So they were fighting across a larger space-time zone in terms of their technology than World War II.
So sometimes World War II is
Small.
maintained.
I mean, if we adjust that was a global war, I think that would be very fair.
How do you think the atomic bomb nuclear weapon?
Yeah, I mean, that's now we can destroy the world and truly destroy civilizations also. And that does seem to be a new thing. I mean, no matter what the Romans did, they didn't have that chance, that ability to think, I can do something that will end life as we know it. And that's a very different perspective. And I think we're in an interesting moment right now. In history, for a long time, we had this sort of stasis with the nuclear standoff, with mutually assured destruction. This U.S. sort of bloc of nations, the Soviet Union, and it worked. Now we're entering this kind of time. A lot more countries are going to start becoming nuclear capable. We might have a resurgence in just building weapons platforms with China. That seems very eager to expand the nuclear arsenal, all sorts of ways. So it's a unnerving time, I'd say.
And it's a terrifying experiment to find out if nuclear weapons, and a lot of nations say nuclear weapons is not going to enforce stability and peace, or is it actually going to be destabilizing and ultimately civilization destroying?
Right. I mean, it was weirdly stable when it was a bipolar world, when you had just sort of 2 blocks. Now with a multipolar world with access to these weapons, I mean, we're kind of jumping out of the ancient world, but I'll tell you one thing that's always fascinating in this sort of comparison of ancient and modern is how people don't learn the lessons of the past. And the very specific example that in my lifetime I've seen play out twice is just certain places people make the same mistakes over. So a nice example is Afghanistan, or roughly that sort of northern Pakistan / Afghanistan. I mean, that is a geographic region that over and over again, the best most sophisticated armies in the world have invaded and have met horrible failure. And that goes all the way back to, Alexander the Great tried to conquer that area. The Mongols tried to do it. The Huns tried to do it. The Mughals tried to do it. Victorian Britain tried to do it. The Russians tried to do it. The Americans tried to do it. And they made the very same mistakes over and over. And the two mistakes are not understanding the terrain, that it's a rocky, mountainous area that people can always hide in caves. And it's not understanding the fundamentally tribal nature of that area. That's where the real allegiance is in these tribes. It's not in a centralized government. And that's the same error Alexander made as the British made it in the 19th century, as the Russians, as the Americans. And it's so depressing as a historian who studies history to see these things being repeated over and over again, and you know exactly what's going to happen.
But leaders not learning lessons of history. He co-wrote a book precisely on this topic, The Long Shadow of Antiquity. What have the Greeks and Romans done for us? What are some key elements of antiquity that are reflected?
It's a book that I wrote, and it is trying to make people understand how deeply rooted our current actions in almost every way, even things that we think are just truly unique parts of our culture, or things that we think are just innate to human nature, are actually rooted in the past. So there's another power of the past. And this is just a long, specific list of examples. So governmental education, and intellectual stuff, art and architecture. A lot of the things we talked about today, language, culture, medicine, but even things like habits, the way we celebrate things, the way we get married. Married rituals have all sorts of things in common with Roman weddings. The calendar, we're using Julius Caesar's calendar. Put Gregory one tiny little twist. Caesar's the one basically came up with our current 60 days, 12 months, leap years, all that. So the law, there's just no way to escape the power of things. And what I believe very ardently is that you can't make good decisions in the present, and you can't make good decisions about the future without understanding the past. And that's not just true with your own life, but it's an understanding others. So it's not only your own past you have to understand. You have to understand other people, what's influencing them. So you can't interact with others unless you understand where they're coming from. And the answer to where they're coming from is where they came from, and what shaped them, and the forces of them. So I think it's absolutely vital to have some understanding of the past in order to make competent decisions in the present.
What are some of the problems when you try to gain lessons from history? Look back. We've spoken about them a bit. The bias of the historian. Maybe what are the problems in studying history and how do we avoid them?
Probably the biggest problems are the sources themselves, the incompleteness of them. And this gets more intense the farther back we go. So if you say, I want to write about the 19th century, there is more material available for almost any topic you want to pick that you could possibly go through in a lifetime. If you say, I want to write a book about the Roman world, this is a very different thing. In my office, I have a bookshelf that's, 8 feet high, 10 feet wide, and it contains pretty much all the main surviving Greek and Roman literary texts. Okay, one bookshelf. It's a big bookshelf, but that's what we use to interpret this world. Now, there's a lot of other types of texts. There's, diary, there's things, there's inscriptions, there's archaeological evidence, so there's other stuff. But honestly, 99% of things about the world I study are lost. So then you get to all the issues are, is what we have surviving representative example? We know it's not. For example, all the literary texts are written by one tiny group, the elite males. So that's a problem there. There's the problem of bias. We know that they're not necessarily telling us the truth. They have an agenda. They're representing documenting history in a certain way to achieve certain things. Then there's a form of transmission. And all those texts are copies of copies of copies of copies. And everybody knows that game when you whisper a sentence to someone and they'll go around the room, are you going to get that same sentence back? Well, every ancient text we have has gone through that process. So this is a real problem, and that's just with the sources, right? And this is the historic era. When you move back just a little earlier to the prehistoric era or to civilizations that don't have good sources surviving, and some of these are ancient Mediterranean ones, anything goes. One of the jokes is that museums, archaeological museums, are full of objects which are labeled cult objects. It's a religious object. And I think the honest label, which beyond that thing is, we have no idea what the hell this is. But I want to believe it's something important, so I'm going to say it's a religious object. But in reality, it's an ancient toilet paper roll or something. And it's a huge problem when you try to interpret a civilization without witnesses. And my favorite little story that kind of illustrates this is in the 19th century, this German who had gone to school and one of the best educated guys of his time goes to North Africa. He's poking around in the desert. And he finds this site with these huge stone blocks, 10 feet tall, in pairs. And there's a lintel stone across the top. So sort of a big, two posts with a stone across the top, and there's a big stone in front too. And so he looks at this stuff and he says, well, what does this remind me of? It reminds me of Stonehenge, right? And there's even a site where there's multiple of these kind of in a square. So he goes back and talks about this, and an Englishman goes and studies them, and he finds a ton of these sites. He finds something where there's 17 of these pairs. And so he goes back and he writes a whole book about how clearly the Celtic peoples who once lived in Britain came originally from North Africa, because he's found this site. He reconstructs the religion, where obviously they practice religious rituals here, and they have rites of passage. They squeeze between the things, and the altar stones have this basing, so they have blood sacrifice and all this. And it seemed reasonable. And then, you ask locals, well, what's that stuff out in the desert there? Oh, the old Roman olive oil factory. And those are the remains of an olive press. And we're back to olives now. People have olives. Olives don't grow in England or Germany. So this is cultural bias. If all you have is physical evidence, you're going to interpret that evidence through your own cultural biases. So if you're an Englishman and you see big stone uprights like this, you're going to think Stonehenge. If you're from the Mediterranean, you're going to think olive press. So that's a salutary example, I think, of the dangers of interpreting physical evidence when you don't have written evidence to go along with it. And think today, like if our civilization were to blow up to the floor, and archaeologists were to dig this up, how might they misinterpret things? I mean, if they were to, dig up a college dorm, like where I work, and that's what you have for the civilization. You probably go to the dorm rooms and find all these little rooms, and maybe in every room you find this mysterious plastic disc. And so everybody has these, so it must be a cult on them. And it's round, so obviously they're sun worshippers. And if you can decipher the inscription, you'll see that obviously they all worship the great sun god Whammo. It's like, what do you find in every dorm room? Frisbee. So that's the level of interpretation we have to be aware of. And there's examples where we've done exactly this.
We have to have a collection of something back. But hopefully, if you have that coming up with really strong narratives, you look at a large variety of areas, you can start to construct a picture that somewhat rhymes with the truth.
Yes, I mean, that's a professional story. That's what you attempt to reconstruct an image of the past that is faithful to the evidence you have, as filtered through what you can perceive of both the biases and the problems of the source material and your own biases. And it's a interpretation, it's a reconstruction. But it's a lot like science, where you're in a process of constantly reevaluating and saying, okay, here's some new evidence. How do I work this into the picture? How do I adjust it? And that's what's fun. I mean, it's a mystery. It's you're being a detective and trying to reconstruct and understand the society. we encounter, this is what we do with ancient civilizations. As I talked about earlier, sometimes we feel great sympathy there, sometimes we feel incomprehension. But by being aware of both of those, you can maybe begin to get some grasp, however tentative, on the truth as you might perceive it.
That's the ridiculous portion. When our time, you and I, we together, become ancient history. But historians, let's say, 2, 3, 4,000 years from now, look back at our time, and like you, try to look at the details and construct from that the big picture of what was going on. What do you think they're going to say?
I would guess it'll be something that's actually more of a commentary on whatever's going on. I think that's the finality of us, because that's what we come to do. And I'll tell you what I'd like to have to say, is to say, in this civilization, I can detect progress. That they have advanced in some way, whether kind of in moral terms, or in self-awareness, or have learned from what's come before. And that's all you can try and do, is do a little bit better than whatever came before you, to look back at what happened and try to do something. Livy, I mean, one of the great Roman historians, at the beginning of his work, The History of Rome, which is this massive thing, he says, the utility and the purpose of history is this. It provides you an infinite variety of experiences and bodies. Noble things to imitate and shameful things to avoid. And I think he's right.
And they would perhaps be better at highlighting which shameful things we started avoiding, which noble things we started imitating. With the perspective of history, they would be able to identify, or maybe with bias of the historians at the time. Well, in that broad perspective, what gives you hope for our future? Is that right? Civilization.
We have curiosity. I think curiosity is a great thing, that you want to learn something new. The human impulse to learn new stuff is one of our best characteristics. And at least up to this point, what makes us special is the ability to store an accumulation of knowledge and to pass that knowledge on to the next generation. I mean, that's really all we are. We're the accumulation of the knowledge of infinite generations that come before us. And everything we do is basically, otherwise we don't just be starting at ground zero, kind of just yeah. So our ability to store up knowledge and pass it on, I think, is our special power as human beings. And I think our curiosity is what keeps us going forward.
I agree, and for that, I thank you for being one of those wonderful examples of that. You yourself being curious, and you have to out and inspiring a lot of other people to be curious, being out there in the world and teaching. So thank you for that.
I'll talk about it.
Thanks for listening to this conversation. Gregory, for this podcast, this profound process. And now, I leave you with some words to do with Caesar. I came, I saw, I conquered. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. I don't know if you know this, but some people call you a fascist. Yeah, they do. So I figured, and then they told me a lot of stuff. A lot of people listening to this, myself included, that doesn't think that Kamala is a communist. I believe we have to fight fire. Politics is a good game. It is a good game. It's mature. How you want to think. They suffer from massive jump arrangement. PBS, and I don't know if they're curable from negotiation. I think probably better world if everybody got families with the mushrooms. First of all, medical marijuana, amazing. And friends and doctors telling me that it's absolutely amazing. The list of clients that yeah, very interesting. The following conversation with Donald Trump from this Lex Friedman.
big or small,
It is now.
right?
People do respect you more than you have big cameras.
So it's cool. Like 20 guys who can play a fortune.
All right. You said that you love money, and you have not a lot in real estate, in business, in TV, and politics. So let me start with the mindset, a psychology question. What drives you more? The love of winning?
Maybe equally, maybe both. I don't like losing. I do like winning. Never thought of it as two, which is more of a driving force.
You've been close to a lot of lights in sport. Like Woods, Muhammad Ali, you have people like Michael Jordan who I think hate losing more than anybody. So, what do you want to say?
Well, they do have something different. You know, the great champions have something really different, like the sports champions. You know, you have champions in other fields, but you see it more readily in sports. You see it over the weekend, you see it during the game, and you see that certain people stand out, and they keep standing out. But it's there for you. It doesn't take a lifetime to find out that somebody was a winner, somebody was. And so the sports thing is really interesting. But you know, I play golf with different people, and you know, there's a different mindset among champions. There's really a very different mindset. There's different thought process. You know, talent-wise, sometimes you can't tell the difference in talent. But at the end of the weekend, they seem to win, and it's very interesting. Like as an example, Tiger or Jack Nicklaus, he was phenomenal winner. And he does have a different way about it. Tiger has a different way about it. Michael Jordan. And there's never one who you think that there'd be one way. Arnold Palmer is the nicest guy you've ever met. And then you have some champions that are really nice. They're just focused on doing their job. So you have there's not one type of person. But the one thing I would say that everybody seems to have in common is that we're driven. They're driven beyond.
They don't seem to give up easy.
They don't give up. They don't give up, but they do seem to be you know, they have a passion that's maybe more than people that don't do as well.
You said that politics is a dirty game.
Yeah, it is a dirty game. It's certainly true.
So if it is a game, how do you win it?
Well, you win the game by getting the word out and by using sense. You have to feel where it's going. You also have to have a feeling of what's right. You can't necessarily just know what's popular. You have to do what's good for the country if you're talking about countries. But you have to get the word out. And you have to just continuously put since you have a great show, you have great podcast, it's very well watched. And I'm sitting here and I do this with other people see. And I do other things and a lot of people see that. And I go traditional also. I have traditional television, which is getting a little bit older, and maybe less it be less I don't know. But it's changing a lot. The whole plane of platform is changing a lot. It's changed a lot in the last 2-3 years. But from a political standpoint, you have to find out what people are doing, what they're watching, and you have to get on. I just see that these platforms are starting to dominate. They're getting very good. I did spaces with Elon. I got numbers like nobody's ever did. You know, this is you wouldn't do that 80 years ago. You wouldn't do that. There's no matter how good it is, you wouldn't do it. You would do it right now.
To be successful in business, to be successful in politics, really is a difference between success between the two different
You need different. I have a lot of people that are business successful, and they'd like to know your politics. And then you realize they can't speak. They choke. You know, it's hard to make a speech in front of that. Let's say you're talking about a big you have very big audience. And, you know, many people, it's virtually impossible to get up and speak for an hour and a half. And nobody leaves. It's not an easy thing to do, and it's an ability. But I have many people that are very, very successful in business would love to do what I do, and yet they can't do it. And in many cases, I don't even work almost for everybody. It's a very tough, big transition. Now, if you talk about people in the business and politics going into business, likewise, that would generally work out so well. It's different talents and different skills. I have somebody who wants to go into politics. Got a little problem with get stage for it. He's a total killer. But if he gets up into a stage in front of people, he has to do put it mildly. I mean, he gets dead.
So you have to be able to make hard decisions that can do business, but also be able to calculate.
Look, the politician has to be able to speak in front of large crowds. There are a lot of people that I've seen it. They can't even think about this. And they don't. There are many people, like the name of the they've been talking about running for president for 15 years. And they're very big in business. They're very well known. But it takes guts to run. Like for president, I can tell you it takes guts. But it's also a very dangerous profession. Dangerous in a different sense. But it takes a lot of courage to run for president. You are the leader, and as I do, there are a lot of people who like to run for president that are very, very successful in business. But they don't have the guts to. And they have to give up.
One of the great things about people in the business world is that they're often very deal makers. You're great, but you've talked about the war in Ukraine, that you would be able to find a deal that will improve his life. What do you think that deal is?
The deal, I wouldn't talk about too much because I think I can make a deal. If I win as president elect, I have a deal. Guaranteed. That's a war that shouldn't be done. Look, Biden is the worst president in the history of the country. And she's probably the worst thing. That's it. That's something that should have never happened. But it did happen. And now it's a much tougher game to make than it would have been before it started. Millions of people. I think the numbers going to be better when I see this at some point ironed out. I think the numbers are going to be, the death numbers are going to be better. When you take a look at the destruction of the buildings coming down all over the place, okay, I think those numbers are going to be around. They lie about that numbers. They try to keep them low. They knocked down a building that's 2 blocks away. It's a big building. They say one person was mildly injured. Now, a lot of people were killed. And there were people in those buildings. They had no chance once they start coming down. So that's a war that absolutely has to be done. You have Israel, and then you have other places that are talking the war. The war is a rough place right now. And a lot of it's because of the fact that America has no leadership. And I believe it should be probably worse than right now. Watch the interview the other night. I mean, it's just a softball interview.
You would like to see what you're doing.
I don't know. I can't believe the whole thing. We had a man in the chair. We kept them in a basement. They used COVID. They cheated. But they used COVID to cheat. They cheated without COVID too. But we had somebody in there, and now we have a woman that is not. I mean, she couldn't go an interview. This was a really soft interview. This is an interview where they get remote coaching. There's questions, multiple guests, and I don't think she'll do it.
How do you think you'll do it?
So I've done a lot of debating, only as a politician. The first debate was the Rosie O'Donnell. Famous Rosie O'Donnell. The answer. But I've done all the debates and I became president. And the second time I got millions more votes than I got the first time. I was told if I got 63 million, which is what I got the first time, you would win. You can't. No. And I got millions of those also. Yes, by this school. And look what happened to the world. Look what happened with inflation. Because inflation is eating up our country, eating it up. So it's too bad. There are a lot of things that can happen. You have to get those rules started. You have to get, okay, you have to get your point that could end up in a third world war. Certainly the Middle East.
So, let's talk about what it takes to negotiate something like what is the lifespan? Do you think Putin would be willing to give up any of the regions that are captured?
I don't know. I can tell you that all of this would happen and it would be very easy because you don't have like that question wouldn't be asked. Once that starts happening, it's just taken over another country. You understand? Insurgents now too. Right? It's a little bit interesting that that's happening and that it can happen. And it's interesting that Putin has allowed that to happen. Look, that's one that shows, you never started, we have to get it stopped. Ukraine is being demolished. They're destroying the great cartel. It's a lot to destroy.
What do you think would better in this kind of negotiations? Leverage of friendship, stick friendship, or is the threat of using the economic
It depends on the person. Negotiations are interesting because it depends on the person. And then you have to guess or know through certain knowledge, which is more important. You carry it steps. And with some people, it's just taking everything. I think the stick probably is generally more successful. We're not, we're talking about war. But the kind of destruction that we're witnessing, nobody's understanding it. It's a terrible thing. And we're witnessing it all. We're witnessing it in all parts of the world. But a lot of things are going to get started. Look what's going on with China. Look at Japan. They're starting to rearm now. Starting to rearm because China's getting, taking over certain islands. And there's a lot of danger around the world. There's a lot of, and there's a great possibility of World War III. And we've got to get this thing done fast because 5 months with people like her, and then he's checked out. He just goes to the beach and thinks he looks good in a bathing suit, which he doesn't. He's sort of checked out. Hey, look, you can't do that. That was the coup. They took it over. They took over the presidential deal. All presidential thing was taken over. He had 14 million votes. He had no votes. And nobody thought he was going to be him. Nobody wanted him to be him. She was a joke until 6 weeks ago when they said we're going to have to. Politically, they felt they had to pick her. And if they didn't pick her, they thought they'd be out there. I don't know if that's right. I actually don't think that's right. They thought it was right. And now immediately the press comes to their aid.
we can go back on negotiation? How do you avoid
Well, here's the problem. If I tell you how, and I'd love to do it, but if I give you a plan, I have a very exacting plan how to stop Ukraine and Russia. And I have a certain idea, maybe not a plan, but an idea for China. Because we do, we're in a lot of trouble. They'll be in a lot of trouble too. But we're in a lot of trouble. But I can't give you those plans because if I give you those plans, I'm not going to be able to use them. They'll be very unsuccessful. Part of it's a problem. But they won't be able to help us much.
Do you have a plan?
Yeah, really. No, I had a very good relationship with him. I had a good relationship with Zelensky too. But I had a very good relationship with him.
Tough topic, important. Said last by Whisker. I agree with you. I have a lot of friends from that, and many of whom like your policies, in that deal making, like the fact that you can and lose. But they are covered by we have the election and statements about what's going fraud and this kind of stuff. Take that just in looking at stage of those and voters to help them decide who to vote.
I think the voters are the others. If the election was, and many people felt it was that, and they wanted answers. And when you can't challenge an election, you have to be able to challenge it. It's going to get worse like that. And there are lots of ways to solve this problem. Go to paper ballots. Do it the easy way. Go to paper ballots, and you have voter ID, and you have safely voted. And you have proof of citizenship, which is relevant, because we have people voting right now. Citizens, they just came in, and they're loading up the payrolls. They're loading up. They're putting students in schools. They're asking for word advantage, and they're taking the sheets of people that are citizens of our country. So look, we have the worst border in history of the world. We have coming into our country right now millions and millions of people at levels that nobody's ever seen. I don't believe any country's ever seen. And they would use sticks and stones not to make it happen, not to let it happen. We don't do anything. And we have a person who was the border czar, who now said she wasn't really the border czar, but she was the border czar, but she was in charge of the border. And we have her, and she's saying very strong, the harm she's done. We have people coming in from other countries all over the world, not just South America. And they're coming in from prisons and jails. They're coming in from mental institutions and insane stuff. And they're street criminals. Right off the street, and they're being given to our country, drug dealers, human traffickers. They're destroying our country. This is a sin that's going to have to take place over the last 4 years. We're destroying our country. And you'll see how that works. It's not even moving. And now you saw a rolling a group of very tough thugs from Venezuela taking over big areas, including buildings. They're taking over buildings, big rifles. But they're taking over buildings. We're not going to let this happen. We're not going to let them destroy our country. And you know, in those countries, crime is way down. They're taking them out of their prisons. Okay? I did this happen. By the way, if I ran one of those countries, any country in the world, I would make sure that America has every one of our prisons. Every one of our criminals would be here. I can't believe they're going so slowly, but somebody. But they all are doing it. And we can't let that happen. They're emptying out their prisons and their mental institutions into the United States of America. We can't let that happen.
But a lot of people believe that there was some shitty stuff on that show. But it's media bias, big tech, but it's still claim of rights.
Well, I don't focus on the past, I focus on the future. I talk about how bad the economy is, how bad inflation is, how bad things like is important. Afghanistan is, in my opinion, the most hilarious thing that's ever happened to our country. And because of that, I think Putin went in when he started stupidly Putin went in. But it was the most embarrassing moment in the history of the country. But, you know, we let 13 dead soldiers. Think of it, 13 dead soldiers. Many soldiers horrifically hurt with arms and legs and everything. We left hostages behind, we left Americans behind. We left military equipment, the likes of which nobody's ever left behind before. Billions and billions of dollars of equipment. They're now selling the equipment. They're one of the largest arms dealers in the world. And very sad. Very sad. I was going to get out. We were getting ready to get out there. We got interrupted by the election. But we were going to get out with dignity and strength. even with the Taliban, when I was young, because it was tough. I dealt with Abdul was the leader, and we got along fine. I just think that, they were shooting, they were killing a lot more people before I came down. And when I got there, I said, we went 18 months before this happened. This horrible day happened. We went 18 months and nobody was shouting.
What do you think that was? The air was fake.
Mistake. That was a mistake. That was a mistake. Doesn't have to be.
Let me just, maybe I'm not sure, a little bit more. For this selection, it might be a question. What can we do to avoid the insanity and pushing of the previous selection? Whether you've been bored with
Well, I hope it's not a trust. I don't know how people can vote for somebody that is destroying our country. Inflation, the bad economy. But to me, in a way, the worst is what they've allowed to happen in our world, where they've allowed millions of people to come to you from places that you don't want to know about. And I can't believe that that's going to be a conflict. We're leading on the ball, but and it looks to us. But I think in the end, it's not going to work.
what do you think is the right way to solve the inflation crisis? Is mass deportation one of the solutions you can think about?
Well, you've got to get the criminals out of here fast. The people from mental institutions, you got to get back into the mental institutions. No country can afford this. It's just too much money. You look at what's happening in New York and Chicago, LA, and lots of places, and you take a look at what's happening. There's no country can afford this. We can't afford it. And we've got to get the bad ones out immediately. And the rest, it's happened before. Dwight Eisenhower was sort of a moderate president, moderate type. He hated what he saw people do. He were nothing like that. I probably got elected in 2016 because of the bill. And I told people what was happening, and they understood it. And I won the election, I think because of the our border is 25 times worse right now than it was before. I had it fixed up. The last week of my famous chart that I put up was exactly right. The chart. And I looked to the right, I produced the chart. And that was not a pleasant experience. But the chart that I put up said, and it was done by one. It was the lowest number that we've ever had coming to our country in recorded history. And we have to get it back to the new way.
Let me ask you about Project 2025. So you publicly said that
Nothing. Nothing. And they know that. Democrats do. And I purposely haven't read it because I want to say to you, I have no idea what it's about. Easier than saying I read it, that all the things. I purposely haven't read it. And I've heard about it. I've heard about things that are in there that I don't like. And there are some things in there that everybody would like. But there are things that I don't like at all. And I think it's unfortunate that they put it out. But it doesn't mean anything because that's not the country. Project 25 has absolutely nothing to do with it.
you posted recently about marijuana, and you're okay with it being legalized, but it has to be unsafe. Can you explain your thoughts on that?
I just read out the paper. And first of all, medical marijuana, amazing. I have friends and others and doctors telling me that it's absolutely amazing medical marijuana. And we put out a statement that we can live with the marijuana. It's got to be a certain age. A certain age to buy it. It's got to be done in a very concerted way. And the way they're doing it now, I think is going to be actually good. It's going to be very good. But it's got to be done in a good way. It's got to be done in a clean way. You go into some of these places, like in New York, it smells like the way you've got to have a system where there's control. And I think the way they're running the cloud is
You know anything about psychedelics? Well, I'm not drunk. I recently did ayahuasca. And there's a lot of people that speak to the health benefits, the spiritual benefits of these different psychedelics. I think we probably have a better word if we get Congress to some mushrooms for that. And I know you don't use the with and all of that stuff. And also I use it for dealing with PTSD. So it's great, and it's interesting that you're thinking about being more accepting of these drugs, which don't just have a recreational purpose, but medical purpose and treatment purpose.
So we put out a statement today, and we'll put out another one probably next week, more specific, specific. And we'll see how it's a referendum coming up in some states, but it's coming up, and we'll see how it goes. I will say it's been very hard to beat it. You take a look at the numbers, it's been very hard to beat it. So I think it will generally pass, but you want to do it in this way.
Speaking of marijuana, let me ask you about my good friend Joe Rogan. You had a bit of attention with him. So when he said nice things about After June, you've said some not so nice things about Joe. I think that was unfair. And as a fan of Joe, I would love to see you do his podcast. He is legit. You had this conversation with him. What's the story behind attention?
I don't think really any attention. And I've always liked him, but I don't know. I've only seen when I walk into the arena with him and I shake his hand. I see him there, and I think he's good at what he does, but I don't know about the others podcasts. I mean, yes, I do it, but I haven't been asked him. I'm not asking him. I'm not asking anybody.
Sounds like a challenging negotiation situation.
No, it's not really a negotiation. And he's sort of a liberal guy, that's from what I understand. But he likes Kennedy. This was before Thomas out, before Kennedy came in with us. He's going to be great. He's going to do great. But I like that he likes Kennedy. I do too. He's a different kind of a guy. He's got some great things going. And I think he's going to be beyond politics. I think he could be quite influential. Taking care of some situations that you probably would agree should be taken.
Joe Rogan places an example. I'd love to get his psychology about behind the tweets and posting the tweets. Are you sometimes being intentionally provocative, or are you just speaking your mind, and other times where you regret some of the truths you posted?
Yeah, I do. I mean, not that often. I do a lot of reposting. But the ones you get fed with, the reposts, because you find down deep, get into something that you're not supposed to be reposting, and you don't even know if those roots are good, bad, or indifferent. But the reposts are the ones that really get you in trouble. When you do your own roots, it's but the reposts go very quickly. You're going to check every single little symbol, and it's worked out pretty well for me. I tell you, truth is very powerful. Truth. And it's my platform. It's been very powerful. And goes everywhere. I call it my typewriter. It's actually my typewriter.
What are you doing usually when you're posting the truth? Are you chilling back on the couch?
Couches, beds, a lot of different things.
Like late at night?
I'd like to do something. I'm not a huge sleeper. But whenever I do, I'm, past like 3 o'clock, they criticize you. And they Trump was truth thing. Okay, Trump was truth thing at 3 o'clock in the morning. And there should be no problem with that. And then when you hear about time zone, I really know that you're like, in a time zone, like an Eastern zone. So, but every time I do it after 2 or 3 o'clock, it's why is he doing that? But it's got, truth has become a very successful platform. And I like truth. And it goes everywhere. As soon as I do it,
the country seems more divided. What can you do to help alleviate some of that?
You can get rid of these two people. You don't want to have that money. Then I would put it on Joe. Just Joe, disaster. And Kamala, I think she ended up being most of it. We'll see. I think a lot's now, even conventions out there. I see I'm leaving in just about all the colors. They have their little honeymoon period, as they call it. And we'll see how that all goes.
In my personal opinion, I think you are your best at when you're talking about a positive vision of the future versus criticizing the other side.
I think they have to criticize them. I think they're nasty. They came up with a story that I looked down and I called soldiers that died in the war who were on psychosis or something. Now, come on, who would say that? There were two who would say that it's a made up story, it's just a made up story. And they like to repeat it over again. They know it was made up. I have 26 witnesses that they don't want to hear about it. Like she lied on McDonald's. She said that she worked at McDonald's. It's not a big lie, it's a big lie. It's like they just went and they checked. And unless you can show something, they don't talk about the buses that we follow up. I'll keep hammering it. But she never worked at McDonald's. It was just a sort of a cool thing to say. Here, I work at McDonald's. But one of the worst was 2 days ago. I went to Arlington at the request of people that lost their children. I'll always be charming to those people who understand the politically incorrect thing to say. The one that comes up, I lost my child, and the child was a soldier. And lost the child because of died and because of tomorrow. It's just as though they had a gun in their hand because they were so bad in the head. It should have been done at Dogwood, which is the big area. It shouldn't have been done at a small little airport right in the middle of town where people smoked it. It was a true disaster. And they asked me if I can celebrate with them 3 years. 3 years, they died 3 years ago. And that's why I'm going to try. I got to know that because I brought them here. Actually. One night, almost all came here. And they said, I wonder if people are actually coming to us. Everything here came safe. So we stayed for like 4 hours listening to music up at the deck downstairs. Beautiful. And they were great people. So they called me over the last couple of weeks and they said, we're going to have a reunion. Would you be able to come? It was very hard for me to do logistically, but I said, okay. And I got them. And we had a beautiful time. I had to, you can just walk in, shake hands, and like people do. And I wasn't looking at my watch like Joe Biden was. And it was amazing. So I did it for them. I did it for me. I don't need the publicity. I mean, I get more publicity probably than anybody. You would know that better than me. I think maybe more than anybody that's ever lived. I don't know. I don't think it could happen. Every time you turn on television, there's like 9 different stories, all on different topics. As an example, you interview a lot of people, good people, successful people. Let's see how you do with this interview and this stuff. I can tell you right now, you're going to get the highest numbers you've ever had. Sometimes a factor of 10. But when a gold star family officers speak to come in and spend time with them, and then they say, sir, we did a ceremony, and then we went down to the girls, which was 20 distance away. They said, sir, would you come to the grave? And then they said, when we were there, very sad. Because these people shouldn't have died. They died because of Biden and because of Kamala. They died because it's just like if they pulled the trigger. Now, I don't know if that's controversial to say, but I know that it is. Afghanistan was the most important operation that we've ever seen. Military or otherwise. But the families asked me about it. They did come. Then the family said, could we have a picture at the tombstone with my son and her dad. Son or daughter, there was a daughter too. And I took numerous pictures with the families. I don't know if anybody else who was in the pictures, but there were mostly families in this. That was it. And then I left. I spent a lot of time. Then I left. And I get home that night and I get a call. The Biden administration with Kamala is accusing me of using our land. Just the opposite. Just the opposite. And actually, the new season just came out. The families actually put out a very strong statement defending people. So we asked them to do
The politicians and the media can play those games. Right. Your name gets a lot of views. You're probably legit in most things. But in the previous thing, in the spirit of unity, we used to be a Democrat. Setting the politicians aside, what do you respect most about people being left who are Democrats themselves, or are left persuasion, progressives, liberals, and so on?
Look, I respect the fact that everybody's there. You know, to a certain extent, life is what you do while you're waiting to die, so you might as well do a good job. I think in terms of what's happening now, I think we have a chance to save the country. This country's going down. And I called it with Venezuela. I called it with a lot of different countries. And this country's going down. If we don't win this election, the election coming up on November 5th is the most important election this country's ever had. Because if we don't win it, I don't know that there'll be another election. And it's going to be a communist country. Which was
A lot of people listening to this, myself included, that doesn't think that Kamala is a communist.
well, she's a Marxist.
Her father's a Marxist, and she's
It's a little unusual.
She's advocating for some policies that towards the direction of democratic socialism. There are a lot of people that kind of know the way government works, and they say, well, none of these policies are direction. The reality, it's just being used during the campaign to, freeze it too expensive and anything cheaper, so let's talk about price controls, and that's not reality.
You took it to reality. I mean, she came out with price control. It's been tried like 121 different times at different places over the years, and it's never worked once. It leads to communism. It leads to socialism. It leads to having no food on the shelves, and it leads to tremendous inflation.
It's just, whenever we use terms like communism, I don't know if you know this, but some people feel you a fascist.
Yeah, they do. I'm sorry for that. It can't be a lot worse than I thought.
They do indeed. It's
interesting though, they call me something, then I'll hit that back. And they say, isn't it terrible what Trump said? I said, oh, wait a minute, they just told me. So I believe you have to fight for it. I believe they're very evil people. These are evil people. We have an enemy from the outside, and we have an enemy from within. And in my opinion, the enemy from within are radical left-wing folks. And I think you have to fight for that.
Whenever there is a lot of fighting, fire with fire, it's easy to forget that there is an enemy of America that is it's moderate and kind of sees the good on both sides and just fights one side more than the other for policies. I guess like there's a lot of people that like your skin being able to negotiate wars, and they don't see the impending destruction like that.
We had no wars. The big thing, not since 78 years. We had no wars. We defeated ISIS, but it was a war that was started anywhere near defeat. But think of it, I had was Viktor Orban, the Prime Minister of Hungary, said the world has to Trump bad. He said everybody was afraid of Trump. Now that's what he said. So I'm not using it to put anything respect on it, but he said China was afraid, Russia was afraid, everybody was afraid. And I don't care what he was. He probably gets even a better word if you want to know the truth. But let's use the word respect. They have respect for me, they have respect for the country. mean, I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, the Russian pipeline. Nobody else could have done that. I ended it was done. Then Biden comes in and he gave it, he approved it. So we're defending Germany and these other countries. Peanuts come out to do what it's worth. And they're paying the person we're defending against billions and billions and billions. I said, how does that work? And we had it out with them, and it looked like they paid hundreds of billions of dollars. Well, you wouldn't even have NATO. You wouldn't have NATO if there was
As the leader of the United States, you were the most powerful man. As you mentioned, the United States is the most powerful. And to become leader again, you will have unprecedented power. It's not your own personal circumstance. What does that have to do with you? Is there any threat of it out there? How you see it?
No, look, I've been there for 4 years. I could have done a big Hillary Clinton. I thought I looked her up and take the president's wife and put her in person. She's so lucky. I didn't do anything. She's so lucky. Hillary is a lucky woman because I had a lot of people pushing me for something. They wanted to see something, but I could have done something very good. I thought it looked so good. I think it would make the president of the United States, and he also had Secretary of State, but she was. Put the president's wife in person. And yet when I got out there, they had all these hoaxes. They're all hoaxes. But they have all these dishonest hoaxes, just like they did in the past. Russia. It was a hoax. And the 51 different agencies or agents. That was a hoax. The whole thing was a hoax. There were so many hoaxes and scams. But I didn't want to put her in jail. And the explained to people, they say a lot about that. It does it in one. But we don't want to put her in jail. We want to bring the country together. We want to bring the country together. You don't bring the country together by putting her in jail. But that didn't want to. They went to work on me. It's amazing. They suffer from massive drug derangement, PDS, and I don't know if they're curable from those things.
A lot of people are very short footage of UFOs. The Pentagon showed videos, and there's been anecdotal reports from the China pilots. A lot of people want to know, will you help push the Pentagon to release more footage before I do that?
I'm sure I would do it. I'd love to do it. I have to do that. But they also pushing me to Canada. And I did release a lot. People come to me and beg me not to do it. But I'll be doing it very early. Yeah, I'm going to do it.
There's a moment where you have some hesitation about it, releasing something documentary. Why the hesitation?
I mean, I'm not a I never went to his island. For sure. But a lot of people do.
Why do you think so many smart, powerful people allow things to get so close?
He was a good salesman. He was like a party type of guy. He had some nice assets that he could like the house. But a lot of people went to that island. Unfortunately,
It's just very strange for a lot of people to listen.
yeah, it's so interesting. Probably will be.
So if you're able to do it,
Can't certainly take. Kennedy's interesting because it's 70 years ago. They do that for danger too. Endangers certain people, etc., etc. So Kennedy is very different from the Epstein thing. But I've been trying to do the Epstein thing.
it's great to hear. What gives you strength when you get in the kind of willingness to talk to people in the world?
I think you can't care that much. I know people that care so much about everything. Like people say, you can't care too much because you end up choking.
One of the tragic things about life is that it ends. How often do you
very, very successful. And he was in his mid-80s. He asked me to drop from. He said, I turned around and said, what about it? He said, I did about every meeting of it. And then a week later, he called me and said, tell me something. And he starts off the conversation with like, Dick, Dick, this is a dark person. It is what it is. I mean, you know, if you're religious, you have a better feeling. You're supposed to go to heaven, ideally not hell. Supposed to go to heaven. You know? I think our country's missing a lot of religion. I think it really was a much better place with religion. It was almost a guide. You want to be good to people. Without religion, there's no real, there's no God. I'd love to see us get back to religion, more religion in this country.
Mr. President, thank you for putting yourself out there.
Look, I love the country. I want to see the country do great. And we have a real chance to do it, but it's our last chance. And I appreciate it very much.
Thank you. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Robert. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description below. As I started doing here at the end of some episodes, let me make a few comments and answer your questions. If you would like to submit questions, including in audio and video form, go to letsfreeland.com/AMA or get in touch with me for whatever other reason at letsfreeland.com/contact. I usually do this in a t-shirt, but I definitely did for this episode. I keep my suit tied on. But first, this might be a good moment to look back. I've been doing this podcast for over 6 years, and I first want myself to say thank you. Truly grateful for the support, the love gotten along the way. It's been, I would say, the most unlikely journey. Most days, I barely feel like I'm around. But I wanted to talk a bit about how I approach this conversation. Now, each conversation is its own unique puzzle, so I can't speak generally to practice. But here, it may be useful to describe how I approach conversations with leaders, in which I hope to have many more and do a better job every time. I read a lot of history, and I admire historians. For example, I admire Rothschild, the author of many books, including The Rise of the Rothschild. He was there, lived through it, covered it objectively to the degree that I could. Academic historians, by the way, criticize him for being a poor historian because he editorialized it. I think those same folks criticize Dan Carter for talking about history podcasts. I respect their criticism, but I fundamentally disagree. So, in these conversations with leaders, I try to put on my historian. I think of the realm of true public discourse, which is spectrum between the ephemeral and the eternal. The outrage mob and clickbait journalists are often focused on the ephemeral, current thing, the current viral shitstorm of mafia operation. But when the battle of the day is done, most of it will be forgotten. Few true ideas will remain. Always the historian. Now, this is much easier said than done. It's not just about having the right ideas and the integrity to stick with it. It's not even just about having the actual skill of talking, which I still think I suck at. But let's say it's a work. You also have to make a schedule and set up the entirety of the environment in a way that is conducive to such a conversation. This is hard, really hard, according to our business leaders. They are usually super busy, in some cases super nervous, because they've been screwed over so many times on clickbait, gotcha journalism. But to convince them and their team to talk for 2, 3, 4, 5 hours is hard. And I do think that a good conversation requires that kind of duration. And I've been thinking a lot about why. I don't think it's just about needing the actual time, 3 hours to cover all that content. I think the longer form with a hypothetical skilled conversation is relaxes life. It allows people to go on tangents and to banter about the details. Because I think it's in the details love to do interviews with Kamala Harris and some other political figures like that, including to Walls, AOC, Bernie, Barack Obama, Bill and Hillary, and Ray, J.D. Vance, and George W. And on the topic of politics, we say as an immigrant, I love this country, the United States of America. I do believe it is the greatest nation on earth. I'm grateful for the people on the left and the right who step into the arena of politics to fight for this country. But I do believe they owe a lot as well. I have reached out to Kamala Harris, but how many of the others? Probably should do a better job. But I've been doing most of this myself, all the reach out, scheduling, research, private recording, and so on. And on top of that, I very much find myself in the voice in my head constantly playing out I'm doing a shitty job. Plus, you folks graciously remind me of the very same sentiment of this dimension. All of this, all I have an option of just hiding away on my TV equipment and look left and do some cool AI research with a few grass tags. Or maybe joining an AI program, maybe starting my own. All these options, make me truly happy. But like I said, most days, I don't know what I'm doing, so that's what the future holds. Most importantly, I'm forever grateful for all of you, for your patience, your support, throughout this roller coaster of life that we are. I love you all. Okay, now let me go on to some questions. I was asked by a few people to comment on the duo of the rest on the XP thing. Let me first briefly comment on the duo of the rest. Basic facts. Our duo is CEO of Telegram, which is a messenger app that has end-to-end encryption code. Not on by default, and most people don't use the end-to-end encryption, but some do. Howard was arrested by a long-list of charges related to quote-unquote criminal activity carried out on the Telegram platform and for quote-unquote providing unlicensed cryptology services. I think Telegram is indeed used for criminal activity by a small number of users. For example, by terrorist groups. I think we all agree that terrorism is bad. Here's the problem. The old saying goes, one man's terrorist is another man's freedom. And there are many cases in which the world unilaterally agrees with terrorists. But there are other cases when especially authoritarian crime governments, and to propagandize, just call whoever's in the opposition, whoever opposes them. There is some room for nuance. For me, at this time, it seems to obviously be a paragraph of government wanting to have backdoor access to every platform where they can have censorship power against the opposition. I think generally, government should stay out of censorship or pressure social media. And I think arresting the CEO of a tech company for the things said on the platform he built is just nuts. It has a chilling effect on him, people working at Telegram, people working on every social media company. Also, people thinking of launching new social media. Same is the case of X being banned. So it's, I think, a power grab by Rothschild, a Supreme Court justice. He ordered X to block certain accounts that are spreading quote-unquote misinformation. Elon and X denied the policy. Then, in their eyes, threatened to arrest X representatives. And policy that X could be representatives, not obviously, to that. Now, X and no representatives in Brazil apparently filed a statement. Based on this, the Mariah banned X. Once again, it's an authoritarian figure seeking censorship power on the challenge of competition. I understand this is complicated because there are other people, part of the world of government, to protect us. But, as Benjamin Franklin said, those who give up essential liberty to obtain a little temporary safety will give liberty or safety. So it's a trade-off. I think in many places in the world, many governments are too far away at this time. Okay, next up, I got a question on AI. Charlie question. I'll condense it as follows. Well, Lex, I'm a programmer, and I have a deep fear of slipping into development For me, programming is a passion. And not for this podcast, it would probably at least in part be my profession. So I get an uncomfortable feeling every time I call on the LLM I use for code. Just writes them out of my sins. Approximately correct. I think you can make a good case that already sees the skill of many programmers, at least in the same way that collective intelligence is that flow sees the skill of many programmers, many individual programmers. In many ways, it's still present. I think eventually, more and more, the task of professional programming would be one of writing natural language prompts. I think the right thing to do, and what I'm at least doing, is to write really code generating LLMs and keep transforming myself into a big picture designer versus knowing what particular. What I'm doing and what you do is continue to switch to whatever state of the art tool is to generate code. And currently, I recently switched from VS Code to Cursor, and for that is next. So Cursor is this editor that's based on VS Code that leans heavily on LLMs and integrates code generation really nicely into the editing process. So it makes it so easy to routinely choose the LLMs. But what I would advise, and what I'm trying to do myself, is to learn how to use it to faster its code generation. I personally try to allocate a limited amount of time to designing the natural language first versus writing code from scratch. So using my understanding of programming to edit the code that's generated by the LLM versus sort of writing from scratch and then using the LLM to generate small parts of the code. I see it as a skill that I should develop parallel to my programming skill. I think this applies to many other careers too. Don't compete with AI for your job, but to use the AI to do their job better. But yes, it is scary on some deep sort of human level. It's right at the end place. But at least I think we'll be okay. Alright, next up. Very nice audience question. A gentleman who is 27 and feeling a lot of anxiety about the future. Just recently graduated with a bachelor's degree and was thinking about going to grad school for environmental engineering. But there is a lot of anxiety. You mentioned anxiety many times in the message. It took him an extra while to get his degree, so he mentioned he was hoping to at the time he was done with his PhD. That's a big investment. But he said in his heart, he feels science. I think that's the most important part of the message. Your message. By the way, I'm thinking of I'm investing in the audience and messages. Now, on to the question. Thank you for telling me your story and for today. My own life story is years. I went to Rothschild University for my bachelor's, master's, and doctorate degrees, and I took a while. There are a lot of non-standard things that weren't being good for some hypothetical careers. I trained, competed in judo and jiu-jitsu for the entire 20s. I wrote a lot, including a lot of really crappy poetry. I write a large amount of non-technical books, history, philosophy, literature. The courses on literature and philosophy that all required for my computer science and electrical engineering degrees, like the course on James Joyce, played guitar, bars, time. Took a lot of technical classes. And for example, on computer science, that way more. Did a lot of research and code on a bunch of projects that didn't directly contribute to my dissertation. It was pure curiosity and enjoying it. So, like you, I took the long way home, as they say. And I was right throughout that, people around me, and the people who loved me, wanted to bring out my focus, especially because I had very little money. So, I had a sense of I was ready out to take the immediate steps towards a musical career. Just like you, I was full of anxiety, and I still am full of anxiety these days. But I think the right thing to do is not to run away from it, to be interested, and channel and consume everything you got into your passion. To start, always hold your heart on the side. That's it. Exactly what you do. Pursue the desired concept. Get to a good grasp of it, provide good advice, and you have good shit. And it may turn out in the end that you might be that unspoken challenge. But as long as you're chasing dreams and goals from absolute unwavering dedication, good stuff. And also, pay back the business. This might be a good place to read the words by Rabbi Kipling, but I often return to I do this. Okay, I do that. You can keep your head and all that with yourself. And everyone you can trust yourself and all men die. You can always die. You can wait for the time by waiting. Being lied about, don't deal with lies. Being hated, don't give way to hating. And yet don't make too good or talk too lies. You can dream and not make dreams your best. You can think and not make thoughts your own. You can meet or try and disaster. Treat those two impossible. You can bear the head of the truth and school. Twisted by nails, you can try with colors. You watch, give your life. Stupid. You can make one heap of all your winnings, risk it on one turn pitching toss, and lose, start again, and you begin, and never be the one to watch your eyes. You can force your heart on nerve and say you serve your turn long after they're gone. So hold on, leaves nothing except the will which says to them, hold on. If you can talk with crowds and keep you virtue, or walk with kings, wage the common heart. With gold and loving faith, all mankind with you, but none too much. If you can fill an unforgiving minute, 60 seconds with the distance down, yours is the earth. Everything that's in it, which is more, will be a man, a son. Thank you for listening. See you.
Communism makes no sense at all. Totally opposed to human nature. It never works. It always allows for dictatorship. It creates a power bubble. When you say, hey, there's no structure of power, right? We're all equal as a flat line. One guy usually gets up because that's human nature. I don't think so. I think if you're going to leave a power vacuum, I'm going to take that power. Corporatism hates competition. It wants monopoly and oligarchy. Whereas capitalism loves competition and wants free. When mainstream media has you hooked, you got no more because you don't have the right information, propaganda, or marketing as the leaders. When you're in the online world, it's chaotic, and don't get me wrong, it's got plenty of downsides, right? But within that chaos, the truth begins to emerge. Trump is a massive risk because of all the things we talked about earlier. But there is a percentage chance that it's such a wide that he overturns the system. And that is why the establishments are scared.
Conversation with Jan Huger, progressive political commentator, host. I've said before, most people, including on the left and the right of the spectrum, always faith with empathy and rigor. Sometimes I fail. Sometimes I say stupid, inaccurate, ineloquent things. And I frequently change my mind as I'm learning and keep on to work. All this, sometimes fairly, sometimes not. Just know that I'm aware of what I'm short, and I will keep trying to do better. I love you all. This is the Let's Do It podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. Do not be offense with Jen. You will record. Manifest I'll ask them progressive. The big question: what is some of the ideas?
Yeah. So in order to do that, we gotta talk about where we are and in fact, there's two different spectrums. People often think left and right, and that's true. That exists. But layered on top of that is now populist versus establishment. So I'm center left on the left of that spectrum, but I'm all the way on the populist end of the second side. So where does progressivism lie within that? Well, I would argue that it's exactly the opposite. Populist, and it's on the left, but it is not far left. So far left is a different. We can talk about that nationalism. So in terms of what makes a progressive, so expand the circle of liberty and justice for all and equality of opportunity. Now people will say, well, that seems pretty broad and all-American, but is it? Think about it. So expand the circle of liberty. Everybody's agreeing with that, right? No, absolutely not. So certainly the King of England was not in favor of expanding the circle of liberty, and the founding fathers said, we're going to expand it. And they expanded it to property white men. And then progressives have been, they're progressives because they expanded the circle of liberty. They then from then on, as we were perfecting the union, progressives always say expand it further, include women, include people without property, include all races, and at every turn, conservatives are against that. So that doesn't mean if you're conservative today, you don't want to include minorities, etc. But today you would say, for example, well, I don't want to expand the circle of liberty to, for example, undocumented immigrants. And maybe you're right about that. We can have that discussion in terms of a specific philosophy, and I don't believe that undocumented immigrants should be immediately citizens or locals. But I do believe in expanding liberty overall, and the contours of that are what's interesting. And then you see justice for all. Everybody's moving. No, right now, marijuana possession is still illegal in a lot of parts of the country. Now, a lot of right-wingers and left-wingers agree that it should be legal. But for my entire lifetime, black people have been arrested at about 3.7 times the rate of white people, and the entire country has been fine with it. So, is that justice? No, they smoke. White people and black people smoke marijuana at the same rate. Black people get arrested about 4 times. That is an injustice that an enormous percentage of the country was comfortable. Well, progressives are not comfortable with. We want justice for all. So equality of opportunity is an interesting one because the far left will say, so at least some portions of that will say equality of results, right? So progressives just want a fair chance. So free college education, but afterwards you don't get to have exact same results as either the wealthiest person or not all going to be equal. We don't have the talent, skills, etc.
There's a lot of questions I can ask that. So on the circle of liberty, yes, expanding the number of people whose freedoms are protected. But what about the magnitude of freedom for each individual person? Expanding the freedom of the individual and protecting the freedoms of the individual. It seems like progressives are more willing to expand the size of government, or government can do all kinds of regulation, all kinds of controls in the individual.
So that's what we're probably going to talk about a lot. And so a lot of people would think, oh, I'm on the right, I'm on the left. And that comes with a certain preset ideology. So the right is always correct, the left is always correct. So there's two problems. Number one, how could you possibly believe in a preset ideology if you're independent? It's literally, by definition, not possible. If you say, I like my brand to an ideology that was created 80 years ago, 8 years ago, or 800 years ago, and I'm not going to change it, you're saying, I don't think for myself. I thought into a culture. And by the way, there's a lot of different forms of culture you can find. Religion, politics, sometimes racial, etc. So that's why you need actually balance. The same reason you need balance, other than independent thought, is because the answers are almost never right. And that gets into a really interesting nuance because mainstream media, in my opinion, is the matrix. And its job is to delude you into thinking corporate rule is great, and we should never change it. and the status quo is one. So they have created a false myth. What mainstream media calls moderate is actually, in my opinion, extremist corporate ideology. So, for example, they'll say Joe Manchin is a moderate. None of his positions are moderate, other than potentially gun control in West Virginia. He's not for gun control. People of West Virginia are not for gun control, generally speaking. So, and he uses that. They usually have these shiny objects. And they're like, you see this? I'm a moderate because of guns. I'm a moderate because I'm a Democrat from West Virginia. But wait, let's look at your positions. You're against paid family leave. That goes at 84%. So you're a radical corporatist who say that women should be forced back into work the day after they have birth. You're against the higher minimum wage. You're for every corporate position, and they all hold at 33% or less. So Joe Manchin is not at all moderate, and this applies to almost every corporate Republican and every corporate Democrat. They're all extremists in supporting radical corporates. So you have to get full balance.
That's an interesting distinction. So you're actually, as far as I understand, pro-capitalism.
Yes.
Which is an interesting place to be. That's the thing that probably makes it center left and for populist. You're full of contradictions, which would be great for example. But what's the difference between corporatism and capitalism?
Yeah, so I really believe in it. I don't think that there's really where it gets super interesting is the distinction between capitalism and socialism, because that's not at all as clear as people think. And people often say socialism and capitalism as synonyms when they're not synonyms, right? And so I view it as there's basically four distinct areas. It's obviously a spectrum, everything is a spectrum, right? On one end, you have communism on the left, and on the other end, you have corporatism on the right, okay? And I would argue that capitalism is in the middle. And so communism, we know, state owns all property, you're not allowed to have private property. So I will piss off a lot of people in this show, and so I'm asking for their patience. Please hear me out, and because don't worry, I'm going to piss off the other side too. Okay. So communism makes no sense at all. Totally opposed to human nature. It never works. It always allows a dictatorship because it is not built for human nature. We're never going to act like that. It's not in our DNA. You try to wish it into existence, and they have, and it never works. And it's because once you have almost no rules in terms of, we're all equal, and everything's like communism eventually winds up having an enormous amount of power, right? It creates a power value. When you say, hey, there's no structural power, right? We're all equal to flat line. One guy usually gets up because that's human nature and goes, I don't think so. I think if you're going to leave a power vacuum, I'm going to take that power.
That's actually really interesting. Yeah. When everyone's equal, nobody is in power. Human nature is such that there's everybody's with the power, creative power, and all this kind of thing. So the alternative is to have people in power for those balance of power. And then there's like a democratic system that allows people in power and keeps churning and rotating.
That is exactly what you got to say. Okay, so that's why communism never works and can never work. So it's an idea of we're all going to work as hard as we possibly can. Keep only working. Where? When does that ever happen in the history of humanity? Right? Which is not proven. So we can get into that debate with my friends out there. Now, corporatism is just as extreme, just as dangerous, and that is basically what we have in America now. What we have in America now, and it's another giant trick that the Matrix played on them, that they did a shell game, and all of a sudden, extreme corporates like Manchin, almost every Republican in the Senate, or moderates. Oh my God, all this stuff is a moderate, and etc. As long as you're not populists are never, okay? But if you love corporations and corporate tax cuts and everything in favor of corporations, you magically call them moderate when you actually, according to the people, have super extreme positions that the American people hate. And by the way, that's part of the reason for the rise of Trump. And come back on that, okay? But the
second shell game is taking out capitalism, putting in corporatism, but still calling it capitalism. Okay, so what is corporatism? It is when corporations slowly take over the system and create monopoly and oligopoly power. So that snuffs out equality of opportunity. So how do they do it? And when people say the system is rigged, they oftentimes can't explain it that well. And then mainstream media goes, I found this out. Yeah, super easy to explain it. Here's one of dozens of examples. Carried interest loophole. So that is for hedge funds, private equity, the top people on Wall Street. That's part of their income. They get 2 and 20, right? So 2% is a flat fee no matter what happens to the fund, and 20% of the profits of the fund goes back to the people who invested. It's not their money. It's not their investment. What they're getting is actually just income. It should be taxed at the highest rate. But it's because of this loophole, it's taxed at a much lower rate, at around 20%. So you know at what income level you go above 20% if you're a regular Joe, it's at $84,000 a year. So these billionaires are getting the same tax rate as people making $84,000. It's unbelievably unfair. And that's what the person taking over is trying to rig the rules. I'm going to pay less taxes. You're going to pay more.